ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀kẹ́ gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jóye ẹrùkù bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ́ máa ń darí jọ wí àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wana ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Subramia, baby, subramia, Soko sunu baby, subramia, Soko sunu baby, subramia, Soko sunu baby, subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wana mejemo, Anamu, Karatuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndemo, Eguma wego. Para tuba dodiri tukuma duku tuba dodiri ndemo obodo jisike nubo serona oyibo
it is everyone be free
ayandaba 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 So baby subramia Soko sunu baby subramia Soko sunu baby subramia Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ega ponto mo. Iye die gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wana ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. So baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna kogabu.
Hello, how are you? So, hello, how are you? Hope you're well. Hope everything is okay. Good to be in your company again. Always a delight. Always a delight. So another day, another session. We do it as we always do. We do it as we always do. So as always, click on the like button. Please do it this time around. We need those numbers going up. You know, I mean, we need them going up. That's just the thing. You know, just whatever it persuades you to click on the like button, be persuaded by whatever that is, and do it. So click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. And we need the subscription to go up as well. So if you're not already subscribed, then please correct that as well. So if you want to come and join me on the screen, you know we're forever canvassing for new voices. If you want to be the new voice of the day, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So that invites you into the studio. As soon as I've finished fleshing out the discussion points, I'll let you onto the screen and then I'll invite your thoughts. So do that. So, but definitely click on the like. We need that to go up. So just do that and click on subscribe as well. So at your discretion, if you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard and an invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's pinned on the comment section. So do all those, a lot of clicking. So let's get straight into it. So a lot to go through. So let's kick it off with the first headline. So that's the first headline. Now, a lot of conversation has been wrapping around this particular narrative. And this is a narrative of an over-bloated parastatal that because of its size, it's not fit for purpose. It's too unwieldy in the way that it's been made up, and therefore it cannot function to its optimum. So it's not an optimal functioning parastatal. We're talking about INEC, of course, but you can substitute INEC for any other parastatal within the Nigerian space, and it's the same narrative. Somebody was explaining just as earlier as yesterday that we have about 20-something agencies under NNPC. So let's get straight into this, see what this has to offer. So this is Jiga speaking, by the way, the former INEC chairman, the predecessor to the current one. INEC needs to be unbundled, says Jiga. So I don't think too many arguments on that. A former chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Atihiru Jiga, has urged the National Assembly to unbundle the commission to make it more effective. He made the call on Tuesday in Abuja at a citizen town hall on electoral reform organized by Yeager Africa European Union, European Union, in collaboration with the National Assembly Joint Committee on Electoral Matters. Jega also said if Nigeria's electoral process must be improved, the issue of cross-carpeting by politicians must be proscribed. So the issue of cross-carpeting by politicians must be proscribed. You cannot proscribe carpet crossing. You cannot. But if a politician carpet crosses, then he has to give up that seat, and there has to be a by-election, because you cannot you cannot hold somebody hostage to a view that they previously had. So if they've had a change of heart, or their politics has evolved and their politics no longer chimes with whichever party brought them into whichever office, that's fine. So you cannot ban it. But as soon as the carpet cross, that automatically nullifies the election that brought them into office, and then there has to be a by-election, because you have to test if it was the candidate that the people voted for or the party. Jiga also said if Nigeria's electoral process must be improved, the issue of cross-carpeting by politicians must be proscribed. He said, though there has been some level of transformations in INEC, the commission needs to be unbundled. From 2011 to 2022, a lot of effort has been made to reform the electoral process. A few months after a new government has been sworn in, electoral reforms have started. The 2022 electoral reforms are the best in recent times, but there is room for improvement. We must look at the voting rights and inclusion, political parties, primaries and litigation, security and public enlightenment, which are necessary to electoral integrity. So yes, our voting rights. So I'm not quite sure what it means by voting rights. I think the threshold for voting in Nigeria is 18, and as soon as you've hit that threshold, you are eligible to vote. All you have to do is to apply for the necessary documentations to do that. So I'm not quite sure and women, of course, are not excluded. So voting rights and inclusion, I think that's already covered. Political parties, there's a conversation that can be had around that to set parameters for how political parties can be formed and to set a bar as to what can be registered as a political party. So what am I saying? Look, we had the instance of AAC with Omoyele Sowore when he was all at once the party chairman, the party presidential candidate, and the party spokesperson all in one go, all because there's not sufficient enough representation in there. So all of those things has to be looked at. So there has to be a level of representation before a party can be formed. And if they can infuse in there, although you can have special purpose political parties, but they should really recommend that political parties should have a broad spectrum. Let me put it that way. They should really insert that political parties should have a broad spectrum. That is to say, representation that represents the face of the country. Primaries and litigation. So how the primaries are conducted, that has to be reworked, because we also what played out at all of the primaries. Peter Obi leaving one party in one instance and not fulfilling the threshold, but being registered. All the bribery that took place at the APC primaries and the PDP. Litigation, security, public enlightenment. So all of those things need to be reformed. So I'm on board with that. If we want to improve politics and deepen democracy, we must prevent cross-carpeting by politicians from one party to another. The reason why our lawmakers don't want to do that is because they win election in another party and join the ruling party later, Jiga said. The former INEC boss said even elected governors are cross-carpeting, which is affecting the polity. He said, the law is very clear. If you move, unless there is a crisis, a by-election should be conducted. If a politician crosses the carpet, as a matter of principle, he should vacate his or her seat. If you cross the carpet, you should be able to vacate the seat. I strongly support the recommendation that the appointment of INEC chairman and the resident electoral commissions, RECs, should be reviewed. Yes, I agree. I too strongly support that the appointment of the INEC chairman should be reviewed. The INEC chairman cannot be appointed by a sitting presidency. Embedded in there is already a fault line. Embedded in there is already a fault line. So if the ruling party appoints the INEC chairman, then of course they will appoint somebody sympathetic to their cause. So just to remove any vestiges of any possible unfairness, the INEC chairman should not be appointed by the government. It should be an act of parliament, and it should be a cross-party thing, so that there's sufficient enough numbers that is required for an INEC chairman to be appointed, so that it doesn't have the coloration of any political party. So yes, I agree with that. If you cross the carpet, you should be able to vacate the seat. I strongly support the recommendation that the appointment of INEC chairman and the RECs should be reviewed. Because when the president nominates, there is no serious screening. The legal provision of appointing someone that is non-partisan should be considered. INEC should be unbundled. We also need a review of how people stand to contest a presidential election. Some people form political parties just to run for the office of the president. So yes, we saw that. Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. We saw that. I was going to say we saw that with the NNPP, but some people will come back and argue that the NNPP is a long-standing political party. But there should be embedded also that political parties must at least present candidates for X percentages of vote being cast. So they should at least have about 5 to 10 people running for the parliament. They should have at least 5 to 10 people running for state governorships. So all of that. So you cannot just have a political party that's just focusing on the president. That's just a nonsense anyway. And that should be unbundled. We also need to review how people stand to contest a presidential election. Some people form political parties just to run for the office of the president. Hold on. Scroll past where I was. Yeah. Right. A political party should not field a presidential candidate unless they meet a certain threshold. He later submitted his recommendation to the National Assembly members at the event. Also speaking, Senate President Godswill Akpabio said the National Assembly should work hard to ensure that they make INEC truly independent. Represented by his chief of staff, Akpabio. So it goes on to tail into that. But certainly the unbundling of INEC is a matter of urgency. But the most urgent in that unbundling is to remove the right, the privilege to appoint INEC chairman from the presidency. It doesn't augur with what would describe as a free or fair election. So it doesn't augur with what would describe as a free or fair election. So free or fair. And by the way, let me send the link again. Anybody that wants to come join. So it doesn't augur well for anything that describes as a free or fair election. Let me go on to this. Tunji Ojo, automation of passport application, 99% done. International airports to get e-gates by February 2024. So those e-gates are a very, very essential thing for the Nigerian space. Let's see what this offers. Right. Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, Minister of Interior, says the automation of Nigeria's passport application is 99% completed. Speaking on Tuesday in an interview on Channels Television, Tunji Ojo said the automated application will become operational in a week's time. So targets being set and targets being met. So this is how what we've always hankered after within the Nigerian space. Targets being set and targets being met. This is what we've always hankered after within the Nigerian political space. So he's, and this is not the first time we've seen it with this guy, by the way. It tells you a piece of work. It gives you the timeline for it so that you can come knock on his door, come that day to see if it was completed or not. But this is one of the best news coming out of the Nigerian space so far. Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, Minister of Interior, says the automation of Nigerian passport application is 99% completed. Speaking on Tuesday in an interview on Channels Television, Tunji Ojo said the automated application will become operational in a week's time. The Minister of Interior said after the completion of the automation process, Nigerians will only go to immigration centers to do fingerprint biometrics for their passports. He added that with the new system, Nigerians can upload their passport photographs and other supporting documents from the comforts of their homes. We give a date, December 2023. We are 99% done. And by the way, there is no magic to any of this. This is already existing science. So this is already existing science. So this is essentially just a spend and political will. So it's political will and a budget. So there's no magic tricks being done here. They do it in every other country, and they've been doing it for God knows how many decades. So they're not breaking new grounds. It's just political will and a budget to carry it out. We gave a date, December 2023. We are 99% done. In fact, we have done the testing, and we should be going live in the next 1 week or thereabouts. He said, this will ensure that Nigerians all they need to do at immigration centers is just fingerprint biometrics. Everything regarding the pre-biometrics will be done in the comfort of their homes, including uploading passport photographs and supporting documents. They will have gone live about 2 weeks ago, but I saw some errors when they came to do the presentation, and I said, no, we were talking about balancing national security and convenience. Speaking further, the minister said e-gate systems will be installed at international airports in the country by February 2024. By February, all our, and by the way, you all know what e-gates are because you are all traveled enough. But that system essentially removes that show me your papers, show me your passport sort of a thing. So all you need to do, and this should speed up the process as well, is a hellish experience going through the Nigerian airport, the queue, you know. So this should remove it. So with this e-gate, all you need to do then is to face down your passport on the scanner, and it will read your documents, and if you're good to go, then you're good to go. So your only interaction really will be with the customs services, which hopefully they will streamline as well. So things are moving. Speaking further, the minister said e-gate system will be installed at international airports in the country by February 2024. So we're talking about in 3 months. By February, all our international airports will have e-gates. He added, once you are a Nigerian coming to Nigeria, you have no business seeing an immigration officer except if you're a person of interest. So there it is right there. Oga waiting you bring for us and all of that. It looks as though all of that may be gone. So all of that may be gone. Nigerian youths paid $5.1 billion to move to the UK in 2022. So that is just in 1 year, by the way, the capital flight for education, but it's not really for education, as you know, of course. It's a JAPA portal. A professor of entrepreneurship studies, let's do that again. A professor of entrepreneurship studies, the University of Lagos, UNILAG, Professor Sunday Adebisi, has said Nigerian youths paid 3.25 billion pounds, about $5.1 billion, to emigrate to the United Kingdom in 2022. So that's 1 year. Adebisi, who stated this whilst delivering the first annual lecture of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr., Professorial Chair in Entrepreneurship, said the money excluded what young Nigerians paid to move to other places like Canada, Australia, the United States, amongst others. So that industry space. So this is just 1 year, one move to one location. So what is the, you know that the Nigerian annual budget is about $25 billion dollars. You know, and this already, this is more than is this a quarter? Just under a quarter of Nigeria's annual budget flew to the UK alone in 2022. So there it is right there. Adebisi, who is the first occupier, the title of his paper was Revolutionizing the Nigerian Economy to Create Decent Jobs, the sole ladder, sole option, the sole platform. Adebisi, who is the first occupier of the chair, said from about 8,000 young Nigerians that left for the United Kingdom in 2014, the figure jumped drastically to over 66,000 in 2022. So look at that, 8 plus 8, 16 plus 8. It's almost, how many times is that? That's nearly 10 times from 2014 to 2022. So that's the, and we all know the backdrop to that, by the way. The reasons are not far-fetched. Nigerian youths don't want anything to debar them from expressing their spirit of innovation and making use of their potentials. They are also not happy that Chapter 2, Section 16, subsection 1A to D and 2A to D, which should have been implemented to guarantee good and better life for citizens, is in limbo. So I'm not quite sure what section is that guarantees good life for Nigerians. Out of about the 223 million Nigerians, going by our population, over 95 million are in the age bracket of 14 to 35. So now, so that tells you then that Nigeria is not as young a country as we once thought. You know, Nigeria is not as young a country, because I thought they've always said that about 60-70% of Nigerians are round about that space. So what's the percentage there? Out of the about 223 million Nigerians, going by our population, over 95 million are in the age bracket of 14 to 35. They are the future and the hope of the country. But how do we treat them? What hope are we giving them? A broken promise can lead to a broken people. So there it is right there. I think we've gotten the juice out of that. Quite mind-blowing figures, by the way, mind-blowing figures. But there it is. That's the Nigerian narrative right there. But that is the Nigerian narrative, and nothing tells the Nigerian narrative better than this next headline. Right, nothing tells the Nigerian narrative better than this next headline. I almost lost faith in women over ex-petroleum ministers on beating corruption record. This is Dan Danjuma, a case of the port calling the case. You know that this guy, under the Abacha regime, Abacha would just call for him and give him oil wells. And this is how he made his wealth. Wealth without enterprise, as they say in Nigeria. A former Nigeria Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General, a former Nigeria Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant, you know, it's the Americans that call it Lieutenant, also let's keep it 100. A former Nigeria's Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Theophilus Danjuma, has described a former female Minister of Petroleum as an expert who excelled in corruption. Danjuma made the remark on Tuesday in Umachigbo, Ijinike, Enugu, whilst commissioning the Goodwill Medical Center, GCM, built and equipped by T.Y. Danjuma Foundation. So it's outreaching now to this, these people, man. He must be taking the piss, you know. He said he almost lost faith in seeing women as the most trusted people to prudently manage public funds after the said minister set a record that is yet to be beaten by anybody in terms of corruption. He said, I used to say that if you want anything properly done and delivered on time, without any excuses, give the job to a woman, until we had a female minister of petroleum. That woman excelled in corruption. She set a record that is yet to be beaten by anybody. So I was in the process of reviewing my statement when I met one lady, Professor Uche, as Amazigo Uche, and I have come to and I have come a very long way. My first encounter with Uche was around mid-October 2010 when she was accompanied by Mrs. Franca something or the other, another Igbo woman. He said Professor Zigbo made him believe again that women remained the most trusted people to prudently manage public funds. So that's Danjuma right there, slamming down the Zani Alison Madweke. So that's Danjuma right there, slamming down the Zani. So let's go on to this one. Why Ondo Deputy Governor Ayedatiwa was asked to write a resignation letter. So this is the narrative of the never-ending saga in Ondo State. We just take a few paragraphs of this. The Speaker of the Ondo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Olamide Oladiji, has clarified why the embattled Deputy Governor of the state, Honorable Lucky Ayedatiwa, was asked to write and sign an undated letter of resignation. Oladeji, speaking at the plenary after a meeting with President Bola Tinubu at the Villa last week, said the aforesaid move was a condition to halt Ayedati's impeachment. Reading out the resolutions reached at the meeting, the Speaker added that 3 enforcers, including the state chairman of APC, Engineer Adeti Mehi, the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Right Honorable, whatever his name is, and the Secretary to the State Government, Princess Catherine Odu, were appointed to monitor the Deputy Governor's compliance with the resolutions. So the Deputy Governor is now under the supervision of the Speaker and the Chairman of the party, and that is the farce that is on those state politics. According to him, for the avoidance of doubt, let me present to the good people of Ondo State the resolution reached after the meeting of representatives of the Ondo State House of Assembly, the State Executive Council members of the National Assembly from Ondo State, and the State Chairman of the All Progressive Congress with His Excellency, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and leader of our great party. Okay, I'll just give you a few more paragraphs. That all parties should embrace peace, that status quo be maintained by all parties, that all impeachment proceedings be terminated forthwith, and all court cases withdrawn by all parties, that there will be no dissolution of the State Executive Council. He added that it also includes the undated letter of undated letter of resignation must be written, signed by the Deputy Governor, and submitted to the President. So it looks as though the demand is actually from Tinubu that the party leadership and structures remain intact, that the House of Assembly leadership remain intact, that Honorable Lucky Orimisan Ayedatiwa continues to perform the function of the office as Deputy Governor, commenting on the political logjam in the past months. The Speaker said it shook the entire state to its marrow. So there it is right there. A lame duck vice governor, essentially. Let's go on to this next one. Emefiele to spend Christmas in prison. So I thought it'd been granted bail, but alas, bail has no meaning, as we know from the Nnamdi Kanu experience. The embattled former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Godwin Emefiele, will spend both Christmas and New Year's Day celebration behind bars. This is as he failed to meet his This is bail conditions on Tuesday. So I wonder what bail conditions could have been set for Emefiele or Emefiele that is not able to meet. The embattled former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Godwin Emefiele, will spend both the Christmas and New Year's Day celebration behind bars. This is as he failed to meet his bail conditions on Tuesday. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, charged Emefiele with 6 counts bordering on alleged breach of procurement procedure in the award of the contract to XYZ company. Let me just take you here. When the matter was called on Friday, EFCC lawyer Rotimi Oye Depo, SAN, drew the attention of the court to an amended charge dated November the 8th, 2023. In the new charge, Emefiele was the sole defendant and the charge reduced from 20 to 6, to which Emefiele pleaded not guilty. So essentially, Emefiele spent Christmas, New Year in prison. That's just the upshot of that. So let me give you this. So this one now. So I'll give you this, and then I'll play you a video clip as a rebuttal. So this is the back and forth. Who owns Lagos? And I think somebody sent something in to me as well. Let me see if I can find out, because this is now a debate that is raging fervently within the Right. Whoever sent me that thing on Lagos State should resend it. Let me see. I've got that one. Oh yeah, I've got it. Oh, all right. So I've got it. So let me kick it off with this. And by the way, there's space in the comment section. There's space in the studio rather for anyone that wants to hop on. So you've all seen the clip anyway of the visit of the Oba of Benin to Lagos. Who founded Lagos? Yoruba of Benin's. Oba of Benin's claims stirs controversy again. So I'm not quite sure. Everybody is circling around Lagos. It's no man's land to the southeast. It's our land to the Edos. A comment made by the Oba of Benin, Oba Ewere II, that the Benin's founded Lagos State has sparked debate on social media. During a visit to Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on Sunday, the monarch said, "It is in the history books that the Benin's founded Lagos. When some people will hear it now, they will go haywire. What is the Oba saying there again? But it is true. Go and check the records. Maybe not all over Lagos as we know it now, but certain areas in Lagos, maybe the nucleus of Lagos was founded by my ancestors. The Oba of Lagos, I will say so." Following the comment, notable personalities and citizens have taken to social media to air their views on the matter. A Lagos chief, the Balogun of Eko, and by the way, I'll bring you a clip of the Balogun of Eko. So let's leave that there. Yes, so let's leave that there because it tells on to tell you what the Balogun of Eko said. But I'll bring you a clip of that in a moment. Oba of Benin is 70. Oba of Lagos is 80. There are certain things you would not say to your 70-year-old father or 80-year-old grandfather. Please control your. Okay, I think this is a pushback. Okay, let's take it from here. Knocking the Yorubas, an ex-user, Bolu, whatever his name is, said, "You ridiculed our traditional leaders before and during the election. The Oni of Ife and Oba of Lagos were your regular punching bags, but small clearance by the Yorubas when your Oba misyearned on Lagos history. You are threatening us with curses." So that, one of the strongest supporters of the obedient narrative is actually the Edo people. And anybody that crosses that obedient narrative, they slaughter them. We saw what they did to Wale Soyinka. We saw what they said about the Ooni of Ife. We saw what they said about the Sultan of Sokoto and everybody else in between. But now their monarch, who they deify as a god, has now told you now that Tinubu is God ordained. So where is the abuse from their doors now? So I defy them to abuse their own monarch because a curse occurs upon them. You know what that region is like. Yes. So it goes on. Yes. Let me give it to the end. So it says Oba of Benin is 70, Oba of Lagos is 80. There are certain things you would not say to your 80-year-old father or to your 70-year-old father or 80-year-old grandfather. Please control your emotions, moderate your language, and disagree in a civil manner. It is the right thing to do, said one person on Twitter or the other. So yes, the age-long controversy on the founder of Lagos State has always sparked debate amongst the Yorubas and the Benins. A prominent Lagos prince, Alhaji Tajuddin Olusi, in 2019 stated that the Benins were the first settlers in Lagos, adding that Lagos was part of the Benin Empire. This came after a former chairman of Island Club, Lagos, Chief Musiliu Onibaba, claimed that the Aworis were the first people to settle in Lagos. So, okay, let me show you this actually. Let me show you this. It says Lagos Facts, list of Lagos 62 townships and their founders. So the Isheri Olofin, that was founded by a Yoruba person, Eko, Lagos Island, known originally as Ereko, which means farmland. It was the site of a pepper farm, Oko Igana, founded by the Awori prince Ori or Aromire of Ido, from Ido, but this area was conquered by the Benins. So yes, I think essentially the Benins came into Lagos and settled in some sort of a hamlet within the wider Lagos space, haven't dominated the people they found there. That's essentially seems to be the backdrop. But let me let this guy explain it all to us. So let's listen to this guy, and then we'll kick off the conversation if we have anybody turning up. So let's listen to. Let's listen to this guy. Let's listen to this guy.
Sir, may you live long. Sir, may you live long. Point of correction, sir. Lagos was never founded by the Benin. Lagos was never founded by the Benin. I'm glad that you said some part of Lagos, not all or the entire Lagos. Yes, you are right. Your ancestors settled on a small island that was called Eko then, before the creation of Lagos. And on this very island, they never created it. The island has been there before the arrival of your ancestors. Your ancestors only came and forcefully imposed a taxation system on transit with the traders on the land called Igoro, Idu Igoro, wherever that means in Benin, I do not know. But there has been other tribes on the island before the creation of Lagos. Even before the creation of Eko, we have the Aworis, we have the Isheri, we have the Olofin. So many tribes has been on Lagos, or the modern Lagos now, before the creation of Lagos State. So if we want to talk about your ancestors, they are limited to a particular community on the island, which is now Lagos Island, and it's called Isale Eko, and that Isale Eko, if you want to allude to the assertion of the Oba of Lagos, Oba Rilwan Aremu Akiolu, that said that his ancestors was traced to the Benin. Yes, the man was right. If you want to talk about the Ashipas, the Ologukuteres, the Ados, the Erelukuti, they are limited to Isaleko, not Lagos in general. And that is where they have all their compounds. And it's called Isaleko. So I will urge you, sir, to revisit Lagos and take a tour into the place that your ancestors settled, which is called Isaleko, not Lagos. So a lot of people that are saying Lagos is no man's land, somebody created Lagos. No. Lagos has been, that island has been in existence before the creation of Eko and even the creation of Lagos State. And for us to know that it was the greed of the Awolowo's then that created Western Nigeria or moved Western Nigeria to some part of Lagos. And that was before the creation of Lagos State. So, sir, revisit Lagos for prosperity's sake. History, nobody can rewrite history. I am Oshodi Takpa. My ancestors were from Nupe. We also settled in Lagos. And in 1851, the Balogun Oshodi Takpa defended the civilization of Lagos even before the creation of Lagos State. During the bombardment in 1851, my own dad, late Chief Duojaye Oshodi, the Balogun Oshodi, the former Balogun Oshodi Takpa, was born 1905. He was born 1905. So nobody can rewrite history. And even the Tinubus, for us to know again that the patriarchs, the first Tinubu, was not a Lagosian. His name is Muhammad Bukarau. Muhammad Bukarau from Borno. And we have the Abaris. We have the Ritolis.
All right. So that guy launches into a craziness. Is a known quantity online, by the way. The supposed Balogun of Eko. So it's a known quantity, essentially known for this sort of Inenda tribes, you know. But no. Let me give you a little bit more from here. Because this charts how Lagos State was founded and who founded which bits. And essentially, the claim by the Edos is Lagos Island, Eko, Lagos Island, also known originally as Ereko farmland. It was the site of a pepper farm, Oko Igono, founded by Awori Prince Aromire from Ido, but this area was conquered by the Benins. So the Benins did not even, because you cannot find something that already exists. You can seize it, but they were already indigenous settlements in that space. But then they came and they seized that space, essentially. Ido Island, Olofin, Ogun, Funmi, Nire. It was founded by Aromire and his wife, Ajaye. Iru/Victoria Island. So Victoria Island, originally known as Iru. Oniru. Sorry, I'm going to abandon it really for reasons that I don't want to continue to butcher Yoruba names, and then I'll get slaughtered. So that's that. So yeah, plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. Let me play the Kegite music, and then we attempt at the conversation. So let me play the Kegite music, and we'll attempt at a conversation. But first, the Kegite.
water, only water where they see ma.
Water.
Oh yeah, she go come again.
Water, 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 water.
Water, only water where they see ma.
Hapa o naido.
Hapa o naido.
Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke keke elemu ye o.
Oro keke.
Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o.
Oro keke.
Obi master keke elemu re o.
Oro keke.
Chifu Failati keke elemu re o.
Oro keke.
Eruku lele elemu de.
Eruku lele.
Eruku lele ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòde ojàre o.
Eruku lele.
Eruku lele Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Petrosodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
Ìgbàlà tí èlé.
Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Niru Agbeshe, may that have nothing to do with us. The majestic Kege Maker joins us. Good to see you, Makers. World Peace in the house. Good to see you, World Peace. And Darate makes an appearance. Good to see you, Darate. So good to see you, gentlemen. But there was one last storyline that I wanted to bring. Let me bring it quickly, and then we kick off the conversation. Ohanaeze Indigo begs Tinubu to release Nnamdi Kanu as Christmas gift for Christians. So quite why Nnamdi Kanu is a Christmas, we talked about it yesterday, but we didn't expand on it. The Apex Eagle Social Cultural Group, Ohanaeze Indigo, has said that the release of Nnamdi Kanu, the detained indigenous people of Biafra IPOB leader, will be the best Christmas gift that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu can give Christians this Yuletide. So I'm not quite sure that is a gift to Christians. I'm not quite sure that the Christian population in Sokoto will buy an extra chicken because Nnamdi Kanu has been released. I'm not quite sure that the Christian population in Plateau will cook an extra pot of jollof rice because Nnamdi Kanu has been released. I'm not even sure that the Christians in the Southwest will be aware that Nnamdi Kanu has been released, even if he was released. But certainly, some Christians in the Southeast would delight in that. The Apex Eagle Social Cultural Group, Ohanaeze Indigo, has said that the release of Nnamdi Kanu, the detained indigenous people of Biafra IPOB leader, will be the best Christmas gift that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu can give Christians this Yuletide. This was contained in a press statement issued by Mazi Okechukwu Isogozoro, Secretary General of the Ohanaeze Indigo, on Thursday, November the 23rd, 2023. The group explained that such act of clemency would not only make the Chief of Defense General Christopher Musa's work easier, but would also render Simon Ekpa inconsequential and irrelevant. It noted that the release of Kanu will bring an end to the artificial security challenges created in the Southeast by criminals using Nnamdi Kanu as an excuse. Ohanaeze Indigo urged President Tinubu as a respected political father of the nation. So now Tinubu is suddenly a respected political. I thought Tinubu was not. I thought it was Mr. Tinubu, even not President Tinubu. Ohanaeze Indigo urged President Tinubu as a respected political father of the nation to consider the plight and predicament of the Southeasterners and release Nnamdi Kanu in time for them to enjoy their Christmas and New Year festivals in serene environment and peaceful atmosphere. If peace is to be restored in the Southeast through the release of Nnamdi Kanu, the services of the Chief of Defense Staff and security chiefs to maintain peace will no longer be so much demanding in the region. It is disheartening to note that the people of the Southeast have suffered unjustly at the hands of Fulani headsmen and criminals who have exploited the Biafra struggle to terrorize the region. Ohanaeze Indigo is shocked that the Chief of Defense Staff and security chiefs have not investigated or spoken out about the discovery of 70 persons believed to have been brutally murdered by headsmen operating in the XYZ cattle market in some local government area in Abia State. The sources of insecurity challenges in the Southeast are primarily the activities of Fulani headsmen and criminals who use the name of Biafra agitation as a cover. So the unknown gunmen in the who knew this is breaking news, it must be. Apparently, the unknown gunmen in the Southeast are actually Fulani headsmen. This is according to what we're hearing from a source that should know, Ohanaeze. The sources of insecurity, listen to this, by the way, is that head in the sand ostrich thing, isn't it? That sort of narrative is notorious for. The source of insecurity challenges in the Southeast are primarily the activities of Fulani headsmen and criminals who use, that and criminals probably covers the unknown gunmen, and criminals who use the name of the Biafra agitation as a cover. The Southeast region has lost over 42 trillion naira, and that is the pain of it, the insecurity vests economic constrictions on that space. But what really constrains economic activities the most is the sit at home. So they've been sitting at home now for 3-5 years, or however long, and that has not. What has changed? What step forward has been made since that sit at home started, or really going further back since the agitation started? So what step forward towards whatever the aims and objectives are has been attained in all of the time period that this agitation has been going on? The totality of the nonsense. But then, of course, the only thing that is happening is the economic constraining of that space. The Southeast region has lost over 42 trillion naira since the incarceration of Nnamdi Kanu and the criminal invasions of Fulani headsmen during the Buhari administration. Ohanaeze Indigo called on Tinubu to address the shortcomings of the past administration that have led to the current insecurity challenges in the Southeast. So yes, they mismanaged the insecurity because they just abandoned it during the Buhari administration. They just abandoned the Southeast, cordoned it off with military personnel, and caged them in there to cannibalize themselves. That was essentially how Buhari handled that space. Ohanaeze Indigo called on Tinubu to address the shortcomings of the past administration that have led to the current insecurity challenges in the Southeast. We encourage all stakeholders and members of the public to support this plea for peace and justice in the Southeast region. The release of Nnamdi Kanu will not only bring solace to the people, but also restore confidence in the leadership's commitment to the welfare and security of the Igbo people, the document added. So there it is right there. The release of Nnamdi Kanu will be a Christmas gift to Christians. Emeka, kick it off for us. Mikus. Are you there, Emeka?
Yeah, I'm here. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Good to have you here.
Yeah, thank you very much, my man. Please like, share, and subscribe. And, I love this platform. There are reasons why I love this platform. Yesterday's session was very lovely. We got a bit of interaction from Madam Sita, customary marriage, and it's a place where we come to learn and relax. So the viewers should keep subscribing and getting the likes up and increase their knowledge base and also learn more on the platform. So let me kick it off. Well,
You can kick it. You can kick it off from wherever you like. By the way, or to the
no, I like
headlines.
this. I like this
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
I think the president has always said he is a man who respects the law. He has also appointed the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of the Federation, who is a well reputable lawyer and an arbiter of one who respects the law. I think the court has spoken about releasing Nnamdi Kanu. And the president at this point in time, we don't know why he's holding this man. I think the call for his release by Ohanaeze Group as a Christmas gift, I just feel is an icing on the cake or a cherry in your conflicts. But I don't know how more is going to be like an Xmas package or Christmas gift to anyone. But the man should be released. Maybe I don't understand why he's still being detained. Whatever security reports they are making out of his detention is not explainable at this moment. But he should be released, and so that the Southeast can have some form of leniency.
Do we not need a court pronouncement for him to be released?
Oh, the court has pronounced. I think Court of Appeal. They said he can be released on bail. They should let him go. So the reason for his detention is not understandable. And why do Nigerian states continue to want to detain him is what I don't understand. Let him go. See it as a way. I think Tinubu can play politics with this as a way to appease the Southeast. And the Southeast is saying it will reduce insecurity in the region. I think it's a win-win for everybody. Tinubu becomes a darling for releasing Nnamdi Kanu. The Southeast.
Do you not see his release as somewhat of a security risk?
That is what I don't know. At this moment, it's not looking like it. Let's be honest. But the security agencies may know better. Whatever security reports they might have written to the president, they know better. But I'm not seeing any indicators that are pointing that the release of Nnamdi Kanu would increase insecurity in the region. I'm not seeing that yet, except the security agencies will explain better. Well, they are more experienced than us in that field. They may have a reason why they want to keep him.
Do you think there will and should be some conditionalities to his release?
Of course, there must always be.
And if there are, do you think it can adhere to them? Because the conditionalities will essentially mean no more Biafra, and it will be very difficult for him not to.
I don't know about that, but of course his release will come with some conditionalities that he must apply to and abide to too. If he truly wants his release, probably he may compromise. If he doesn't, then it's now up for a choice that he wants to continue to be detained based on his own personal beliefs. But in my opinion, I think he should be released, and he should have been released since yesterday. So let the man go. Let him have his freedom.
Do you anticipate some sort of Shore style confinement to almost certainly a place like Abuja? Would that sort of be the sort of release if it's ever released?
If that's what the security agencies are proposing, that's a good start. Than being in a location where he's not allowed to receive visitors to a point, maybe like a home arrest or a home confinement, is a start, right? But let the man be out. Let the man be out and doing, and let people know that he's out and doing. Then let's see what it's going to look like. I think he can still be converted to a national asset for the government. And it's an opportunity he can take if he wants to. It's also a choice. It's not something he should be forced to do. But his freedom at this point in time is pertinent. It's also pertinent to the region growth. It's pertinent to the safety of the region and the security of that region. And not only are the leaders of the Southeast calling for his release. Other governors of the Southeast are also calling for his release. I think it's about that time that he's being released.
How do you think his release will impact on insecurity in the Southeast?
If you ask me, I don't know if it would, right? But then, if insecurity continues to go unchecked, it is now left like, okay, what is your excuse? You are previously.
They will simply transmute the narrative to Biafra, isn't it? They will continue the insecurity, but then put it under the banner of Biafra.
But the insecurity should not be as a result of you can do that. You can protest peacefully. You can call for your secession and separationist movement peacefully. But if you are saying, oh, because of Nnamdi Kanu, we are carrying arms, that's understandable. But now that he's been released, what is your excuse for carrying arms now? But again, like I said, I think I am not saying the insecurity may reduce, but it may give the military or security agencies the excuse to now go frontal and go straight to nip this insecurity at the board, and control what is going on. Initially, I think the security agencies are just trying to be careful not to increase ethnic tensions and the rest. And now that it's been released, I don't know, the Ohanaezes and other Southeast leaders would not have any reasons anymore to throw at the government. Now it is now for those Southeast leaders to call the youth who are perpetrating the crime to order that the federal government has given them what they wanted, and it is now time for them to drop arms and embrace peace.
All right. It'll be very difficult, though, for these people that have tasted blood to sheathe their sword.
I agree with you. I do agree with you. Once
because they've made fortunes under kidnapping, under robbery, under all manners of criminality, all under the banner of releasing Nnamdi Kanu. So if it's released now, you're not telling them it's a business now, isn't it? This thing.
That's my fear. That's my then in view with the stay at home. At least if Nnamdi Kanu is being released, the stay at home should end. Right now, it's now okay. How do we handle the menace called insecurity in the Southeast? At least one of the reasons why they say people to stay at home and they are losing economic value as a result of that sit at home is because of the detention of Nnamdi Kanu. Let the man come out and let us remove that sit at home every Monday and begin to move on with our lives and our economic situation in the country, in the Southeast. Now, but again, like what you have rightly said, those who perpetrate crime, we still want to continue to perpetrate crime because it's a means to an end for them, or an end to a means to them, whatever how you want to put it. But now I would begin to think that the security agencies would now coordinate themselves and begin to go in with a frontal attack to address the insecurities, because at this point in time, there is no room for excuses anymore. So now will be properly labeled as insecurity, as criminals, and not those who are fighting for the liberation of the Biafra movement.
How feasible is this figure? The Southeast region has lost over 42 trillion naira since the incarceration of Nnamdi Kanu and criminal invasions. So, since the whole narrative started, how feasible? Because the Southeast has been hemorrhaging economically pretty much since the Biafra narrative started, and more so since Nnamdi Kanu was incarcerated, and even more pungently under the sit-at-home space. How feasible though is that figure of 42 trillion?
I think the figure is feasible, right? Just take the IGR of the Southeast, and then you multiply it by 5 years, right? And also include the opportunity cost being lost as a result of those who may want to invest or come trade in the Southeast, but are afraid to do so based on the perception that they hold. So that figure is feasible. It is feasible. But I'm not saying is the actual amount. But if you look at it, if you take the IGI on a yearly basis, multiplied by 5 years, include the opportunity cost loss, and you probably may arrive. I think that's how they possibly arrive at the 42 trillion naira being lost. It's feasible, if not even more. You look at the loss of investment that would have come in within that period of time for 5 years. You look at the trade being lost from other people who would generally want to come in to engage in business trade with the Southeast, who are like, okay, I don't think this is the right time for me, who would have gone somewhere else to go or purchase their goods. And then you look at the direct loss of income as a result of the sit at home. So that should translate to that figure.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to another space, Emeka. Tunji Ojo, automation of passport applications, 99% done. International airports to get e-gates by February.
Awesome.
I mean, it's just, it should have
Awesome.
happened. I mean, God,
yeah.
the way this guy is moving it puts to shame the entirety of the Abuadi space, isn't it? When you go to the you don't even have to go to the embassy anymore.
Of course, it shows the guy is thinking out of the space. The beautiful thing about it is he lived in the UK for quite a while before returning back home to start his business and as well moved into politics. And now what he's only doing is replicating those things that he enjoyed while being in the Western world, and ensuring that Nigeria benefits from it. He's a progressive minister, and I like his style of communication, communicating his goals, communicating his plans to the public, and putting timelines to it. That was what we discussed yesterday, right? So with that vision, even if it is not met, at least we have an idea where he's taking us to. And then it's now about, okay, why have you not achieved this goal? Then he can explain himself. But he's outlining what he intends to do and the milestones be achieved, putting percentage of completion to the tax on ground. So he's doing something. But I would also want to say that he should not focus. We still have the what do you call these guys who do the driver's license again? Road safety individuals who are under him. So he should coordinate that space too.
It's quite a big portfolio that he has.
Oh, it's a big portfolio. Even the Nigerian police should be under his portfolio. But regardless, I think they wanted to create a Ministry of Police Commission, and I think they decided to put that separately. If not, with what Ministry of Police Commission. So, which is fine for the police, but again, the portfolio he has is still big enough for him to begin to implement some very progressive policies that could reshape that ministry and put it in the light. And a lot of people will begin to wonder, and which they are already wondering now. Okay, this man came around and he transformed this thing with him. So this getting your passport can be this relatively easy. Now it's about going into the airport and getting out of the airport can be relatively this simple. So other things, bringing technology, bringing good improvement, and that would be good. And like you said, put it to shame his predecessors who had been on that seat before him. So more kudos to him.
Do you think he should increase salaries as well, because just to de-incentivize that need for them to try and sabotage these new initiatives?
Oh, I don't think it's within his portfolio to increase salaries. The people working with him are civil servants. That comes under the Civil Service Commission that would making that proposal to increase salaries for all civil servants. So he can discuss with the Civil Service Commission on that, and I think the president is already saying that, that they did the 35,000 naira increment, maybe looking forward to introduce a minimum wage, which will now economically improve the salaries of civil servants across board. as well as across the nation. I don't know if a lot of people, or a lot of small businesses in the country will be able to keep up with that minimum wage because it now becomes law once a minimum wage is being signed. And it's either you pay the minimum wage or above the minimum wage. But let's see how it goes. But if the president is looking at it vis-a-vis inflation anyway, wage inflation, that would be good for all civil servants working in federal civil service.
All right, brilliant. So many spaces I still want to take you to, but let me take you to as the room continues to populate. Let me take you to this headline space. INEC needs to unbundle. This is that Tehuru Jiga, the predecessor to the incumbent, and so say all of us, too unwieldy and too bloated.
Okay, I didn't follow this space. I saw his interview yesterday, but that was when the session was going on, so I had to join. I wanted to watch it. So it is quite nice to see him coming out in the media space. You know, the man took a hiatus and he left Okora after he was being
Did
ridiculed.
he not attempt at an office in the last cycle?
No. He went into teaching. He said so that he's leaving public office to go into teaching, and he didn't grant any media interview. And it's nice to see him out again, talking to the public in media spaces because he was almost embarrassed, by the opposition, and a lot of people called for his head with the election he conducted. So it's good that he's speaking on the challenges. I didn't follow the space, so I'm not speaking directly on what he said. So I don't know what he meant by unbundling, which I will probably will go take a look at. But whatever he's saying, if his successor is looking into that, will be good for INEC. We want INEC to continue to grow, and we have seen INEC growing. And we think INEC can do better in terms of making our election more free and fair. And we know in the course of time, it's only time. INEC will continue to get better and hopefully improve on our electoral laws, which will be signed. I don't know if Tinubu is going to sign one during his tenure or maybe close to the expiration of his tenure. But we know that our election is improving from what we used to have in the past. And there's still room for improvement. Not that you can't get everything right at one go, but with time, and as long as democracy continues to exist in Nigeria, our election will only get better, and INEC will continue to see itself as an objective umpire.
Sorry, Emeka. One of the most urgent spaces is the appointment of the INEC chairman. It doesn't bode anything like free and fair when a sitting government appoints the umpire of the election that they're going to contest in. So that has to be addressed.
Yes, I agree. It's a tough one. You understand? It's a tough one, but I don't know how that will come in if whoever is going to be appointing INEC chairman would, at some form or way, would still be appointed by the federal government. Let's say we have someone who is going to be doing that appointment. Would some way
should it not be an act of parliament?
The parliament themselves too, it's still how will I put it, you do not partake in something that you have interest in. That's the whole idea, right? If parliament is doing that, that might even be worse. They will look for somebody who will support their goal and ensure that they continue to be re-elected. So that view set, I get the point. But calling for the appointment of the INEC chairman to be apolitical is good, is a welcome development. But who will be responsible for it? And if there's a commission that will be responsible for it, or a body that will be responsible for it, there is always going to be one form or manner that they will be have some affinity to do with the federal government or the presidency directly. So it still boils down to the president appointing the INEC chairman, either directly or indirectly. All what we should be looking for is, regardless of who becomes the chairman of INEC or who becomes the rec, that our laws are strong enough and to ensure that elections will be conducted free and fair. an objective for all to see and participate in. If technology is going to address that concern, let the technology come in. I know a lot of people are angry about the IREF, and the law has said the IREF is not a collection center. Anyway, we saw the IREF coming into play in Kogi, Imo, and Bayelsa election, and we want that technology to be enhanced more. We don't want excuses coming in. We don't want to hear server was shut down. We don't want to hear there is no data. We don't want to hear there is no connectivity in specific places. I think technology has advanced to a point where a remote location can have as much service that it wants or it's needed. So we need to deepen our electoral law. That is where we want the opposition party to play in, because now they are complaining about the court system. The court will only rely on the law. So those sections of the law that you feel are gray or vague does not express objectivity and fairness. Come in and see how to address those concerns so that it becomes very fair and not opaque.
Emeka, one of the things that he was also suggesting is that it says it's to do with carpet crossing. Anyway, I was looking for the relevant paragraph, but there were two things that he suggested that really chimed with me. He said that if you're carpet crossing, then you can carpet cross as a matter of conscience, but then of course, if you carpet cross, then it invalidates your election, and then there has to be a by-election. So you cannot be a state governor under APGA and then say that you want to now govern as an AAC governor. Because, of course, how do you determine if they voted you because you were APGA or because of your personality and your politics? So what he's suggesting is that anybody that carpet crosses, state or parliamentarian, they have to vacate that seat and then a by-election.
No, but that should be the case, right? Because you are being elected
I think
under...
the law supports that already, but it's not enforced.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think the electoral law make that suggestion. I might be, Ogbeni might correct me, but I've read the electoral law and I didn't see that in any section. But it's a good suggestion because you are running under a political party like you are in Labour Party, and people voted for you based on the manifesto of Labour or based on their support for Labour, not on your personality stance. And then you are now moving into APC. I agree with that suggestion, but again, it may increase the expense of INEC conducting by-elections, and then whatever the case may be. But if that suggestion comes into our electoral law, that would be very good. That would be wonderful. Then we now know that political parties are the vehicle that brings people into power and not just the person alone. So if the governor is in Labour Party, run under Labour Party and won, continue to be in Labour Party till the end of your tenure. Don't move. Once you move, then let's conduct an election and let's test your popularity based on you switching parties. What we have now is people just cross carpet and it's all fun and free as usual. There's no consequences to that.
Woman, can I interject?
All right. Yes, it's on. You couldn't hold it back anymore. Good to see you.
How far now? You will say?
I do. Over long hour.
More. Yeah, Emeka, I was listening to you. You were saying that, and I wanted to ask you a question. I think your argument is letting great be the enemy of good. When one man was asking you that, shouldn't the INEC chairman be selected by someone that's not the party in power? And you were saying that, and I think one man's idea is spot on. In the sense that
it's a good idea. Yeah, I'm not against it, but what I'm saying is
the point I'm making is that you are highlighting some of the potential pitfalls of some of the ideas. Like he said, the legislature can come up with it, and I agree with you, by the way, Emeka, that the legislature will be even a bigger problem because it becomes politicized. But the question I wanted to ask you is, isn't it possible for an independent review board that has nothing to do with this independent review, but has nothing to do with politics at all, to say, okay, we are going to come together from each region come together, and then they select the INEC chairman. You see what I'm saying?
That's the option I was also looking at. Then who will constitute the board? If you say an independent board comes in, that board already becomes political too. So who would appoint the board members?
Let me give you. Yeah, you're talking about details now, which is fine. So let me even give you more. The board will be elected, but it can be done in such a way where the people actually doing this do not have to be broadcasted in public.
Of course, there's no way where those who will participate in choosing the INEC chairman and REC, the electoral members, the REC members for each state, the public would know. The public deserves to know. So you cannot rule that out.
And I'll give you an example. Okay, have you ever heard of in the clinical research industry, they have this thing called the Independent Review Board. It's called the IRB. And these are people selected. Some of them have to be researchers, some of them have to be medical doctors, some of them have to be academics, some of them just have to be regular people from the environment. So when you pick a cross section of society that can come together and select, but the mandatory law there is that none of them have to be involved or have had a history being involved in politics. It will be a better, nothing is going to be perfect, right? But it will be a better picture of selecting an INEC chairman and these people without people that are compromised being the ones selecting. So that's my interjection.
All right, respond to that, Emeka. Then bring it to a crescendo, and stay with us still to other topics. Okay. And then I'll take you to Brownberry, who's joining us after a long period.
Yeah, I still think what we're only going to do is to multiply the problem. If now the president appoints the INEC chairman and the REC, we now have an independent body. We want an independent body to do that. Whoever is going to, I think it will still be the federal government that will constitute that independent body. I will now be appointing REC members and INEC chairman. So what we are doing is we are duplicating efforts now, and we are now increasing an issue. We are multiplying that issue because there's no way. We are in Nigeria. We cannot avoid it. Number one, let's be honest. The best solution, in my own opinion, you may kick my opinion away, is strengthen our laws. Let's build institution through laws rather than build personality. The INEC chairman has a tenure to serve. Either that tenure can be elongated, or he can be kicked out and brought in by somebody else. But once the law is there and the law is being tightened, even if there are any form of manipulation, those who feel oppressed can go to court based on the law and they can make their case. One thing we kept hearing during the presidential petition is that who alleges must prove. And those who came to court with their petition could not prove their allegations. And that was why their main case were thrown out of court. And you can see they claimed they won the election. They didn't tell us the numbers. They didn't tell us how they won the election. They didn't tell us the states that they won. They didn't collect their results properly and show the court. And what they now were not arguing most, they were talking about Chicago certificates. They were talking about disqualification of Shetima. They were talking about disqualification of the president based on a case, a civil forfeiture. Let's be honest. Let's call it spade a spade. But if they had proven their case and they came with their numbers and they came with their polling unit results and their sheet and they showed the court would have looked at it. Then let it not be the court saying whatever you have brought is rubbish, even though it's the real evidence. That is when we will now know that this is bias. But they were unable to prove their case. So what we would be looking and fighting for is to strengthen laws, not build the institution of INEC, ensure that they are more independent rather than building a personality court or a strong man like the INEC chairman. The INEC chairman is only there to administer. He will be there for a short while and he will leave. Someone else will replace him. So we should not continue to look at building a man rather than building the organization or an institution called INEC. That's my own view. Strengthen the law more, make it more better.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Emeka. But I still want to hear from you on the fight that the Oba of Benin has ignited.
Oh yes, that's I want to close it up on that space. Just a second.
All right, only if you are, because I want you to have an extended space on there, so I don't want to rush you through it. So hold steady or do you want to just say?
Let me just
Yeah.
say a few things. You know, you understand? It's an exciting statement that is lingering on the social media space. Who owns Lagos? You know what I would say in all this is that soup was sweet. Everybody they rush am.
Did you see? Did you see when he visited and someone was taking him around the new random museum that
Yes,
is it,
that was
yeah.
that was why he visited anyway.
That was what triggered him. That I want this now. You know, look at
That was
that.
why he visited. He visited because of that. You understand? And I think
Yeah, because I
you
think
know,
they want to recreate something similar in
yes,
Edo State
in
to
Edo
house
State,
all these
yes.
returned artifacts.
Exactly. So it's you know, and then maybe he looked at it and said, Lagos has progressed. So it's been a while I've been here, you know, and
He
look
wants
at
to
this
claim it.
place.
Look at
He
that.
wants to claim.
Yeah.
You see, everybody claims, you know, Lagos is a beautiful bride, and the beautiful bride would attract lots of suitors. You understand? Even those who are not directly from Lagos State, like even the Yorubas who are from Oshu, Ogun, Ondo, and Ekiti would also want to claim Lagos as their own beautiful bride rather. And then you have my own people who have said Lagos is a no-bad place. They have said the bride is free for all. We can pursue this bride. Lagos is a beautiful bride. We must all be proud of Lagos, regardless of wherever we are from. Lagos is progressing. Lagos is doing well. Lagos is a city.
You know, it's going to turn into the pride of Africa the way it's
Oh
going.
yes, I think that is the goal. That is the goal, and that should be the goal for Lagos, right? You know, and then it's something to be proud of. To look at, and you say, "Oh, we saw how Lagos grew, and look at what Lagos is looking like now." So Lagos should be the pride of Nigeria, and likewise the pride of Africa, like you rightly stated. And then, even when it becomes the pride of Africa, we possibly by seeing Kazo coming around and saying he has a claim to
Yes,
Lagos too.
he has a claim to Lagos. I got you. Then they will start to bamboozle you with his British what's it.
Exactly. That his ancestors once had one small piece of Lagos at some particular point in time. But it all shows how, you know, once you know you are successful, you attract other people around you who will want to celebrate your success. It shows Lagos is a success story, and let's continue to be proud of Lagos, regardless of whatever they want to say or what the history says. It may be true, it may not be true, but what it amounts to is that Lagos is a success story. Because if Lagos is not successful, I don't think the upper would want to be to come out to claim something that is not successful. If they remind him that, come on, you had the heritage.
Emeka, can I interject, please?
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Let me wrap up. I'm already wrapping
No,
up.
yes, I just want to
Hold
add one thing.
Hold on. Let him wrap up, and then you have that interjection, but make it brief, and then I go to Brownberry, and then after
Okay,
Brownberry,
let me just chip in something. You know, Lagos is a very fantastic city, but you saying that Lagos is a success story, I don't know where that one starts. Number one, there is no pipe-borne water there. No water is running. Everybody's still sinking boreholes everywhere. Number two, there's no light. It's still generator economy. That's number three. Most part of Lagos is still a slum. So how do you mean the success story? By what standard are you using? What measure are you using to
it's the best Nigeria
because I know what is a success story.
It's the best Nigeria has to offer.
Well, I understand you, Maurice, right? But let's be very honest.
So,
Lagos,
so stop
Lagos
you are exaggerating things, and you know it's like lying to yourself. It's a success story. Well,
Lagos is actually a success story for me, and it's my opinion, right? You may kick against it, and you are free to. But looking at what Lagos used to be, you grew up you were born in Lagos. You grew up in Lagos.
Yeah, I didn't grow up there. I left Lagos
you were
when I
born.
was 6 years old.
Yeah, but I was born in Lagos, and I grew up in Lagos, and I knew about how Lagos used to be. I knew of how the crime rates used to be in Lagos, and every Sunday we used to go watch crime fighters, and you'll be wondering whether it's your neighbor that.
So how do you define success then?
Success?
How do you define success?
Growth. I saw the growth. Where I grew up, we never used to have good roads. When Tinubu came, he did good roads to our place. You understand?
But when you grow up, it's not only Lagos. There's still other parts in Lagos.
No, there are still other parts, and it's growing. It's
you
not an so Lagos.
Emeka,
the story of Lagos has not ended,
the
right?
place I was born and the place I lived until today, I'm still landlord. We're still landlord there. Is the first GRA you have in Lagos. That is in Sulere. You know that. So
Yeah,
that
I
is
know Sulere very well.
yes,
Yeah,
and that is
okay,
not the whole Sulere. There is Ogunano
Sulere
Drive,
for
Adebis,
instance, right?
Adekoke. This is the
Yeah,
first GRA they had in Lagos. Then
I
I
know
was told.
Sulere. Yeah, you were told, but I know Sulere very well. The roads in
No, I
Sulere were
was
very
told it was the
horrible.
first
All right,
GRA. I
gentlemen,
don't know how true that is.
we must
Okay,
move
let's
on.
not extend this. For
Yeah.
me, Lagos, let me wrap up and move on. Lagos is a success story. It's not ending yet. It's not the end. Lagos will continue to grow and progress. We would continue to, Lagos will continue to unveil itself, and it's our bride. It's our beautiful bride. We should be proud of what Lagos is. I'm proud of Lagos. I'm proud of
Well,
what I know of
if I may,
Lagos.
what criteria are you using to judge it as a success story? I'm just curious.
Yeah,
What's the criteria that you're using?
It's embarrassing to say Lagos
see,
is a success story.
No, it's not embarrassing. I know Lagos. I saw Lagos. The
No
bad
light,
Morris, I
no
want
water, no
to
road.
hear his criteria because it's all subjective, right? It's subjective. I want to hear your
in
criteria.
my opinion,
Yeah, go ahead.
it's a success story for me. I know Lagos in the 80s when
What criteria? What criteria
can
are
I
you
land
using?
now? You can
Okay,
I
go ahead.
land?
Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm looking at the infrastructural development. I'm looking at the GDP growth. I'm looking at the development so far in comparison to when I was growing up in Lagos. We used to go to Babbage in the 80s and enjoy Babbage. At some point in the 90s, we could no longer go there. We saw the water encroaching into VI, and we saw Tinubu chasing that water out and creating a city out of that water to reclaim the land in VI. We saw roads that were no. I just give you an example of roads where I grew up.
The metro system.
Yeah. Now there's a metro system now.
The fit for purpose.
Lagos is growing. Let's be very realistic. Lagos is growing.
Emeka, would you say? Let me ask you this. Would you say Festus Keyamo putting $3.2 million scanners in the airport is a success story for our aviation industry?
Scanners is a success story.
Progress.
It's progress.
No, the point I'm making is that if the fundamentals are not there, you cannot say it's a success story. If you don't have electricity, if water is not there, the fundamentals are not there. If you're traveling from Lekki to Ajah takes you 4 hours. That is not the city you want to be in. If you want to go from
Emeka is a Yoruba man. Emeka is a Lagosian. He's a Yoruba man, so it's understandable.
You have to plan your whole.
Everybody hold. I don't want personalities attacked.
No, it's not a personality. He's a Lagosian.
No,
you know.
Leave Emeka alone. Address what he's saying, but not his personality. Carry on.
Thank you,
Emeka, my point is this. Listen, if you have a city, right, where the basic fundamentals that every other I'm not even going to go into first world or second world city has: drinking water, proper sewage, garbage disposal, electricity, and ease of movement within the city are readily available, then yes, you can then talk about monorail and these things that are successful.
Which country do you have that? Do you know what the gridlock is like in New York?
I've been to New York several times. The gridlock in New York, I know what it is. But guess what?
Do you know what traffic is like in London?
Yes, I know what traffic is like in London, but it is nowhere compared to what it is in Lagos. Lagos, one man. If you want to go from, listen, and let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Wait. Let me land.
Because a lot of people are coming into Lagos, right?
No. Let me land. Let me finish my point.
A lot of people are coming into Lagos. I want to wrap up.
Why it's not a success story is because it has regressed.
Let me wrap up and
let me finish the point I'm making now. It has regressed because back in the day, you used to be able to travel from VI to Ikeja in a single day and it won't be an issue. Today, you dare not try it. It is a whole day trip just to go from one end of the city to the other end of the city. And it's not even that far. Lekki to Ajah takes you 4 hours. People leave their houses in Ajah at night to go and sleep in VI at 3 a.m. in the morning so they can go to
Are you aware?
It's not a success story.
Are you aware?
How can you call that a success story?
Hold on.
Are you aware in 1996 there was never something called Lekki? Are you aware in 1995 there was nowhere called Lekki?
So because they built Lekki, all of a sudden it's a success story. It is not a success story.
It's an expansion.
Let's call a spade a spade.
Woman, let me wrap up.
There is no drinking water in terrible sewage.
If they will let you, then you can wrap up.
Nairobi is even 10 times more developed than Lagos.
All right. Let's
Let me
just
wrap
carry
up
on.
one more.
I don't want to
Let me
lose
wrap up.
Brown. I don't want to lose
Yes,
Brownberry.
yes.
But
For me,
Emeka, let me just show you this. Just as you were
okay.
talking, and you were saying Lagos an increasingly populating state. There are 15 mega cities in the world, and Lagos is one of them. A mega city is a defined geographical space with a massive population. An example: Istanbul, Mexico City, Beijing, Tokyo, Mumbai, and New York as well, densely populated. And then you can see Lagos there, Kolkata. It's one of the 15 mega cities in the world, so there will always be pressure on infrastructure. But a couple more words, and then we go to Brownberry.
Okay, thank you. So let me just wrap up, right? For me, Lagos is a success story. I know what Lagos used to be in the 90s and now what Lagos is now looking like and what Lagos is hoping to shape up in the future. So I just wish the very best for Lagos. I know there are still challenges like every other city in the world being faced. And I'm happy that Lagos has been considered a mega city. Not every other city in the country is qualified to be called one. So that we have one representing us in the country should be a bundle of joy for us and blessing and hope that it turns out right. So I'm happy with the progress of Lagos. I'm happy with the vision of Lagos. I'm happy with the development Lagos is turning out, those development being implemented, and I wish Lagos the very best. That's why all of us want a piece of Lagos, want to claim Lagos. It's a beautiful
Imagine
bride
some
that we.
people say they want to leave Lagos. If you leave, you will not be able to afford to come back. That's just what's going on.
I understand, but Lagos is a beautiful bride that
Yes.
everybody wants to have, and may we continue to enjoy the success of Lagos and the development that Lagos turns out to be. And one day, and surely and truly, Lagos will turn out to be a city with 24 hours power supply, and we can all be proud of that city as one of its own and one that the world will look at and say Africa has truly arrived. Thank you very much and good night.
Excellent. That's the majestic Emeka. Emeka, stay where you are. Still other topics to go through, but let's welcome Brownberry, who has been away from us for a while and rejoins us. Hopefully, still there. Brownberry, how far? Brownberry. Yes, you've unmuted. Now you can speak. Yeah, it's been that long. You've forgotten how it works. Brownberry. I can see you're muted. Do you need a moment, Brownberry? When I see your name, it reminds me of Brown Girl in the Ring, but I don't know why. I'm forming that. All right. Okay. Let's go on then to Maurice. Brownberry, problem with the system. Did you say something in private chat?
Good morning, everyone.
All right. Let's go on to Maurice. Good to see you, Maurice.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Where do I start, please?
Do you want to start from Nnamdi Kanu? So now Ohanaeze Indigbo begs Tinubu to release Nnamdi Kanu as Christmas gift to Christians. So that headline itself somewhat controversial because Nnamdi Kanu is not a Christian figure. It's a satellite regional political narrative figure. But the release of Nnamdi Kanu, that thorny issue, should he be released? Is he still a security risk to the state? And under what circumstances? Should he be released judicially or politically? So all of that. And should there be conditionalities to his release as well? Because they can't release him to carry on as he was.
Well, excuse my impudence, but I would like to start with the low-hanging fruit. That means the last topic that we just had now. And then I will go to that one, and I'll be very brief. Look, Emeka said Lagos is a success story. You can't take it away that Lagos has a lot of population. There is a massive difference between city with population, like Cairo. Cairo used to be the most populous city in Africa before Lagos took over. When Cairo was like about 18 million, Lagos was like, I think 15 or something like that. Now, But when it comes to infrastructural development, what are the basic things you need in a city? Like one man, where you are now, if you want to drink water, you can just, or you want to wash your face, you want to take a shower, you just rush into the bath and you turn on the switch. The light is always on. It's a top-up system. I don't know if you're using a top-up system. So if there is no light there, you know that your credit is, is out, and then you need to top up. You drive on a good road. You can drive a Ferrari, no matter how low the car is. There's a standard the roads are. Now, and generally, we are poor people.
Can anyone hear me?
We can now. What happened?
Yes. Hello. So generally,
okay. I just
let Maurice go, and then you come after him. I did come to you, but I'll come back to you. Yeah.
Generally, we are a poor country. People are poor there. We are a poor country. Infrastructurally, we are not yet there. Lagos is doing great. Lagos and Abuja. Like I always say, the foundation has been laid in Lagos with the seaport there, with everything. So it gives it like a head start. You understand what I'm saying? But let's face it, most part of Lagos, let me just, I'm trying to be modest here, at least 60 to 65% of the whole Lagos state is still a slum. Do you understand? So
why would you say that? Why would you say that?
And I'm being modest here, Besides, when you talk of Lagos now, where do people talk about great places? They talk about Ikoyi. They talk about race course. They talk about Lekki. They talk about Banana Island. They talk about just a few places. They talk
about Oregon. They talk about Allen Avenue. They talk about Ikeja. They talk about
Allen Avenue. Is it not? Under that's Ikeja? Now Ikeja is the capital. Ikeja is the capital.
They talk about Antony Village. They talk about Yaba, which is the
Which Yaba are you talking of?
The same Yaba.
I know Yaba now. Which Yaba are you talking of? Yaba. I know Yaba now. So let's leave that. I know that at least, I'm being modest, between 50 to 65% of the whole Lagos is still a slum. There is no running water nowhere.
I'm not sure what metric you are using to identify a slum. Ikeja is not a.
Both of Balande is still Lagos.
Well, there are slum areas, but you said 60 to 65%.
Yes, and I'm being modest here. Go to even in Festac. A lot of places you go in Festac is still a slum.
We've seen images of Festac in the course of recent controversy. It's not a slum.
Maurice, can I interject to help you? Just one quick second.
Go ahead.
Just add one key point.
Go ahead.
One man, did you know that in Lagos right now, because of the poor disposal of garbage, and you and I know this very well because we all grew up in Lagos, the garbage disposal has become so terrible that the liquid from garbage has seeped into the aquifers. So people now, when you dig a borehole, right, you're not guaranteed to even get half decent clean water anymore. There was a huge piece about companies that manufacture bottles of water, and they went to a guy who had a big borehole and he was sharing with some people in his neighborhood because they didn't have clean water to drink. And the problem is the water got tested. It's filled with all kinds of pathogens and chemicals from garbage that are seeped into the floor. Lagos sewage system alone, forget anything else, the sewage system alone is toxic.
Is that a result of infrastructure or abuse by the populace? Is that not what they went to?
It's a result of poor management by the governance.
You can't say
if people were allowed to govern themselves.
You need the government to tell you not to throw
but the government, if the government does not have system. If the government does not have consequences for garbage disposal, look at any city you go to. One man, there are cities I've lived. You can't throw paper on the floor. You can't. If you try it, they will fine you. Fear go catch yourself. But the governance has
so
to
you
give
need
people...
you need the government to be flogging them not to throw garbage into the sewage
No,
system.
but the government has to give people guidelines to live. That's why we have governance.
Was that not
That's
what
why we have governance.
Was that not
That's
what
why we have regulations.
Was that not what they went to address in Alaba when it turned into and it was quickly ethnicized?
Well, one man, I can't speak to Alaba. I'm talking about the sewage in Lagos. I'm not talking about Alaba. People that know Alaba can come and talk about that. What I'm talking about is that the sewage system is abysmal. Listen, there are places
it's not abysmal. It's clogged up.
It is abysmal.
It's not abysmal. It's clogged up as a result of the nonchalance of people that are living that space, but they don't take ownership of the state.
There are neighborhoods in Lagos you go to that are classified as so-called middle-class neighborhoods.
Yeah, they still throw garbage in this. Yeah, but they still.
That's my point.
And they build on it as well. They build on the sewage system as well.
Let me ask you this: who maintains sewage in? Hold on a second, I beg. Hold on.
You see, even your daughter disagrees with you.
May I continue, please?
Yeah, carry on.
Now, Lagos. If you say Lagos is improving, I think that is the right word. Lagos is developing and Lagos is improving. When you talk of success story, to say Lagos is a success story, that's ridiculous to say that. Dubai is a success story. Where was Dubai? Lagos already had all this infrastructure when Dubai was just a fishing port. Where is Dubai today? Look at Dubai. That is a success story. And do you know, when I was born in Lagos, we had pipe-borne water. There was nothing like borehole. You just turn the tap and the water is running. And the electricity was almost constant in that Lagos. But now, if you don't have generator, you are done. There's no light.
What's Dubai's GDP?
What?
What's Dubai's GDP?
What has that got to do? It's poor management. Listen, in Dubai, in Emirates, they utilize.
What is Dubai's GDP?
I don't know their GDP, but all I know is that
Lagos's GDP. What is
wait a minute. It's not only Lagos, the whole country as a whole. Now, but Lagos was capital for so many years. It was Nigerian capital for so many years. Now, to go to Dubai is very, very far. Let's just
Dubai
come
is
to
the capital of the United Arab Emirates, unless I'm wrong.
United Arab Emirates.
Yes.
That is Abu Dhabi now. That is Abu Dhabi. Now,
Dubai is still part of United Arab Emirates.
Eh?
It's still part of United Arab Emirates.
He said the capital
UAE
is Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi, I know, is the capital.
The capital is Abu Dhabi. But Dubai is still part of United Arab Emirates.
Yes, it's part of, but that Dubai is one of the Emirates, it's one of the Emirates. But Abu Dhabi is the capital of United Arab Emirates.
Dubai's GDP is $440 billion.
Yeah, but if we had managed our economy, okay, look at Singapore is a success story. Indonesia is a success story. Singapore, as of 1970, we are ranked at the same with Singapore. Even we are higher than Singapore. Both Indonesia, all those. Look at Singapore. Singapore today, I think, is the second or the third richest country in the world and most advanced country, and also the cleanest. I'm not even saying this is the most advanced.
All right, I wasn't really going there, but I'm saying that you cannot draw parallels between Dubai.
Why not? We were ahead of these people before. We were ahead of these people before, and you're calling this is. And Emeka is saying success story. Is this ridiculous that he's saying that?
They have 100 times the income of Lagos, so why would they not be?
No, you don't get my point. We were ahead before. We were ahead of these people economically in infrastructural development. We were ahead of all these people. Then what happened? Because of corruption, we don't listen. We don't believe in the country. That's why people are looting the whole thing. If all the resources we are getting,
Lagos is a success story. I left Lagos when Oshodi.
It's extremely ridiculous for somebody educated like Emeka who say Lagos is a success story.
I visited Lagos right from the airport. As I left the international airport, I could not recognize that airport.
Have you seen our international airport? Success story. Look at this new one they built.
I could not recognize the airport route anymore down to Oshodi. I saw it. I was like, wow. I was like, this was a few years ago. I left
Emeka,
the
have
country.
you? Do you know Cairo?
Lagos
Have
is
you been to?
progressing.
Have you been to
Lagos,
Cairo?
Lagos
All
very
right.
successful.
Hold
Wait,
on.
Emeka.
Hold
Emeka,
on.
have you been to Cairo before?
Can you hold on? Let our Prince Daddy just have a micro interjection and then
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Wrap up that space after that. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Mama. Mr. Morris. So, when you were born in Lagos, what was the population of Lagos then when you were born?
I don't know what was the population. How would I know?
Do you think, from your own perspective,
I didn't grow up there. I was born there. We left there. I think I was 6 or 7.
You were born,
when my father moved,
we
moved to Port Harcourt.
If I'm not mistaken, I mean, you said before that maybe 4th generation of your family were born in Lagos.
Yes, but when I was born, and when I was 6, then my father used to work for Intramotors Lagos. He's a machinist. My father is a machinist. There's a company called it's a British company.
Okay,
it's one of the top officials that he was sent to Port Harcourt. When I was born, I was like 6 or 7. He was transferred to Port Harcourt. That's how we left.
My question to you, Morris, is that do you think there's an impact of population growth in Lagos and its infrastructure and the ability to maintain the infrastructure and services?
Just to add some data to that, in 1970, the population of Lagos was estimated at 1.4 million approximately. That's 1970. At today, is in excess of 15 million.
What's the population of Lagos today?
Is in excess of 15 million.
15 million. What's the population of London?
Hold on. Lagos population. 15,
no, London.
Hold
Just
on.
London.
15,946,000. So that's the population from 1.5 million approximately in 1970.
I know, but what is the population of London?
What has the population of London got to do?
What's the population of Cairo, Egypt? So what I'm trying to tell you, listen, I've been to Cairo. I've been on holiday.
Sorry, do you know how old that
the population of Cairo is approximately 9 million.
No. It's more than that now.
Woman, can I interject?
It's on your screen.
Let me take small interjection. 1 second. You are trying to compare London and Lagos. Do you know how old that city?
No, I'm not comparing London. I'm comparing with Cairo. I'm comparing with Cairo. I'm comparing with Nairobi. Nairobi.
Do you know how old Cairo is as a city?
Okay, let's leave Cairo. What about Kenya, Nairobi?
Look at this man. Let me just mention something so that you understand. You see, let's look at it at individual level. Success is not what you are compared to what the other person is. For example, in a class, if the class is very good and you come third, you look like, oh, you just came third. Whereas in a class that is very poor, you would have come first. So you can't measure success relative to another person. Success is not what you are compared to what the other person is, but what you are compared to where you were before or what you are supposed to be. So we are saying, where was Lagos before?
Okay.
Where is Lagos now?
Okay, now I followed you. What you are trying to say is that when it comes to a class of third class development, we are number 1. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm saying this, that you don't measure our success relative to another person. For example, you say, what of Cairo? If I now say, okay, what of Accra? You understand what I'm saying?
Good.
So you don't measure it relative to another person. You measure it based on what was I doing before, or what am I supposed to be doing?
What city now are you comparing Lagos to? Top major city in Africa. Major cities in Africa. Which one will you compare to Lagos?
I'm comparing Lagos with itself. I'm comparing Lagos with itself. I'm saying, where is Lagos supposed to be? Where was Lagos before?
Sometimes, my brother, let's be honest here. Success simply means a gradual accomplishment of a set goal. When you achieve your set goal, that's when you will say that you are successful.
Yeah.
It's a gradual accomplishment of a set goal. So now, the set goal is to have a city. Lagos is a major city in Nigeria. It's one of the major cities in Africa. Lagos is one of the major cities in Africa. So then it has to has something basic things like running water, electricity. I'm not even saying like 24 hours electricity, even if it's just 16, 17, 18 hours a day, that is fine. You understand? You have to have that. Then cleanliness, waste management, all these things. We're supposed to have all these things in place. Those are basic things: water, electricity.
All right.
And Lagos is always in darkness. Have you ever tried to land in Lagos, even some in the evening? Have you ever landed in Lagos in a flight coming into Lagos in the evening sometimes? You can see everywhere is dark. You don't even know. You only see lights a few places, and those lights you're seeing, you can see is generator operating them. No, nothing is working. Do you understand me? Do you know how many times you stand inside the airport? The NEPA will take light inside the airport.
Can you hear me?
Okay, go ahead.
Wrap up that space and then we move on.
So what I'm trying to say, in a nutshell, is that to me it sounds very, very ridiculous if somebody say Lagos is a success story, because I didn't see it, all the basic criteria you need to design to qualify a city as a success story. You know, Singapore is a success story. Nairobi is a success story. Angola, Luanda is a success story. Do you understand? These are success stories. So let's forget about Lagos. It's a success story. Now, I'll go to Nnamdi Kanu something. The only thing I'm saying is that the court has decided twice for him to be released. But because of the impunity in this in our land, in that country, that they do not respect the law. They don't respect what the judges say, because everybody, that's why I said yesterday, we have only strong men, the so-called strong men, but no strong institution. So I don't even know how we are going forward. And we are saying, well, we need investors to come in, The only people that go running after investors is people who have nothing to offer. If you first of all, you have to have a system that the law is strong. The justice system is strong. People obey it. But in a place they don't not obey it, how do you expect people to come in such a place? Now, I'm not saying that if they're releasing Nnamdi Kanu, he should go back and to start causing trouble or whatever. No, I don't even think he will do that. And you can't prejudge somebody. Oh, he's not good. Maybe he's released, going there. Igboho was also released. I saw how Yoruba elders were traveling to Benin Republic, trying to solicitate. Even when they tried to bring him back to Nigeria, a lot of Yoruba elders went there to stop it. And now that one, he's released. And now the same people, their own person, Igboho himself, listen, if you check it, IPOP, when they started with only flag waving, only protesting with flag. It was the same Nigerian government that started shooting people who are just having a peaceful protest. They didn't cause any trouble. I'm not saying it because you will say, this is my people. That's why. No. For so many years, they had only flags and they were warning, stop shooting at us. They're only having a peaceful protest. One man, wherever you are, even if it's in Kent or a Market, wherever you are, people do protest. Did you see the police come to open fire or the army come to open fire on them? No. So Nigeria, because of the impunity, they believe that everything, they don't know how to solve a problem with a smile, because something you fight for to get, I may smile and I get a better service. Do you understand me? I get better things that you have. So we are shooting these people, and these people had no choice but to start defending themselves. People having a peaceful protest, for so many years, they will just come out and start shooting them. Nobody's saying that. So now they started to defend themselves. Now that is why they are trying to say that they're bad. If he's locked up, okay, good. But the court already said, the court of the land said twice, leave this man, let him go. And now they're going to,
there's an injunction setting aside that release him. So it's not, they're not holding him outside of the law, they are holding him within the law.
What law? Listen, before when somebody is released, at least you need to let the person go. If you want to rearrest him, that will be a fresh something. You rearrest him. But this one, they didn't even release him at all. And second time, they say, okay, release him again. They didn't even release him. It's not like he left the court as a free man and then outside the court premises, then they arrested him again. Nothing like that ever happened. We are civilized people. We can't use sentiment. That's why sometimes one man, I wonder how that country, Nigeria, will ever go forward. When there's so much division among us, so much division among us, that to be honest, I don't see how that plays, even in the next. I don't even know if my grandchildren will see a united country called Nigeria. I don't, because of, it's like you have like 10 countries modeled up in one.
Maurice, do you not consider that Nnamdi Kanu constitutes a security risk to the country?
No. Why is Igboho didn't constitute? Igboho himself carried gun and everything, went everything openly. Why did you see Nnamdi Kanu with gun any day?
What about the ESN?
But because of tribalism, the thing that is killing that country is tribalism, and it's a shame that you see some Igbo people for that matter, even siding with people who want their own person dead. Those people are, to me, they are, well, we have a lot of people. Those people are total disgrace.
Can I interject? You are mentioning Igboho. Was Igboho released by Nigeria government? Was he arrested by Nigeria government?
Yeah.
Let him come to Nigeria. Let him come to Nigeria and see whether they will.
So if Nigerian government wanted to bring Igboho there, you think they will not bring him? Is it not Benin Republic here?
When they already have a
people should leave. You people should leave this biased mentality. How can you judge? How can you say that he's going to constitute problem? They haven't even released him. If they had released him and he's making another trouble, then that is justified.
I'm okay with your argument. But what I'm saying is that don't keep comparing with Igboho as if it was Nigeria government that went to Benin Republic and released Igboho and told him to go to Germany.
Yeah.
That's the impression you are creating. That Yoruba people were the one that did it. I mean, we are educated people now. Don't.
Yeah, if you're educated, act like one. This division will never lead us to anywhere. This malice will never lead us anywhere. We can never see that united country as one people. We can never see it if we have this tribal mentality. Everybody would like to protect his own or their own. Let me tell you something. Do you know? One day,
Maurice, you have to leave the room for it to be conversational.
I'm coming back. One man. I promise you one thing. Next time, by next month, December, almost before the end, by God's special grace, I will be in Dublin. I will have my wife on the show. Yeah. When I'm in Dublin, I will have my wife on the show. Me and my wife, and even my in-laws and my close immediate families, we had quarrel because during the election when Buhari came, I was the only one supporting Buhari. I supported Buhari the whole first 4 years. I don't do things because this is my own person. Most of my friends here and even people who I do business with, a lot of them are Yorubas, even there in London. My own senior sister, is married to a Yoruba man from Oyo State, Bralade. So do you know how many of my relatives married to Yoruba men? Even in London, I told you before, if you go to Peckham High Road, just Peckham High Road, by the pharmacy there, you see, just ask for Bralade's wife. He's a Yoruba man, that big African shop there, opposite those Ghana shop, Peckham High Road there, that high street. You will never miss it. Just the only biggest pharmacy in Peckham. Ask for Bralade's wife. That is my sister, my elder sister. Is married to a Yoruba man, and he's a great man. So when I'm saying something, people misunderstood me. They think is that this and that. You understand me? No. Because this tribalism, my uncle, who is his manager for the last 18 to 20 years in Netherlands here, close to in Haarlem, close to Amsterdam there, that company is a Yoruba man for the almost 18 years. So we do not discriminate. The only thing is that this selective and bias, this is never going to make us see that united country we all dream of. To be honest to you, I want one united Nigeria where everybody will be happy. We call ourselves as Nigerians. This is what I want.
Can you hear anybody? Just hold on now. You have to leave the window for the conversation to take place.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think Patrick was trying to have a conversation with you, but you didn't even hear a word. Patrick.
Yeah, I was saying that your argument is okay, that Nnamdi Kanu is held against court ruling and whatever. I am okay with that, you understand? But I'm not okay with you now saying Igboho. I'm not a fan of Igboho. If people know me very well on this platform. But I'm saying is that I don't bring sentiment into it. Igboho was supposed to be arrested here. He ran and escaped. He was held in Benin Republic for a different offense, maybe against those people. He was in trial. They were begging people to go there. The Yoruba leaders who are not political, people like Shoyinka, people like Professor Akitoye, people like, they went and speak for him. They went, at the end of the day, the justice process ran, and he was released, and he couldn't come here. If he had come here, he would have been in jail. That's what I'm telling you. Nothing could have. He flew to Germany and said, "Thank you." He's there now. He can't come here. That's what we are saying.
Okay, now if he's back, he would have been in jail. That's what you said, right?
They were
well, now, do you ever think that the Yoruba people will support the idea that they should put him in jail, no matter what he did? Do you sincerely think that?
The same way Ohanaeze did not support Nnamdi Kanu being in jail.
So what Nnamdi Kanu did and what Igboho did, who did worse?
Nnamdi Kanu did worse now.
Yeah, he did worse, right? So he did worse because he was having a peaceful protest. They were having peaceful protest only with flag, and they were shooting at them. That is worse. Is that correct?
Let's talk. You see, he did worse, and he did worse over a longer period of time. First and foremost,
what did he do?
Wait, let's start.
Yeah, tell me what he did.
First and foremost, he jumped bail.
So
wait now, let me finish. Let's talk now. If you want to have the floor, I'll leave it for you. He jumped bail.
Yeah.
Ran out of the country. After he jumped bail, he went online, except you want to close your eyes to it, went online inciting people against the state, against the police, you understand? I've seen, not me, not told. I've seen Nnamdi Kanu video where he said, go to Benin and see the policemen take their guns and attack them.
Yeah.
He was saying all those kind of things. And we saw
what did he say during NSAS? What did he say during NSAS?
He said to go to Festa during NSAS, take the weapon, burn down Lagos, burn this. He was saying all that.
Yes.
That was
okay. Let me ask you. Let me reply you to that. First of all, you said he jumped bail. Is that correct?
Yes, he jumped bail.
So now, when he was sitting in Omaha at his home, he didn't do anything wrong. He was. I'm coming, and then the military came and opened fire, tried to kill a lot of people, and even killed a lot of people and tried to kill him in his home when he did nothing. So he's supposed to stay and take the bullet and get killed. Is that what you're suggesting?
Okay, he's supposed to run.
Hold on, Patrick. So sorry, Patrick. You can't say he didn't do anything wrong. He flouted his bill. They released him now. So they released him, and then they set bail conditions. He flouted that bail condition, and then they went into effect and arrest.
Good. Now, if somebody flouts the bail, if you break the condition of your bail condition, what do they do? Is it not to arrest you? Do they come to open fire on you and killing everybody in the compound? I'm asking you, one man, you live in a civilized world. You are an educated man. This is the point I'm trying to make. With this kind of mentality, trust me, not if I just pray, we'll be grateful. Even our grandchildren will see a united country called Nigeria.
My children will see it. Maybe your own.
Amen. I want my children to see too. But with this kind of tribalism, we are too tribalistic for the country to go forward.
We are saying something that is straight. This your Nnamdi Kanu you are canvassing for now. Said they should go to Benin. Take policemen. Let's even talk. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you were there. Were you there when he said it?
I saw the video. Not were there. I saw the video. He said, go to Benin, take policemen, take their gun. And we saw the response. In this your town here, an Igbo girl.
When Fulani herdsmen, look, 30%. You see what I mean? 30% of your state. 30% of your state now is being occupied by Fulani herdsmen. Why you don't talk about that?
Let's talk. Somebody else talk. What I'm saying is that in that your town, in this southeast, I know an Igbo officer that married a northerner, brought the northerner home for to introduce to our family. This your IPOB guys, I kidnapped them and killed both of them. Do you
That
have
is
blood
evil.
flowing in your vein
That
at
is
all?
evil.
Do you
Whoever
have
that
blood
did
flowing
that,
in your vein and you are talking
whoever
of
that
tribal
did that,
sentiment?
those people, I saw that video. I know when that happened. And I was even so
That is
mad.
one
I was
incident.
praying they could catch
Look
the
at
people who
Gulag.
do that and lynch
Look
them,
at
not even
Gulag.
send them to jail, kill them.
No,
That is
wait
what I
now.
wanted them to
Look
be
at
lynched.
Gulag. Look at Gulag. Gulag was killed there. That could trigger a tribal war. Look at so many things. Look at UN officials attacked. By this,
Okay,
what are
my
you talking
brother,
about?
my brother,
Do you
my
have
brother,
blood
I
and you
want
are
to
telling
wrap
me
this thing up.
civilized
I
and
want to wrap
tribalized?
this thing up so that I yield the floor to someone
I
else.
don't think I'm ready to talk.
All right.
I want to wrap this thing up so I can yield the floor to somebody.
Yes,
Listen,
couple more
the
minutes.
what caused actually IPOB, what caused actually ESN, that Eastern Security Network, was the time the Fulani herdsmen were all over. They conquered everywhere in Nigeria except Southeast. They came in through Enugu. They were murdering people. They murdered people, so many people in Enugu State, where the governor of Enugu State went and said they should watch and pray. And they have cried the whole, and they were coming in Southeast. They were coming into people's farm, killing them. One man is a witness. In Oyo was not spared. Ekiti was not spared. Ondo was not spared. Akeredolu became a bad person because he stood against them. That was when Buhari was there. They were rampaging everywhere, killing people in Southeast, in the farm. And then the Igbo youths, we are telling the governors, the Southeast governors, to go and talk with Buhari. You should stop this thing. But because the Southeast governors are like lapdogs, they were doing nothing. Even in Yoruba land, they formed a security Omotekun. They formed Omotekun to checkmate the menaces of Fulani herdsmen. They told the Igbo people, the Igbo governors, and the so-called Ohanaeze, God knows what they are for, and begged them so many times, listen, these people come here killing us, and you people are doing nothing, because they wanted to create Ruga in the whole Southeast. But the people don't want that, and they were killing people, and Buhari were protecting them. If they kill people, anyone they arrest, they will release them. But this Ohanaeze, they begged them to form a security outfit, just like the Yoruba counterpart are protecting themselves. These people didn't do that.
They did.
The young people will not.
They did.
No. Let me tell you how Ebubago came. Ebubago came. They didn't even have one unity. Do you know when?
Maurice, you have to round it up so that.
I have to round it up. Yeah, I have to round it up, but I have to round it up so that people will understand the point. Then, because I'm not going to. I'm supposed to speak on other topic, but I'm going to use the floor. But I want to use that time to clear this one. Ebubago was formed just to counter ESN. When they didn't do that, then it was clear that the Igbo leaders and the governors there, the Igbo leaders, have sold the Igbo people to the Fulanese and to the Northerners just for a pot of porridge. What did they do? That was why ECN was formed. They formed the Ebubago after ECN was already established, Eastern Security Network, to checkmate the menace of Fulani herdsmen. And if you know, the ECN, they were only in the bush. They were not coming out. Ebubago, these governors formed Ebubago just to counter the ECN, to attack the ECN, not even to checkmate the Fulani, because even that time, the Fulanis, they were already in the city going with cow. They asked them to implement, to ban open grazing. A lot of states banned open grazing, even some northern states. The Southeast states refused to ban because Buhari told them not to do it. And they are slaves to these people. That is our problem. So people in the Southwest should know the problem that is going on there. When Fulanis were killing everybody, nobody came for our help. So that was why they formed the ECN, so that they can checkmate, not to attack the people. The UGM going to kill people, I don't support that. I don't support anybody killing anybody. The people who killed the soldier and his Igbo wife, those people should be held and hanged, not even sent to jail. Do you understand? So Ebubago was formed long after ECN was formed, just to attack, counter ECN, not even to counter the Fulani herdsmen. Today, did the Ebubago qualify? What did they use the Ebubago? The one from Ebonyi State. They use it to to attack their political enemies. That's what they are using the Bubago for. Not even to checkmate Fulani herdsmen, because they were carrying cows. It's now that you don't see cows. There were cows everywhere in people's farm. They brazenly go into your farm while you are still watching, even break your gate, enter, and eat every crop you have there on that land.
All right. Thank you, Maurice. So thank you,
Thank
Maurice.
you.
So that's Maurice. All barrels smoking. So all barrels smoking. Hopefully no smoking barrel. Let's try again. Brownberry. Brownberry, you're up next. Brownberry, as Maurice is beating you to a pulp. You don't run. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
The Bula Balu and the Bulaba. We can hear you now. How
Okay.
you did? Long time.
No, Miss Moore, I'm fine. How's everybody doing?
We're good. We're good. Did you travel?
No, I've been around. I walk.
Yeah.
Last time I joined you guys, I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was network or Yeah, let me join you guys again today, just also to contribute a little before I go to bed.
All right. Come into the conversation wherever you would like. Do you want to give the Nnamdi Kanu space a rest, or do you want to launch at it from the deep end?
I think the Nnamdi Kanu case, the judges, this was Supreme Court or appeal court that acquitted him. I think they should let him go, because just for political reasons, not because if you want to look it, the other way, like some people are saying, I used to support him, but but you also look at what he did, what he said. There are some, those words that he said caused a lot of, it caused a lot of trouble in that region.
I think it's going to be released before Christmas. Anyway, I don't see him spending the whole. I see him being released before next year. That I can say, because there's no other reason. Peter Obi has been defeated. They need the Southeast back on board. Why not just give them Nnamdi Kanu?
If that's what they are saying, will bring stability to the Southeast, I think they should release him, and let's see if that will bring stability, and hopefully stop his radio broadcast and those propaganda.
All right, you're from Edo, if I remember correctly.
Yes, correct.
So what's this rebel rousing that your Oba has gone to Lagos to do? We were even told that the Oba never leaves the palace, and maybe he should not have left the palace. Coming to Lagos to put his staff down and claiming the land. What's going on?
He never leaves the palace. I don't know why he left though, but I guess he came there because of the what's it called, the museum. Yeah, because of the museum. I guess that was why he came, just to because they are having a similar. They're about to put a similar project out in Benin City. I don't know if that was why he came, but I guess that's one of the reasons he came. So he made that statement. I think he made the statement before they even took him to the museum. So I don't know why he made that statement, but there are facts in that statement. There are facts, and the history is there. I don't know. He shouldn't even say anything. If people want to confuse history, they can confuse history. History can be, but people that knows history knows what what is there. So even the guy that was talking on the guy that you just showed his video earlier on.
Yeah, Balogun.
Yes. When he was talking, I didn't. But when he mentioned his father's name, he's even a Bini descendant. Oshodi. What does Oshodi mean in Yoruba?
I don't know.
Do you know Oshodi is a Bini?
Everything is a Bini.
No, I'm not joking. No, it's not that. I'm just saying. Oshodi is a Bini chief. He's an hereditary Bini chief. We have family of Oshodi in Benin City. They are a big family. And this man, what's his name? This former minister, he was a former minister under Jonathan. he was in PDP. I now he's in APC now. He's not Femi. The other guy is from a royal family as well. If anybody can remember his name, you know, he was a minister.
What about the Oba's comment that Tinubu's presidency was ordained by God? How long before the obedience starts to insult his ancestors? And how come they are not insulting his ancestors?
I don't know why he said. I don't know why he said that. I don't know any politicians in Nigeria that was ordained by God. You know, so that's just his own. That's his own
But does it
opinion.
not surprise you that the obedience are not insulting him? That's
No,
usually the window for insult, isn't it?
I don't think they will insult him. I mean, why? I don't know. They shouldn't insult him. Everybody have their opinion. Is a revered Oba, so I don't think they should insult him. They shouldn't insult him. If they insult him, it's up to them. You know. And they throw them stone. I don't know.
All right. Let me take you to this space, Brown Berry. Not enough good news comes out of Nigeria, but this certainly good news. Tunji Ojo, automation of passport application, 99% done. International airports to get e-gates by February the 24th. So at last, Nigeria joins the 21st century.
You know, that guy, I believe if they put him in any of the ministry, he would have been doing the same thing that he's doing now. He's one of those people that's already prepared their mind, you know, that whatever they get, they're going to make the best out of it. You know, so I mean, that guy is doing a great job. You know, I've been following him, following his interviews. He knows what he's doing. He totally knows what he's doing. And like he just said, he said something that most of these things are, you know, they are pick and paste. How did he say it? You know, because you go to where, I mean, there are countries that have had the issue of terrorism before. How did they solve it? You go there, you investigate, and you come back and implement it. It's as simple as that. So I mean, I just hope that they don't. You know, the workers there, those immigration, those people that put their hands in our bags, and you know, they don't, you know, they don't sabotage this effort.
Yes, because really, if you are coming to the airport, your only human interaction now should be with the custom services.
I just hope so, because the embarrassment and the begging is too much. The begging is even embarrassing, you know. So I just hope that, you know, there will be no too much. There will still be human interference, but there shouldn't be too much. Like almost 20 people will just be holding you. You just coming in, they're holding you. They start holding you, and you tell them you don't have any money, and they start cursing. You know, they have no shame.
They hold you hostage, don't you? Especially if you are coming in, then that's different. But if you are leaving,
you
don't want to miss your flight, so you're like a hostage to.
So
right.
He's doing a great job. I hope you know that they keep improving, and you know, when it comes to I'm one of those people that believe that even our prison system should be privatized, you know, so that you know, they can have better security, and because prisons in this part of the world, prisons are built inside the bush, like outside of the, you know, of where people live. But in Nigeria, you see prison close to people's home, you know, which is not supposed to be.
All right, let me take you to Kulata corrects you. He says Oshodi is Nupe, the conquered Auchi in the 19th century. But
you shouldn't worry now. I'll bring
one man. Never you take whatever Kulata says serious again when it comes to tradition on this platform.
I say Oshodi is a chief in Bini Palace.
Is a
yes, but they were originally from Nupe.
They're not original anything. They're not original anything. Have you heard of Ikosodi? They have a community. They are so vast. They have families in Ondo or Ekiti. Igala, Benue, they all come enter the want to do coronation of the one in Benin. Families, blood tie families. What does Kulata know? Family that's extended more than 1,000 years. I beg.
All right. Let me take you to this headline, Brownberry. Nigerian youths paid $5.1 billion to move to the UK in 2022. So that's a eye-watering amount of money. It's unbelievable.
It's
And that's just
unbelievable.
one country, but that's just one country, and that's just 1 year.
It's unbelievable, but the amount of people that entered the UK that I even know with families last year, so much. So, and most of them were paying. I mean, most of them paid a lot of money. So some of them sold their homes. Some of them sold their businesses.
What's the rationale behind that? Because some of these people, the package that brings them to the UK are 20-30 million naira. So that 20-30 million naira will set them up nicely, I suspect, in Nigeria. So what's the rationale? They want their children to have a Oyinbo accent, Abi?
Some of them will say security, but I'll tell you, majority of them, their wives. It's their wives that drags them and say, "We have to leave."
Because you see bank managers ending up as warehouse hands and whatnot, all squeezed into one bed seat.
I even know someone that is living comfortably, has a good home in Lekki. He works with a petroleum company. He's moving into the UK soon with his family. I don't know why he wants to do that, but I don't know the rationale behind it. It's just security, is one of the reason why they also say, they want to give their children a good life. But I don't. It's just embarrassing. The government has to do better at all levels.
They've closed that window now in the UK.
Yeah, they've closed it.
The dependent something. They've closed it.
Yeah, they've closed it, but if you still have money, I mean, there's nothing money cannot do.
One man, yeah. They will take 500 billion. They will take 500 billion their way out.
You mean these are migrants?
Yeah, the one say Nigerians paid 5 billion to move to UK, right? But on their way out, they will take 500 billion.
Well, that's true, actually. No, in terms of hard work,
the money will be sending home. Yes. You're talking about the money will be remitting home. Okay. Yeah, but most of them are not leaving. Most of them are just regretting why they moved there. Most of them don't have it. They are not.
You know that this Tinubu's budget that they were saying is the highest. It's about $25 million.
$8 billion, right? That's what I heard. I heard is the new budget is going to be $8 billion.
8 billion? No, it's about no, I think it's about 23 to 25 billion dollars. But
Okay.
But one trip to the UK is already a quarter of Nigeria's budget. It's unbelievable, and that's just the UK. They've not done the figures for Canada. So Japan is actually higher than the Nigerian annual budget.
Japan right now is at the top because everybody wants to leave. Or everybody that I know, there's so many people that I know that was patient that never wanted to leave that country. They had the hopes that country will work. But most of them are, they are desperately, looking for ways to leave. But some of us here are looking for ways to go back.
That's the thing.
That's the irony of it all.
If there's just two things. In fact, one thing. If I knew security was guaranteed to I can stop this stream right now and drive to Scotland and back.
Yes.
The only thing I have to think about is the petrol.
No
concern about the road, nothing. I won't even think of any risk to myself because what would be the risk? Just so I don't fall asleep at the wheels.
If the road is good, that's it. The road is good. That's it. You have a fuel in your vehicle. You can go anywhere.
If there was security in Nigeria, a lot of us would. Shebi is just to bribe the policeman. If we go and battle that system,
we don't want that at all. We don't want that anymore. We don't want the bribe. The potholes. We don't want that anymore. We want everything to be, to be transformed.
You know, I've always had the thought that if you've lived 5 years consistently outside of Nigeria, let's say in the Western world, you will struggle to settle back into Nigeria.
Yeah,
You know,
of course you struggle.
you sneeze a little bit, you phone your GP, it will rush you down, give you a sleep, you go to the pharmacy, you pay £7. You know,
Yeah, you
you
struggle,
sneeze
but
in Nigeria, you die.
but sometimes, mostly, where we are right now, as the winter comes, that's when you always, no matter how long you spend here, whenever the winter comes, you always regret, what am I doing here?
You know, double layer,
What's me here?
thermal underwear
No.
and whatnot. So, you know, I had to go and buy a set of thermal underwear. It's just this country is not for black people. You know, we are
It's
not
not for
built for it.
anybody. It's not for. It's not for anybody.
It's not
Even
for-
the white people. Even the white people. They also complain. They also complain.
You know, there's an argument that their technological advancement is as a result of having to conquer this sort of harsh climates.
Oh yeah, that you mean the Caucasians conquer this harsh climate?
Yes, that's how they that's what ignited their technological advancement.
I'm just I don't. Where did you get that from?
No, it's been theorized. You know, okay, you know, people migrated out of Africa and they go into harsher and harsher climates. So you've not seen snow. Snows back in those days will be taller than you. So you either find a way to conquer that, to tame that environment, or you die. And that's what propelled them to advance technologically.
It might be true, because if you look at I mean, all their technology, even with the road, I mean, everything that like, though this is cold, when you get into your vehicle, you heat it up. Yeah, it's cold when you get into your home, you heat it up. So I mean, it might be true. The more they find something difficult to live in, the more they find solution to it. I guess it's true.
All right, let me take you to this place. Emefiele to spend Christmas in prison.
No. Say mention that name well. You are not pronouncing it. No. The other way around.
Emefiele.
There's a way they call it.
Emefiele.
Again, yeah, you said it now.
Emefiele. All right, Emefiele. Yes, to spend Christmas in prison. So, who do you sympathize with more? Nnamdi Kanu likely spending Christmas in prison, or Emefiele spending Christmas in prison. And they've granted him bail as well, but he's not been able to perfect it.
No, I'm sorry. Let that man spend Christmas in prison, I beg. Because I hate this elites, right? Elite that want to, I mean, just destroying your life, destroying the country, just for what? Giving money to people anyhow, like it's Christmas, or like, why are you doing that? Because is it because you want to become president, or what? That man should rot in jail, because so many things he has done.
The tragedy is it will probably get out before mid next year.
And the worst part of it is that those people he has given this money, we all know. I don't know why they are covering for Dangote. We know Dangote is also involved, and a lot of people in the north. And most of those people, they give that money to those farmers. Nobody's paying back. They all have their rice, whatever, farms, everything. They are not even paying. Are they really paying back those money?
Woman, I have a question. Whatever happened to that accountant general that stole all that money?
I'm even coming to that.
Is he still in jail?
No. You know what he did? Aizon. He went and got himself turbaned. So it's an emir of something now. So
that's what they always do. When you steal, you go get yourself turned.
Yes, he now has immunity. Who is going to?
So he's untouchable.
Who said an emir has immunity?
Go and touch him now. Go and touch him now, and then you.
But woman, but don't you see this? Don't you see this as selective judgment? If you are Emefiele from the south, or you're from what's his name, Nnamdi Kanu from the southeast, You get they don't even release you for bail even after the judge has said you should be released. Meanwhile, the accountant general, who had the responsibility for managing our coffers, stole money and he's walking free. The people that killed Deborah are
It's
walking
been
free.
banned now. It's been banned.
I tell you, my
This,
brother. I tell you.
like,
Are you going to go and arrest a man that's been banned and Emir? How do you even get into the palace?
as much
I won't arrest him. I'll call Asari. Asari will take care of him for me.
as much as I want us to focus on our governors, I want Tinubu to focus on his 4 years. He shouldn't be focusing on the next election, because the problem he's having right now is that trying to turn a blind eye to what Buhari has done because of next election. That will not be a good thing. He should go there and implement what he needs to implement. Yoruba people have been shouting for democracy. They've been shouting for restructuring for years. Let him go there. He shouldn't do what.
He can't do restructuring in this cycle now.
Why not?
That would be political suicide.
Okay, so you think if he doesn't do it now, that will save him from getting another 4 years? That was the mistake Jonathan made. You don't want to make that mistake. Go there and do those implementations now that will favor your people instead of being greedy for yourself. And these people that, look at this guy, the former aviation minister that came with fake airline. Where are these people? I mean, now you are not the president. The Supreme Court have cleared you. Then you have to go in hard on these people. Because there's no reason for you to just leave these people. They've done so much damage. Buhari government, they did so many. They know. Tinubu knows, and all these people, they know what they have done. Even people in the north, they know what Buhari did, and so he's just going to leave them like that. We shouldn't hide away from this. Tinubu should go ahead and hit them hard. Let them bring this money. Even if they didn't go to jail, but let them bring the money. The money is too much now.
Some of them may be settling privately. I think there's that.
We don't want to hear privately. Let's see them. Let the EFCC go after them. Let us hear that they are bringing the money.
We don't want them paraded in the market square.
Not paraded. We can't be hearing this. I think you are just saying that you think they are giving them privately. No, let the EFCC go after them, and later we'll hear that they forfeited those money. That's what we want to hear. Wherever they bought homes, wherever they hide those money, let us trace them. We can't just leave these people now. We know what they have done. Every time they will say, "Oh, they let us an empty treasure. They let us with this." No, we don't want to hear that. You know who did it. Go after them. Buhari is there just holding a toothpick, removing his teeth. And they are even come on, man.
If Tinubu tries to effect the arrest of Buhari,
no, not Buhari. Nobody will ever go after ex-president now. That's suicide. Yeah, did anybody go after Jonathan? Has anybody gone after? It's people. They know people that they were using. They know people that did it. They know them.
A lot of those people have packed their immunities under tradition and religion. That accountant general is an emir, and an emir is not only a king in the north, is also the spiritual leader of his domain. So very difficult to arrest him.
But the case is still in court now. The case is still in court. Why would they
the case? Don't forget the case. The case will die in court now.
We cannot continue like that. We cannot continue like that.
It's the Nigerian way now.
For me, my advice for Tinubu is that don't think you get another tenure. Do what you've been fighting for. Do what Yoruba people have been fighting for. You might not get this again. Do it. And to free a lot of people in that country, to let people, just so that everybody will be on their, not by being on their own, but like what restructuring that they have been fighting for. Let him go and do it. I mean, APC, they also have it in their constitution. They also went. I mean, let him implement what what they did, the conference they did during Jonathan. Let him implement it. If they say there are something, there are some things that the president can just implement by himself before he takes them back. I mean, they've already done that. Let him just go ahead. if he's not doing this, if he's not going to do this, and he thinks that he's going to try and get the second term, and if he fails, then the regret will come back. And I will not be saying that we've had two opportunities, Jonathan and Tinubu. They all thought they were going to get second term, and they failed, and the Northerners came. Look at what the trick they have started using now. They are we are ready to like NNPP are now saying that they are ready to join force. PDP are saying PDP from the north. They are saying they are happy to join the force. They know what they are doing because they know that if they give that they don't want to give Tinubu the second term. I'm telling you. So whatever it has to do, he has to do it now.
I think Tinubu is guaranteed a second term now. He's going to appoint the next INEC chairman.
You of all people still saying this. Appoint the next chairman. He should go there. He shouldn't go. He should go there and make things right and make it difficult for any other person that will come tomorrow.
Yeah, that will be in his second term. He can't. You know how politics works now.
Who told you second term is guaranteed for him?
Yeah, it's more or less guaranteed though.
Okay, we remember we had the president there before. We had the sitting president that didn't get re-elected.
You mean Good Luck?
Yes.
Good Luck was naive. Now, what does Good Luck know about politics?
Okay, all right now. If that's what you want to, instead of, I mean, I think we should push him. We should push him to implement things that will make Nigeria grow speedily, and that'll put Nigeria on the map.
All right.
I don't think he should be waiting for the next term. I mean, he just has like 7 months there right now. He still have almost 3 years. Let him just do these things and let's see what will happen. If he does these things, let me tell you something. If he does these things, I'm telling you, they will, Southerners and Middle Belters, they will vote him. They will put him back to this power. They will bring him back. But I don't know why our people want to keep thinking that the Northwest, the Northeast, the Northwest, let's dump ballot to them. Let's dump ballot to them. That's our problem. We have majority, Middle Belt and the South. We are majority. Take advantage of that and do the right thing.
What I suspect is his first term is going to focus on rebasing and rebalancing the country as a viable economic entity, which is what we're seeing playing out now. And then in his second term, he's going to want to secure his legacy by restructuring that country in a way that guarantees that we don't experience what we had under the Fulanis.
Fulanis are coming back. Good luck.
Yes, the Fulanis are coming back anyway.
So if you don't do what you need to do right now, and if you keep thinking that I'll get second term, it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, but the only person that can replace him is Atiku now or El Rufai, and that's not going to happen.
El Rufai is not going to happen. I said I will speak about El Rufai today because I remember when they didn't when they screened him out. I heard some people were here. I've been listening to this to your streaming, and some of them were saying, what really happened was there was no, even Tinubu himself, President Tinubu himself, never wanted El Rufai anyways, because he's been warned. He's been warned even by DSS. He's been warned by Obasanjo, by Jonathan. So just forget Rufai. Rufai is Rufai. We are not going to hear Rufai again.
But who is likely to replace? Who is likely to replace Tinubu in 2027? Then, if it's not El Rufai, and certainly cannot be Atiku Abubakar, I cannot see. And Kwakwanso, it's been demythified in this political cycle.
But if you look,
who's going to replace him?
But if you look at Ribadu, I like Ribadu.
Ribadu is Tinubu's boy now.
Yeah, I think Tinubu will support Ribadu. I think a lot of people from the South will support Ribadu. But so I don't like the
But
vice
that would be in
president.
2031, though, not
Why 2020? Okay, yeah. If Tinubu gets re-elected, but Tinubu will only get re-elected if he goes there and restructure the country. If he doesn't restructure the country, he will not get re-elected.
No, nobody can replace him, even if it doesn't restructure, is what we're saying. Because
So nobody can replace him. They will just put him back there.
yes, because it's politically expedient for him to serve 2 terms.
It's okay now.
You know they're not going to put anybody from the south to replace him. I think you know the politics for that.
Oh, don't say that. The North will always bring an argument. They will always have something to say.
Yes,
Say,
they will present. They not represent a candidate to rival him.
yeah.
But they are not going to. They are not going to back a southerner to replace him.
Okay. Well, what if the North brings out the candidate to battle out with him and the Northerner wins? What will happen?
Well, yes,
You won't give the power to the North. You won't
yeah,
give it to
but
him.
who is strong enough in the north to take on Tinubu? Their best fruit was Atiku Abubakar, and we saw what happened.
Atiku can still come. You never know.
He
Who
will get.
knows?
I don't think they'll bring him again.
I don't think PDP will give him, but I don't know who's gonna come. What
You know,
politics.
because nobody has that name recognition, that national spread in the north to trouble Tinubu. The only other name you can think of is Kwakwanso, and he was demythified.
Kwankwaso
Yeah, he
don't
was
have a stand.
demythified.
He doesn't have a
Yes,
stand in the south. So because he's just a tribal, he's a tribal guy. So coming out,
exactly.
running around and coming to Lagos and say, they are fighting his people. Blah blah. Those
Do you
nonsense.
remember that ridiculous pastor that he presented as his?
That's my brother you're talking about right there.
Yeah, but it's a bit funny. We used to play clips of him here and laugh all day.
Where is he? Where is he now? You have to ask.
He has gone back to Holy Ghost fire.
The Lagosians. You have to ask them, and they will. So yeah, I don't know, but one thing about politics, anybody can just spring up right now. You never know. So anybody can spring up.
That's why people feel that Tinubu, it would take some doing for him to be replaced. Because the South is out of the equation in 2027. I think anybody with an IQ above 2 digits knows that. It's not even an argument. So they're not going to vote Peter Obi to replace Tinubu so that he can serve 8 years. Certainly not.
I don't even think Peter Obi will come back and contest against. I don't think he will come and contest against Tinubu in the next 7 years. I don't think he will do that.
And there's no other name in the South that is big enough to take it on. And there is no name in the North that is big enough to take it on.
Don't say that. Don't say there's no name in the North. We don't know anybody can spring up. So you don't take anything for granted.
Within 3 years. We'll spring up within 3 years.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see. But what I'm saying is that just go and do what your people have been fighting for. People, they've died for this. He knows that. Tinubu himself knows that. So don't wait and think, we'll just wait. We'll wait 27 so that these Northerners will support us, and after then we'll now restructure. Okay, good luck to him.
All right, brilliant. Bramberry, let me take you to one more space, and then I go on from you to Prince Daddy. Let me take you to this space. I almost lost faith in women over ex-petroleum ministers' unbeaten corruption record. So this is Dan Juma. It was at some event, some project that he did in the southeast, speaking ill of Dezani. So, what are you then making of Dan Juma accusing somebody of corruption?
I don't know, because I think the husband never had any. I think the husband was a minister at the time.
The husband of Dezani?
Yeah. No, Dan Juma, I mean. Dan Juma, I'm talking about Dan Juma. Dan Juma. You're talking about the lady, the wife, right?
No, Theophilus Dan Juma.
The man himself. Okay, I thought
the man himself. Yeah.
I don't know. How did he make his money? He's one of the richest men in Nigeria. You know that.
Yes, he
You
made
know,
his money on that Abacha, isn't it?
he
Oil
has
fields.
he has a lot of oil feed. So is if how did he get that? For me, most of this because nobody has really come out to say this is what Desiani stolen. Because when they call the figures, sometimes it's not even reason. I don't even think those figures are true.
They are ridiculous
They are
figures.
ridiculous figure.
Some of the
So
figures they quote, they are higher than Nigeria's GDP.
you understand? So they've not come out to tell us this is what
Yeah.
we took. So when Theophilus is saying that that she's embarrassment, I'm not saying she's not an embarrassment. A lot of politicians are, but they've not told us what she's told because those figures I can't believe them. So I
You know
nobody.
she's in the court in the UK, and the total monetary sum of the court case is less than £50,000. That somebody gave her a Gucci watch or something.
The
That was some
British,
ridiculous.
those are other corrupt. It's just, she's been there all this while. Why didn't they? I mean, these people. I mean, they are not for us. We know. We just need to stand up for ourselves. Nobody should steal. You should go there. You are a servant of the people. But unfortunately, politics is where everybody want to be a politician. Everybody in the street of Nigeria want to be a politician, want to associate themselves with politicians. Even students want to be politicians. If they are, I mean, it's just a shame because that's where the money. They think that's the only way to come out of poverty and enrich enrich the whole family. Look at them. Look at them. Look at all people fighting to become governors, fighting themselves, deputy governor. Look at what's going on in Ondo State, and the president is even putting himself in that situation. The president should have just stay away and let the constitution run its course. Let them. We can't find Keridolu. Where is he?
Do you think it's political payback? What is going on in Ondo State?
Political payback to who?
To Akeredolu now.
Why are they paying him back for what?
He was one of the strongest champions of the Tinubu cause in the course of the elections.
Where is he now? But one thing, where is he now? But that is sickness. I suspect the Fulani is in that is sickness because if you see what also happened to this Obadiah, that guy that died, Melafia, you know how he died. He was poisoned in a way. So these people, I don't know how they work. Because if you look at how Akeredolu was fighting, was there just like always putting pressure on. That he was the one that started that Motekun. And they also went there. They went to the church there, and also terrorized the church there. So Akeredolu was a strong man. All of a sudden, it's not a sick guy that cannot come out from the room. But
do you think he has enough political capital for him to? Do you think he has done enough for people to just let it slide, let him have his will on this one?
No, I don't think they should let him. It's not. Akeredolu shouldn't even allow himself to be, to be in this kind of mess. And say, "Well, let me because they can't. They can't see me. Nobody know where he is, and people are fighting that he should still remain a governor." And they are telling the deputy governor to come be signing. Oh, come on, man! That's a shame on our. It's just a shame. It's a shame, really. Where does something like this happen? Look at what happened to Jonathan. Everybody from the south fought for Jonathan. Now, what are we now doing between ourselves? So most of the things we are teaching them, we are teaching these people. I don't know. It's not supposed. This is not supposed to be happening, and they should. The president should have just put himself in this mess at all. Should have just told them, you know what, Akeredolu is sick. He can't function right now. You go ahead, be the acting governor. That's it. What people that are fighting right now, just people that wants to be governors as well. That they are just one fighting.
All right, Bramberry. All right, Bramberry.
There's something I want to quickly say. Regarding regarding this INEC onboarding of INEC, and we always talk about let people from diaspora vote. we have to vote. But I don't think we should fight for that anymore, because if you look at we the Southern, we think we are much more in the diaspora. But if you look at what happened in Sudan during the war, when the war started, if you look at the numbers of Nigerians that were in Sudan from the north, so when if it's approved tomorrow that if it's signed into law tomorrow that diaspora should be voting, you will see people from
It will
what's
be
it
full
called,
and
the
president
Shad.
forever.
I'm telling you. So we should be very careful. I don't think we should just we should let that go, because what I saw with we're packing people all the way from Sudan, and look at what is going on in like Shad and Niger. And you go to Mali, they will tell you that they are all Nigerians. What are you gonna do? So anybody that wants to go vote can travel back home if that's what you want, go and vote. But to say let's allow diaspora, these people will tell you that they know the game more than you. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
All right, brilliant, excellent.
One man.
Yeah.
Sorry, before you go to Prince Daddy, I know Prince Daddy is next. I know from one Benin man to another Benin man. But let me quickly say this. Sorry. Is on still there? Is on?
Yeah, is on here.
Okay.
My brother, idea.
Okay, I agree to you. Well done, brother. What about Maurice? Maurice here?
Let's have a look. No, Maurice did.
Okay. What I want to say now, since he's on here, I wanted to say to Maurice, so I want more be hearing on Kulata. One man, this Lagos issue, like people have said, there's no need to talk about it. But I think sometimes we need to revisit it and make it clear to people. Mahaba don't just say things just to make people laugh. When Mahaba say things, he say things that really make sense and meaningful and spiritual. Eko, as today, not the Lagos, was founded by Oba Urugboa. Oba Urugboa is the first West African. Sorry, one man. Somebody, my wife is calling me. I have to come out the platform. I'll come back. Sorry. Let's take.
All right, brilliant. Hopefully, it's not another baby on the way. Prince Daddy, you're up next. Prince, are you there?
Yeah, well, hello, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Good to have you here, Prince. So that's Prince Daddy, of course. Of course, it's Prince Daddy. So, Prince Daddy, where do you want to launch into it? Do you want to start it off with the Lagos mischief making by the Oba of Benin, or do you want to go to the Nnamdi Kanu space and then we discuss its release?
Yeah, hello everyone. One man, like, share, and subscribe, and love the show, and keep the comment section going. I thought that was work piece about to speak on the matter.
Yes, it was about to do the usual.
When he speaks, I'm not qualified to speak on such matters. So, but I listened to that Rise News and the video you played earlier, and well, sometimes we don't have a full grasp of the entire situation, right? But the Oba Benin may not be wrong. Maybe there was an encroachment somewhat across the border into Lagos, right? That people were settled. But I've also heard Babati say that the Egba people were somewhere in Lagos, deep into the Lagos as we know it, right? So we had different encroachment from different people. In fact, people have made an argument that the Jebu people also are Lagosians. So you see how it goes. So many times when we have bordering communities or countries, they're bound to be, encroachment one way or another. But the question that I guess the Oba was posing or claiming was that the Benin people were the ones that founded Lagos. I think that's too much of a stretch, if you ask me. I think so. But
what's more likely is that the Benins in fleeing from whatever it is that was going on there landed in some settlement in Lagos, and they forced their way onto that space, which will be a tiny little settlement, not the expanse of Lagos. So, and by the way, they met people there who they then defeated and had dominion over. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe the Oba is just maybe he was feeling a bit funky and he decided to,
Can I quickly
One man,
interject?
there
Can I
are
quickly
claims that
interject?
there are claims that the Benin Empire extended all the way to Benin, Dahomey,
Who told you
from
that?
no, I'm telling you, Benin Empire was
That was
in
your empire, not the Benin
no,
Empire.
no, no,
That's
no.
the
The
extent.
Portuguese, according to Portuguese writings, when they first came to West Africa, right, when they came through the Bight of Benin, which some people call Bight of Biafra, they encountered the Jaws, and the Jaws told them of a great kingdom to the north. When they first came, the first Europeans that came to Nigeria, and then they took them through the creeks to present-day Benin, and that's when Portuguese writers wrote that they saw electricity in the Benin Empire, that they had organization and structure that they had better than anything they had seen in Europe. Look, this was not your normal type of African empire. If you look through it, they were very solid. So it doesn't surprise me that they may have founded a part of Lagos. I'm not saying the entirety of Lagos as we know it today, but it's not out of the question. It's not a very ridiculous statement to make if you think about it. I digress.
Okay, can I quickly interject now? Okay, somebody said it was just a small place. Okay, it was a small place, and they became the king there. And today, they are if those that are the kings are, they are from the Benin. The king ancestral are from the Benin kingdom. Anybody that become the king there, their ancestors are from Benin. And by the way, do you know that this current Oba of Lagos, before he become a king of Lagos, was also trained by the prime minister of the palace? Do you know that the chief Iyase of Benin trained him?
All right. That sounds like okay. All right.
This is not even a secret. This is open secret.
No, there is a clip. I did have it just at the ready where the Oba of Lagos was hold on. I think this is actually it. Let me play you this. So this is the Oba of Lagos. Yeah.
That does not mean that Benin are the owners of Lagos. That does not mean that.
At the start of that clip, I think he actually said that the Benins did found Lagos. Are you there? Am I off?
One man.
Yes.
Yes. Can I say something?
Yeah, come in, Minister.
You see, is rather funny the way people project the history of Africa. When you say something as an Oba, you don't just say it outrightly without giving some explanation. The history of Nigeria, the Bight of Bonny, which later became the Bight of Biafra and the Bight of Benin, we did it in history way back when I was very young. You see, in Africa, the route you pass and the settlement you had in your journey towards where you finally settled, you can claim it. So if the Oba of Benin has explained it that way, I don't think there would have been argument. Because if you look at the Beninese, where they were coming from before they settled where they are today, the journey centuries ago, they had resting place even up to the Guinea-Bissau, Gulf of Guinea. They were settling. If you look at the history map, you will see the dot, where they settled. And in the olden days, way back then in Africa, Wherever you settled is your land. You can claim it. You can engulf it while you leave it to go down the road and settle another place and settle another place. So if they can explain it that way, all the rest is not only Lagos anyway. If you trace their journey to where they are today, it's not only Lagos they settled in. So somehow he's right, but he did not make the explanation clear. That's just what I want to say. Thank you.
I'm here to come and make the explanation clear. I'm ready.
Kulata, your explanation does not.
Kulata. Oshodi. If you in the history they taught us, yes, Oshodi is a prince in Niger State.
Takpa. Yeah, Oshodi Takpa.
And you should know what he did before he escaped. And then what he did again before he escaped. Although some history, let me finish. Some history said he ran to Ibadan. Some history said he ran to Benin. So I don't know which one to believe. But his town, how would they say it? City of birth or town of birth was in Niger, somewhere in Niger State, and he's a prince.
He
was a prince. Sorry.
Someone needs to mute. It's one man. Can you help?
You have to mute the YouTube. You're on two devices. Yeah. Carry on, Kulata.
Oshodi came from Bida. He came from Bida. The Fulanese sacked where he lived. They killed his parents, and he was one of those slaves that got released somewhere in the southwest, and mixed a lot with Yoruba people. And I think it was introduced to Kosoko. It was supposed to be his medicine man or something like that. The picture of the man is still, they have a real picture of the guy. He lived from 1790 or something, died in the mid 19th century. They have his real picture. Is of Nupe, is of Nupe origin, but it's very Yorubanized. And I think he rebelled against Akintoye. There's so much documentation about Oshodi. It's very, very clear where he comes from. And one of my best friends or good friends when we were in college was an Oshodi. So he too has his own part of the family history. They're from Niger, current day Niger State. The man in particular came from Bida. So let's get that Oshodi story straight. The Lagos one. Eko, Aromire was the farmer that settled in Eko. Is a what's it called? Is a Awori man. Yes, the Benin.
He wasn't the first settler. Get it right.
Aromire.
He wasn't the first settler.
Aromire was the documented first settler that had a pepper farm on what is currently Isale Eko. This is a specific location. It's not the entire Lagos. Lagos State has many places. Isale Eko. It was Aromire that first settled there. Yes, the Benin came there as they created a war camp in that location. That is very, very true. But they did not found the place. When they met people there and they created a war camp, and it's true that they created the royalty that became the Obaship. They started the Obaship, but the Obaship started. Ashikba was some Awori claim Ashikba. Some stories say it's Benin, but it started with Ashikba. Ashikba was not the first, but it was the one that the Oba bequeathed that to. I think he gave him a wife. Then they had the first Oba, which was Oba Do, which is the son of Ashikba and an Edo woman. They had Oba Do. That's considered the first one. The second one is Oba Gabaro. That's Edo origin. Then Eletu Kekere and Akinshemoyin. And then by the time it got to Ologun Kutere, the Oba before that one didn't have kids. So the daughter Erelu Kuti of a previous Oba married Alagba. The guy Alagba is a Babalawo from Ilesha, my own town. That's the union. The fifth Oba, Ologun Kutere, is the current lineage right now. The mom is Erelu Kuti Edo, but the dad is not any Oba or anything. He's a Babalawo called Alagba. And that's the current lineage right now, starting from Ologun Kutere, which was the fifth Oba, up till today. So did this start from, there was, Edo is the one that started that Obaship. Edo did not found Lagos. People were already there. Everybody has some
Kulata, I
indigenous.
beg to disagree with you.
You can disagree for all you care.
Wait.
That's the story, and I've taken to it.
No, you are twisting the story.
Also,
you are twisting the story.
And I also just came across the war. This because everybody knows, documented history, that it was a war camp for Benin. And now Ilajes have their own story. Warri people have their own story. They talked about what led to the war. Apparently, I need to verify this more. I just came across it. So this one, let's just take this one with a grain of salt. Apparently, there's a place, Rational Mines area, Ilaje. There's a place called Mine. So there's an Oba in Mine that, called, I've seen spelling called Olagwe or Alagwe. If Rational Mind was there, will be able to correct me. That they were trying to kill the guy between the Benins and the Shekiris. And the man escaped. They chased him down towards all this Lagos area. The Shekiri left some men, turned back. The Oba continued. They got there, settled their war camp there. When they got there, nobody fought them. They did not fight anybody. They were in search of this Olagwe, whatever the spelling is. They were in search of this guy. They claimed that the guy ran into the water. And of course, you know the way all this history is documented. They say anybody that moves near the water drowns, some BS. But that is what led to the creation of the war camp. And the Oba turned back. The Oba of Benin did not really go and settle in Lagos. The Oba turned back. And the Oba's name, what's the Oba name? Hold on a second. This Oba Orhogbua. Well, please, you have to help me. Orhogbua. Oba Orogwa. And that Oba died on his way back to Benin because he turned back because they said they were taking over his kingdom. Then he turned back. When he turned back, the Ilajes, the Rational Minds people, ambushed him and killed him. And then there was another Oba after him. That's how they created this, what's it called? The camp. There was no struggle. They did not fight anybody. It was too powerful. Those farmers that were in that Isaleko were not going to fight a king now. So they did not found it, but they found the royalty, the Obaship.
No.
The same way Omeyo found the Obaship of after the Obiso. And the same way the Benin founded the Olu of Warri title.
Hold on, Zita. You have to mute the YouTube and stay on the studio where it's bouncing back. Abakarian.
Yeah, so that's the connection. The stool, the Obaship, was set up by Oba of Benin, and Lagos paid tribute to Oba of Benin up till the time the British came, sometime 18 something. That's when they stopped it. I think it was during Kosoko that they stopped it. They even buried some Lagos kings in Benin. There's also claim too that they buried, every third Oba was buried in Ife too. I've seen it in a lot of European documentation. I'm prepared to share all those documentation, all this colonial documentation that I've read. I can share them, pick bits and pieces that's there. And you can see the statue that they found during the Benin conquest. What did you call it again? It's not Inquisition. When the British went to go and steal everything in the palace, when they raided Benin, there's this. I think one man I sent you the document before, the statue portraying an Oni in the palace. I sent it to you. I can look for it again. Well, everything is well
All right.
documented.
I'll saturate whilst we're
It's,
talking.
it's going to be hard for you to search. This is a long. This has been a long time ago.
Yes. Hold on.
So,
Land. Kulata. But what's on our screen now? Is that the Tapa?
That's the picture of the Tapa guy. That's this picture. I just wanted to show his picture. That's the picture of the Tapa guy.
It's not
from Benin. It's from Bida.
One man, please let me come in. See, allow Klato to speak his piece. You know, sometimes when your enemy is making mistake, you are allowed to make the mistakes. You know,
I'm not your enemy.
I'm not saying you are my enemy. No, I'm not saying you're my enemy. I'm just making a reference because I just allow you to carry on that journey because I see that you try to portray whatever you think is real to you.
What I've studied. Hold on.
Again, you can study it now because you don't take time to study others because that what you study. It suits you. You stick with it. First of all, let me correct you. Obarogba never died. Hold on now. Please, when you were talking, I didn't target. I kept quiet. Obarogba didn't die on the sea. This is the funny thing.
I didn't say he died on the sea. I said he died on his way back. I said it was ambushed.
Yeah. It was never ambushed. See. Wait now, he was never ambushed.
How did he die?
He did not die. He grew old and died. His son is Buddha. So you should just, these are the things. That blog you sent me, I was just laughing because I don't have power to start.
It's not based on blog. I'm going to do my research.
Hold on. Let me just lecture you a little bit. Oba Buddha is the first sailor king raised in Lisbon. I think people don't know history about Esige. People just take the part that just history. That is just.
But his father is Esige. Doesn't mean that Esige is his dad.
Hold on.
But that doesn't mean he did not die.
When you were speaking, I did not interject you now. Since you are the bigger man, the more intelligent person.
I'm not intelligent. I'm looking at history. We're looking at history.
You're not looking at history. Can you just add to your knowledge and just relax? So let me speak, please, in my piece. When you were talking, at least I asked the bigger man. I didn't say anything. Even when this one tried to interject, you didn't allow him space.
Continue.
Okay. Urugba never died in the sea.
I didn't say that. Stop repeating that. I said he died. People killed him. That's why I'm interjecting.
I said he was coming back. The
coming back and he get people ambushed him. Doesn't mean he died in the
sea now. Or you don't know what sea was a sailor. Was it coming from land?
I did not say what did I say. I didn't say that.
It does not matter how you put it. It does not matter how you put it. That he was
mining people killed him. That's what I said.
It was not. First of all, there's no record to that.
So history. You did not write. You guys did not have writing.
Hold on, it's not your history. Why are you acting like the obedient?
It's Elijah history.
It's not Elijah history.
It is.
What please? Hold on. Leave that wherever it is that he died. Carry on. Prince Daddy still has the floor, remember? But I think Paddy came in especially for this. So give us your submission.
Hold on. One more, thank you. But sometimes Clutter is just trying to be, he's just changing himself. He's just clear by half.
He was trying to correct that.
No, how can he correct me? How can he correct me for my own history?
But you said something I did not say.
No. Okay, hold on. One man, hold on, please. Just listen. You said he was coming back, he was ambushed. And the question, where was he ambushed?
Doesn't matter. Just carry
on.
No.
One man.
When you are coming back from Lagos, you have to pass through those
states. One man. Hold on. Don't insult my intelligence. Neither insult history. Just hold on now. There's something we have to really clear now.
All right.
Where was he interjected? At what junction? Was he ambushed?
Urita Meta.
No. See. Hold on. No. One man. Don't do this. Please don't do this. With all due respect.
No. Don't get sometimes when people. Now.
I'm not. Listen.
I wasn't there.
I'm not bucking down. When Clutter was saying all kinds of nonsense about the code, I didn't say anything. I allowed him to speak. Is this one from his village? I did not say anything.
Yes, speak on.
Why must not
go to the big
so why he must not correct me?
Yeah.
So when I'm speaking, you should just keep quiet and let me speak.
Just go to your point.
Now, I'm not going to my point. I'm saying the history. You can learn or you don't want to learn. It's okay. Obarogboa was never ambushed, by anybody. He died at old age. First of all, Obarogboa was a Selok king trained in Lisbon. First of all, he was a priest before he went to Lisbon,
Naval School. His name is there. Go to a museum. He lived his life, adult age, teenage life in Lisbon. When Obaseki passed on, he was sent for to come back. He didn't want the throne. His elder brother is the abbot of Ekale. His younger brother is the Obi of Oluna. He didn't want the throne. So when he came back, at the old, king used to go to wars. That was this thing. Kings leased war then. When he came back, his brother advised him to go back to take the throne. Since he never grew the Benin, he didn't like it. So what he want to do? He wants to do what he do best, to stay. Now the people. That's why there's a reason I call his son. My brother is out. The people he recruited to start his journey were his own people. The first people that fell into his sword was the main people. People that you call Ilaje in the Ondo.
What is? I'm not stopping you, but what we're actually talking about was the Oshodi name.
I'm going to Oshodi.
And Prince Daddy has the floor.
Yeah, I'm going to Wama, you always already me. If you want me not to speak about this, thing is.
No, speak now, but
and so don't hurry me. Prince Daddy is here. Sometimes I wait for Prince Daddy to speak for 100 years. We're all family here. You can relax. What he's going to say that it's not the talking points. So relax. It's hot talking points I'm talking about. Let's talk. Now, yeah, so the main people was the first to fall in that area. And that area was taken for strategic position only. Not because he was fighting only Olagwe. I was waiting for you to explain, pronounce it, but you couldn't pronounce it.
Olagwe.
It was Olagwe. It's a title in Benin too, so just forget that. So he took that place and he started sailing. Then Benin was already a mighty kingdom, inward, interland. So he needed to do something different. Because he was a king, he was a sailor, he needed to expound and go to a different world. They called it the New World then. Now, his own people know the ways of the water. That's why they call the zones. But he and the Portuguese know the knowledge of the water because he was trained. He was sailing before during the Portuguese before, and he was the most trusted African with Portuguese and the king and the empire for a big empire with that. So the Portuguese were doing business with him. Any place he can't conquer, they'll collect spice. They'll give him armories. So the further he was going, to return back to refuel became far. Benin and May became far. So he was looking for a nearby place to make a camp for refuel. Then he has gone further and further to mouth of River Volta. God knows where else they have visited. But every time they're returning back, they used to spot an island, a mangrove grove. But they couldn't find the mouth of that mangrove grove from the sea, from the high sea to enter, to bring the interland. The Portuguese could not even find it. Go to Lisbon, his name is there. The person that found the mouth of the lagoon to the now present day Lagos. Even how much you have hills on land, that's how you have hills on sea. Sita says an engineer, he works at this thing, he can testify to that. And you know that. You cannot be in the mainland or Bar Beach, see what's behind Bar Beach. Because Bar Beach Sea is kind of a hill. You cannot. So don't tell me people on the mainland was able to go to island that was a sea. And
so nobody was in that island.
Hold on. Just hold on, please. with a canoe shaft, a canoe shaft to sail the high wave. There's a reason to use big ships on sea. Now, so many years of trying, Obarubana finally got the mouth for the Mago Groove to enter land that brought them to the present day Eko, the island. And it was a Mago Groove inhabitant.
Hold on. No, I'm going to ask you a question.
Please now, when you were talking, I didn't argue with you.
I know, please, but was there anybody there?
Don't ask me any question. I'm not ready to take a question from you. Please,
let me understand what it means.
One man, if you continue this on this platform, I will go so well that you not like me. You hate the day you know me. Because I will not be doing this.
Go now.
You cannot be trying to be thinking he's smart. Let me just talk. There was nobody. It's a mango grove, an island in the middle of the sea. Obaro, but the Benins. That's what the reason they say that Eliwa or the temple, the buildings, the palace have our soil. We develop that place and build it and make it our camp. with Portuguese. People did not just come in today. When they found the mouth of, when they already found this Lego, the Echo, now they see them when the sea now took them to inner world where they found Ogun, Dahomey, Ghana, to Gabon. The histories are there. You don't just come and write history. Just change it because you want to say something that will make you feel good. When we sail from, when the Obaroba sail from,
sorry, did you say they founded Gabon?
I said when they got to River Volta, it was world conquest. The mouth of River Volta is Gabon. Check it on this thing. I didn't say he founded Gabon, but he fought all the way to that place. And the reason he came back, probably he conquered, he got a message. That's why he turned back. Now, let me tell you, the only people that fought with about Orogba, which they are trying to use to cover all the legal narrative. I don't know why the Jebu Riverine people are even allowing it. It was the Jebu Riverine people. And it was a strategic point because Obarogba wants to create another camp there for refuel. That's the only people that fought with Obarogba. And guess what? They will fall under the might of the Kano and the Muscat. You will stand a chance. And it's not everybody just alienated. If you the Benin will know if when you bend the knees, they will let you and put transition on you. There were people in Badagry and the Benin signing Badagry. Obarogba put camp in Badagry. The general that was in that place is Agbede. You can say it's yours, but there's Agbede in Benin too. In Dahomey, it was Dahomey. Dahomey. When Obarogba, when we have contact with the Jebu Mayor and the Badagry, when Obarogba was exposed to salt, histories are there. All this story that there was a person in the island. Do you know what it's called, the island, Mango Grove? Can you plant plantain on a Mango Grove salty place that you will grow? Don't talk about pepper. What are you guys saying? Oh, inhabited land. You can even grow food. It's a salty island. It took years. It was sailing. You don't even ship. There's no bridge now because now you see bridge now like Maryland to Yaba. There's bridges. If it was like that in the old, there are some places like that in the old. It's not. It's Riverina and Mangrove area.
Hold on. Are you saying there were no bridges and no vehicles at that time? Is that what you're saying?
Of course, now 1550 something. Well, who have your car and bridges? Do you think we're talking about 1992 here?
All right.
So how will you not have bridges and have roads? It was all ships, and we have big ships. Now, the people that were there recorded by the Benin, don't forget, when I was saying this, the captain of that ship, Abaraba is the commander, the captain of that ship is Bazoaye. Their family is still in Lagos. They are the Badulaye of Lagos. They are the Jene of Ezon today in present Rivers and Bayelsa. Why people just come and change stories? These are the families that still unite, meet every time of the year. They want to install the new Oba in Lagos. If they do not participate, you will not install the new Oba in Lagos. Now, the only people that resisted Obarogba was the Ijebu people. Recorded Obarogba is a learned Oba that wrote his history. Go to Lisbon, go to Benin Museum. You have his handwriting, his archive, his memos. I don't understand what you guys are just saying. I don't know what you guys are going to gain from it. Go to Lagos State University, not LASU. Go to Lagos, will help you. That will help you a lot of clutter. Just go to Lagos State University there. The history is there. Now, you're talking about this man, the Takba man. Okay, before I finish, go to the Takba man, let me round up and give it to my gentleman brother, Prince Daddy. Sorry for taking your time. When Obarogba got to, then you say for years, not a day. Obarogba didn't stay in Benin much. Because never liked the throne. He was raised and born. He was raised and not born. He was born in Benin, but raised in Lisbon. Speak Portuguese fluently, right, and all that. So he has the history, not with artifact documented, paper documented. So I'm in British Museum. Do yourself, one man in London, do yourself a favor and go and request Obarogba archives, maritime say expedition. They will give it to you. Yeah, you go to Lisbon. Compared to, if it's different, they come to Benin Museum and Palace. I will show our own remember we have too, the British could not take. The names, the people we met in Ijebu and Badag is there. You never met anybody in the Eko. It's bush, Mangrove Grove. When he was coming back, he was sent for to come back to Benin. He was sent for. Let me tell you about Ashikba. I will go to this thing now. I will go to this guy.
Don't
Hold on
worry.
now, please. Hold on, one man, please.
Carry on.
Hold on. Prince Daddy don't have to talk about that politics.
No, forget. Wait, I wasn't going to Prince Daddy. I wanted to give you the backdrop of the name.
No, I know this, but I read this. Don't worry about this. Now, when he was sent for, when he was coming back, the Italand that the people, our words have now established, not even the Italand, Obama found that people had started coming to trade with them. Now, when his son, he put his son there in charge, Asikpa. Asikpa means you don't leave your house. Then he came back to Benin. He now became king in Benin, ruling in Benin. When he was in Benin, a message got to him that Asikpa has died. He now sent Edo, the other son, to come and be the first Eleko of Eko. Eleko means Eleko Obo, that I put in your hand. What you call Eleko today? Eleko Obo. Now send the Badulai and some other chiefs, the white cap chiefs, that to go and install him to do the necessary right. That's why you see here, Ben. This guy is holding out any other holds. I don't know where people are getting this story from. And then from Benin to Lagos State was about 15 days. It's by ship, not land traveling. There was no route then on ground. Then he came back, he ruled his time, he passed on, and his son, Hengbuda, took the throne. Now, this guy you're talking about, Camera was founded in the late, Camera was actually founded in 1822. Check it out. So how can you now bring the man that said he was born in Bida 70 something in this picture?
He died in 1868. He died in 1868.
He was born 17 what?
He died in 1860.
So listen, if his name is Oshodi, I'm not going to argue his name. Listen, just listen, please. If his name is Oshodi, I'm not coming here to argue his name with him. We have Oshodi in Benin more than 1,000 years before now.
It's possible.
No, it's still, just hold on now. Just hold on. Just hold on. Just hold on.
Hold on 1 microsecond. Hold on, Kulata. Landuji Oshodi. Landuji Oshodi, known as Oshodi Takwa, was a powerful chief and war minister of the King Kosoko of Lagos. Oshodi Takwa was born in 1780 to a Nupe royal family, though he was recorded by some colonial sources to be of Egba origin, apparently due to, pardon me, his early Yorubanization. There has also been an account that Oshodi was a Takwa former slave in the court of the Lagos king, and then he goes on to give the name of the king. So, as the name Oshodi, it came from the Nupe region, which is what we now know as Niger State.
They still have it in the Nupe region.
Listen, one man. King is a wrong word to use. Plata is stating that Oshodi, the name came from
it's from Niger State.
Hold on. You said the name originated from Niger State. They raided Benin in 19th century. That's why we have Oshodi in Benin.
You know that Let's even speak history. Hold on. You know that the Nupe people sacked Auchi. You know that,
Nupe people never sack Auchi.
They sacked Auchi.
Nupe people never sack Auchi.
Oh my God. You guys, I'm tired.
No, listen, one man, it's funny when
they raided Northern Edo.
They never raided Auchi.
Oh.
If you want to hear this history, that I will tell you the history. And if you don't want to hear it, you want to hear it from.
I don't want to hear it.
Because the history people like to hear or to say is the history that will dissect one person and put the other one above. Anything that will bring the person down. That's what you're looking for. But you want to listen. You want to listen. You want to hear what actually happened if there was any Nupe that Rasak Auchi.
Do you want to even bring controversial history? What about Ibadan harassing Benin City?
Ibadan never harassed any Benin City.
What? Ibadan. Even Ogedengbe was begged not to come and terrorize Benin.
Listen,
and you have Ogedengbe siblings all over those states till today.
Okay, thank you. If Ogedengbe hear that. It will be sacrificed in five junctions.
Am I saying the truth? Don't you have Ogedengbe in the door today? Scattered all over the place.
Forget names we have. Now, let me tell you one thing real quick.
Because at some point in time, Buni lost his power and he was getting harassed. Ibadan harassed
nobody harassed Benin.
Everybody's going to have to read history. I'm going to recommend some books.
Clotta, this energy you're trying to put to correct me. If
There's
you put
no
it to correct,
energy. There was a time Benin was super strong.
Can
and
you
there was
just
a time
listen?
they were weak. It's
Can you just listen?
empires. That's how it happens.
Can you just listen? Can you just listen? If you don't want to listen, fine. Go on the trajectory, run with it. Benin and Oyo never have any fight, and Oyo
This
never.
is not Oyo. This is Ibadan. I'm not talking about
This,
Oyo.
okay, whatever you call it.
This happened in 18th. No, let me bring it out.
Hold on.
To continue
Ibadan
talking,
never got to Benin. Now, if Ibadan Nupe were going to Benin to ransack Benin, the British would not summon their three of their best warship from South Africa, France, and Germany to invade Benin. Put that into your thinking, your education you have.
I'll show you. I'll bring it out.
Don't show nothing.
You were about to say thick skull there.
No. I don't want to insult it. No. I don't. One man. I don't want to insult Clotta intelligence. It's a simple fact.
You can insult it. It doesn't matter.
Hold on now. Why you so? I think I'm you now shouting. You just relax. Let's have a conversation.
Let's have a conversation.
So don't just be dropping on my tongues because when you talk, I like to talk.
So, explain the Auchi. Let's start with Auchi.
Just hold on. If you can listen, then fine. Just hold on, please. If you want to listen, fine. If Ibadan was entering Benin the way they like, we would have Benin slaves all over the world. If the Takbears will enter Benin the way they like, the British will not bother themselves invading us. They will just send the Ibadan and their own people to take over us.
Can I ask one man?
So you don't just come and start saying things that does not correlate, does not happen.
Wait, can I ask one man a question?
Ask.
One man, do you remember when you did research on Cape Verde? Do you remember that discussion that you researched Cape Verde and you found some names? Do you remember that conversation?
Yeah, remind us. We've had.
I think you went. I said something. Then you went to research Cape Verde and you found a lot of slaves from Edo origin.
Oh, of course, yes. I mean, I just didn't want to push back on that because I wanted. I was
on the platform.
There were those slaves all over.
Why, one man? Listen, I was one man. I was on the hold on. Hold on.
I think after the King Jaja of Opobo, who was the greatest star. Or maybe not the greatest is too positive. Is the Benin's next? They were notorious slavers.
One man. Yeah,
and they were conquered by the Nubes, but the Nubes used to raid them and sell them off via Cape Verde.
One man, please. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Caution yourself when you say about Benin history, because a lot of people have been getting feedback, have been calling me, and I think I will tell you, like mostly your open speech yesterday. Most people find you offended. Hold on, one man. Hold on. Your open speech yesterday, many people find it offended. Up to my uncle, they called me because they know I'm the only person coming to the show.
What opening speech?
The nonsense you were saying about what was the Benin people talking about nonsense about Lagos? What the Oba doing there shouting? They don't find it funny at all. They called me yesterday. I talked for hours. Actually, they demand so many things, but I said, "Don't worry, it's just remarks." And I'll talk to him on the show. So they are listening what I'm telling you now. Anyway, caution, please, when you talk about some history, don't emphasize on what you don't know too much. Not everything on book you run after. Now, let me tell you on that thing again. Benin were never so into slavery, and Benin never so slave. The few Benin descendants, but Benin was a concept. The people in our body in the Benin were called Benin. Yes, few of them could have been captured, so we took slavery, fine. But not the Benin city today. You see, Robodeta, Okbe. That's why you don't see them in slaves, in their DNA, their names is not. Now, Angola, before now, I think Clotta would like to research things, but we leave the other part. Benin was a sovereign empire. Benin was among the 4 empires that recognized Brazil, what's it called? authority for them to become a nation.
Correction, Benin wasn't considered an empire, it was considered a kingdom. But continue.
That's to say that you don't see. I wonder how you got the GP you got in university. Sometimes make me
It's
wonder.
kingdom now. See,
No,
have you ever had Benin Empire before?
you
It's
just
Benin kingdom.
Google is since Google is the cheapest place to go. Check 1822 to 1824. The empires that recognize
One man. I posted an academic journal in your state. You will see Nupe invasion by Nupe invasion in Auchi 1860. Etsako people.
Can you just Google the first?
It's an academic paper. It's an academic journal.
Hold on. Since you like Google, can you Google the first folk nation sovereign kingdom that recognized Brazil sovereignty? Can you Google it? 1822 to 18.
I'll do that
1824.
Brazil
sovereignty. The first four name.
So what's that?
All right, you were referencing Unilag earlier on, so this academic paper is from Unilag.
This is invasion. Impact of Nupe invasion.
Hold on. This thing I did. Hold on. Listen. Hold on. Benin was a sovereign empire. Recognized.
Before you
hold on, man. One man. Wait now. I'll come to this. I'll come to this.
Why don't you hold on? So do you want to acknowledge because he said that the Anupes that they raided and sacked Auchi, you said they didn't. So he has now gone to produce an academic paper which tells us categorically that they did.
They did not, one man.
All right. God.
Why are you arguing? Well, in my days in my school, and somebody have presented this thing, in my days in my school, public administration and government, you study 101. And the lecturer that came and said, when the Portuguese came to Benin, they sacked the kingdom. And those things that everybody screamed. Where was the guy from? It didn't happen, sir. The Benin and the Portuguese were allied. It was the British that came in 1897. So now, if I publish the same stuff in paper tomorrow in Edo State University, as my thesis, you say, go print it out. So see, Portuguese sack Benin. I said, it did not happen. I'm a Benin man. Any Benin man can tell you too.
That's nobody's arguing whether Portuguese sack Benin.
Listen, listen now. Hold on now. How can you just? Why you guys so fascinated about? Hold on now. Okay, continue.
Let it be conversational, please. How did Islam come into Auchi?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Islam came to Auchi in 1820 by preaching. Yeah. I'm telling you, the guy that brought Islam, his name is Muhammad. The converted name was Muhammadu. That's why we have Momo. It never became Momo because Momo in Auchi means Muhammad. It was by preaching. Yes. Now, let's tell you how some... The
Nupes brought
Nupes did not start. Listen, let me tell you now. Igala and Isako are boundaries. Igala. Now, we had a war in 1515, when the birth of Isako was bettered. It's called Agani Bode. That is, in Benin, means let's stay and watch the road. So there was always an influx of new people coming in Benin. There are Igala people in Benin, there are Benin people in Igala till today. So the Islam has already been there, not by conquest. Now, when the Igala people came down, that would have stopped article, but I believe Clatter know that. They almost took Benin in half. They took some king. That's what you see in Ishan land. You see some king bearing is Zaiki. Benin have to defend. Then there's a statue. Hold on. When we were talking, I didn't argue.
Academic facts. Then what's
no. I don't like this just kind of revision. I very call it revision.
It's an academic. We're bringing academic, well-researched papers.
It's not the academic stuff you are sent. It's not the academic stuff. It's not the academic stuff you sent to me. It's not the academic stuff.
The one I sent to one man. I'm not talking to you about some gist that I can't verify. I'm sending stuff that is verifiable.
I said I'm verifying. I just told you. I told you it did not happen.
What and you are saying it did not happen when it's documented history? Come on, stop it. Stop this nonsense. Let's start talking reality.
No. You are the one actually talking nonsense. because you're not talking about you're not talking about the slavery. You're not emphasizing on your slave raiding or you are emphasizing what did happen in Benin.
We're talking about specific.
No,
You're talking all
I'm
over
telling
the
you,
place.
it did not.
Stick to one topic.
I'm telling you,
You're just
which part
talking
of
from left to right.
which
We're
part
talking
of
about
which
a specific.
which now which part of which part of which part?
Hold on. We're just looping around in circles now. So just a couple more minutes from you, War Peace, and then we have from Paddy, and then we go on to Prince Daddy. We're never going to
wait. I ask you to go research. Go check Brazilian this thing Benin Empire recognizing Brazil sovereignty in 1882.
I've checked it. It said Benin Kingdom, not Empire. Kingdom.
Can a kingdom be a sovereign nation?
Do you know the difference between a kingdom and an empire? Let's start with that. What's the difference between
empire,
a kingdom
not
and
a kingdom?
an empire?
You cannot be a kingdom stretching all to the way to the Volta.
Everybody
hold on.
Between kingdom and empire.
Hold on.
Okay,
listen. The difference between a kingdom and empire is that an empire have other kingdom within him. He has kings under him. Just like the British. What are you talking about? If you are a kingdom, how can you be giving sovereignty to somebody in South America?
I just read what you
do. You don't just anything. Let me tell you. Hold on now. One man, let me say this. Sorry.
He has to stop.
He has to stop. I know it's because of Benin matter. He has to. But you're talking about. No. One man, I find it offensive, and I always keep quiet. No, I can't. When people are talking about your history, I don't talk anything about it. Clutter is insulting me. The Benin, listen.
Hey, what piece? Kulata. It was called. People refer to it as the Benin Kingdom, but historians have also said it's also known as the Benin Empire.
Empire.
It's not an either or matter. I don't understand what the fuss is about.
Benin Kingdom.
No, let me say.
But also
when I will tell Kulata, can a kingdom give authority to another sovereignty to become a sovereignty?
Which sovereignty did they give to sovereignty?
Brazil. I said Google it in their independence.
They said recognize, and that came from you guys. How did
it come from us?
Came from you guys. It didn't even come from an external source.
Wait, hold on. See, we move on, and I know the kind of person Kulata is.
What I don't like is
hold on. When
we're not sticking in one topic.
You are jumping in my history. Why don't you jump on your history? This is my history. Listen.
Let's focus on the ouch.
Let me speak.
Kingdom versus this versus that. Let's focus on the Lagos one. You are jumping to
I'll come to Lagos. I'll talk about Lagos if you like.
What are we talking about?
Hold on. One man. If you guys let me speak.
Hold on. Just a couple more minutes and then we must move on. We've been on it for 1 hour.
Yeah. Thank you, one man. I think I keep stepping on my tongue and want to make me just to push his this thing to make me not to say what I'm going to say, but I'll still say it. If it be not a sovereign nation, we cannot give Brazil. Pele died not too long here. Their president sent their ambassador to Benin. He's on everywhere. He came to Benin to give the honor to Oba of Benin for the burial of Pele. Hold on, please. I know somebody else to say something. And I was saying, he came, and the Brazilian ambassador said it again. The Benin and Brazil have a strong tie because Benin is one of the people that gave them recognition for them to have their sovereignty. America, Argentina, Benin, and other people that gave them that right to become a nation. And Klata is here jumping up and down, like thinking that he's copying Google.
Let me read something to you guys, please. This is from
wait. Let me just read it. I haven't said anything.
Let me just read this to you.
No.
Let me read this to you, please. Let me just read this to you.
Before you read what you're going to read, you will read it.
Okay.
You will read it. I want to just reiterate one thing. We need to have a focused conversation, right? We first started with the history of Lagos. We need to we stay there, we flesh it out. We talked about Oshodi Tapa, flesh it out. But when we're jumping from one place, Brazil, upper Volta, lower Volta, it's not making any sense. What's the point of that conversation? It's not focused conversation.
Okay, I just want to.
Sorry, before that readout, what you're looking at in the background is the Oni of Ife addressing the Brazilian parliament. So I'm not quite sure what the association with Benin is, but we know what the association with the Oni is. But carry on, Izon.
Okay. When I was a child growing up, before we had Google and the likes, I used to sneak into my father's library to read Encyclopedia Britannica, right? And this was something that I've always grown up to respect. So according to Encyclopedia Britannica, right, they were talking about Ewuare the Great, who reigned from 1440 to 1480. He was described as a great warrior and a magician, and he established hereditary succession to the throne and vastly expanded the territory of Benin Kingdom, which by the mid-16th century extended from the Niger River Delta, which is Niger Delta, to the east to what is now known as Lagos in the west. Lagos was in fact founded by a Benin army and continued to pay tribute to the Oba of Benin until the end of the 19th century.
Which is what I said.
This is Encyclopedia Britannica.
That's exactly what I said.
All right, so I don't know if that puts a nail on it.
That's not what you said.
That's what I said. I said
it's not a matter of
Ownership was started
you will let me loud now.
by Benin.
It's not a matter of shout.
And they paid tributaries. What did you say that they did not say?
This is the matter of...
Hold on. No. I want to hear from Paddy. Let's hear from Paddy. Paddy, come in.
Thank you very much, Woodman.
That was quite. That was an experience, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I mean, to be candid to World Peace, he actually, because I've actually had him battle with, I think, Mike, a while ago. He actually does know a little bit.
You're breaking off.
Oh, okay. I started breaking up again. How about now? Is this better?
I can hear you clearly. You're not breaking off. I think it's one man that's breaking off. But I can hear you clearly.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so yes.
All right,
all right. World Peace indeed does have, so I guess the history is just mixed up. Part of Kulata's stories are very factual. Also that of World Peace. I think it's the execution or the delivery that makes World Peace seem like it's a lot because of his tone of voice, how brash it is. So it makes it look a little bit very, very overwhelming. But just to chime in a little bit, yes, Kulata was spot on. It is indeed the military might of the Benin that actually discovered, that founded an island called Eko. And it wasn't just because it discovered it. So all along, the Benin warriors had always had their way around. So from the birth of Benin, Benin's are actually known to be sea warriors, so more like ocean warriors. So they had their very big, sailing canoes, and then they will paddle all the way to, Dahomey, all the way to Port Novo, to Ghana, even to the Volta, like what he said, all that far to go and cause trouble. So they were strong. So they would go there. And I think this whole thing started when they started trading with Portuguese, trading with the Germans, trading with the French. And the only way to stamp on your dominance is to ensure that people from the Dahomey Kingdom or Empire were not outselling them. Now, all through this whole period, they did not come into the enclave of Lagos, and the reason being that aside the beach, which is the Lekki beach and the likes, and they couldn't come into Lagos because Lagos was very swampy with plenty of seaweed, and seaweed is not very easy to sail across. So for the vast most part, they would just sail past Lagos as it is now, and then sail past the Sherry at their Awori land. And I think another part where many people also conflict is that the Eko, and this is from my own discovery, the Eko that is that part of the Eko that the Benins discovered, which is to World Peace credit, is actually owned by the Ijebus and not the Awori. Now, however, the Aworis have always traded with the Ijebus, so they will exchange pepper, fish, and then they also sell to the Portuguese. And I'll be learning somewhat with this particular story. for the very most part, when there was one of the sojourns where I think the Ashekpa and the likes was on their way or had been on their way to Dahomey to go fight, and there was supposedly a very heavy storm, so they had to find somewhere to berth or to sail, and in between they found that lagoon because it was a small enclave. They were able to sail through and then found that echo where they settled in. But one of the reasons that made them even stay longer there and even try to come and settle in there was the fishery. So they found very fresh marine fish, which is tilapia, that was very, very healthy, and because they were not very heavily fished there, so that place was a very good place. So they cleared a little bit of a pathway, and then they said, like, you know what, this place looks good. We don't even need to always out to sail all the way to this place, even closer to Dahomey. We can settle up a camp in here, right? And then let's see how we can do it. So which is one of the reasons why the business has to set up a camp, which is literally, in retrospect, eco. Nonetheless, there are worries which were more like fan based, and the Jebus were also using somewhere within that same land, that same area, not that particular island, to trade. So they were exchanging peppers, exchanging and fishery and the likes, right? Now, fast forward, I think maybe circa the 15th century, the Portuguese had come in and also started trading with the Ijebus on textile, fishing, and the likes. But the Benin military now started collecting taxes from the Ijebus the same way they were collecting taxes from the Dahomes and every of the other kingdoms that were there. And it became a bit of a rift for the Ijebus, and the Ijebus had to fight. And so to war peace, right, the Ijebus indeed did fight the Benin military. Now I'm still going to come, so which will probably be trigger many Yoruba people. Unfortunately, the Aworis did not have that strong military might, but the Aworis were the first land settlers, more like mainland settlers. So the Aworis were like farmers, and the Jebus were like fishermen, and both of them did trade. Of course, the Aworis also they also grew in fishery. They also grew near how to swim. They also grew in trading in fish. But the Jebus were the very core people who were fishermen. Now, during the wars between the Jebus and the Benin guys were kept on winning, right? So Jebus couldn't trade easily. They couldn't trade the Portuguese, and over time, the tariff and the taxes was making the cost of tilapia fish very much expensive, and also even to almost a little bit towards at the beginning of slavery, it was also making so most of the fabrics that the slaves would wear were being made by the Jebus. So that also made trading with the Jebus a whole lot difficult because the Benins were heavy taxers. Now, to mitigate this, and this is the part where many people many Yorubas don't know, but like the Portuguese now joined forces with the Jebus to fight off the Benins. The Portuguese fought the Jebus fight off the Benins, and as a tribute to the white Portuguese for joining the Jebus to fight off the Benin using their Marslin guns and their Dane guns. And that is one of the reasons that's one of the things that birthed the symbolism, quote unquote, of the Ayo. So remember the white man hat, so the white clothes that the Ayo festival wear is symbolism of white man. The hat that they wear, because this happened at night, the hat that they wear is the white people used to wear, like the hunting hat is similar to what the Ayo hat. And then the raffia palm that the Ayo, that long palm that the Ayo hold is a symbolism to the guns, to den guns so as a tribute to that victory is why the Jebus even created the Ayo festival, the very first period, the Ayo masquerade. And that's why the Ayo is celebrated more on those islands, not even in the core inner part of the Jebu, which is the Ekpe, Lekki, Oniru area, Eko part. So they help them to chase off the Benin. So I don't want to hog the mic too much, but that's like a cup bit. So Collateral was right in the fact that yes, they indeed named that camp, but in terms of the discovery of the entirety of that state as Lagos, no. In fact, the name the Lagos that the Portuguese gave was not in correlation to what the Benin did. Those ones gave that based off of the structure of that particular. So when you're coming from the ocean and then you move into the lagoon, that scenery is very similar to the Lagos that the Portuguese have. I'm sure we all know it's part of, even Kulata said it before, we all know that part of history. It's very similar in terms of sightseeing, right? In terms of the landmass, and so that's why, and he also, because he also has very many islands, so very many, like the Tinkan Island, the Apapa side, the Korodu part, so all those very small pockets of lands, even to Takwa Bay, Banana, all those, not Banana, Takwa Bay, all those small Snake Islands, because that Lagos itself has very, very many islands. And over time, they had cleared all the seaweeds, which was not easy for sailing. That's why the Portuguese named that place Lagos. However, the very small Kuramo-ish, from the Kuramo axis up to Babich and even to a little bit of the Eko part, that place where the Benins in this day, where they try to settle, is just the Eko, not the entirety of the city. So just a small island. And because they came in there and tried to oppress the people that they met there and started heavily taxing them, over time, a stronger military, which we came with gone, chased them off. And as a tribute to that victory, which is used to be an Ijebu land, is even why the Ijebus made a very symbolic masquerade, which is the Ayo. And that's my share of that story.
All right, Paddy. Hold on. On the Oshodi name, do you have any commentaries on that space? To Akolata bringing it to our attention and
yes, Kolata is right.
Yeah.
Kolata is right. He's right. It's for Takpa man, Oshodi Takpa. There's no. I was wondering why Zita was disagreeing with that, but actually it is. It's exactly how Kolata said. And again, if the integration between the Nupes and the modern day and the Yorubas is so strong that a vast majority of even the Yoruba artifacts, right, are influenced by the Nupes, which you can find in our Terra culture arts. So it's the Terra culture art that the Yorubas grew to making our old figurines and co were influenced by the Nupe, by the Nupe, and of course the Oshodi Takpa and the likes were actually are people who definitely came in to settle in that place and then they owned that land. And very many people during the trade part, very many settlements came in and owned several pockets of lands in the modern day Lagos. So aside the Takwas, the Nupes, the Igbominas, the Egbas, the Egbados, the Sherries, of course, which came much earlier, their worries, everybody started owning pieces of settlements from that particular land. And this was, and then of course, eventually the Ijebus. But the Ijebus had their own land, which is Ikorodu, Ijebode, Ikosi, Ekpe, Lekki, the lagoon itself were owned by the Ijebus, but Igbesa, the Alaki, the Igbore, Ake, Ejiga, all those places were owned by Oshodi. But the land part, which were part of the Awori, which was where the Oshodi Wataba was able to settle in. Because later on, everyone became Yoruba, so the Ijebus also became Yoruba. But at the very, very beginning, in between the Aworis was also the Ijebus, and they were the core fishermen. That actually did exist back then.
All right, Paddy, and hold on, Paddy, and the narrative that the Benis themselves were actually founded by the Yorubas. Do you have any commentaries on that space? The Oromila, something that we argue all the time.
Okay, so that particular history is very conflicting, right? One of the very, very early, I fact, one of the very first early stories that were told back then was that part of the 7 grandsons of Oduduwa, one of them is Oba Benin, but I know that's not very accurate, right? But I know that there are also very strong exchange of culture between Ife, and Benin because of the closeness and proximity that that they did have. And also, I think one other thing that maybe I don't want to very get involved is that because we all come from that Niger-Volta confluence itself, there's also very many cross-cultural naming and similarities that we do have, and which is where I struggle with many of the Benins is that. So in fact, before I answer that question, the name Oba is owned by the Benin. It's not a Yoruba name. I mean, no Yoruba should claim that. The name Oba is a totally Benin title. The reasons why Oba became something that was used in Lagos, now only Lagos used the name Benin was because Lagos, as about Eko, was not part of that monarchical structure that Oyo had taken over. Yes.
Jeba is a Yoruba town. There's Oba of Jeba. There are Obas all over Yoruba town, so I disagree. Okay. And I have a document that I'm going to share with one man. It's an academic Russian. As this particular topic is a full assessment on that topic, including World Peace history, including some documented story from knock culture to
Yeah.
migration patterns that proves. Anyway, I'll send that book to one man now.
All right. Okay. All right. Thanks, Colata. So to the point I was saying, the during the Oyo Empire, because there was no way within the world, because there was no way we could have created another Oba under the Oyo Empire, because Oyo were the ones who actually indeed gave that monarchy to every of the places where they wanted to rule, which is Owo, Egba, Sabe, Popo, all those little kingdoms were ordained by the Oyo Empire. But other land did not include Ijebu, and for that reason, it also did not include Eko, because by extension, Ijebus were the ones who actually owned that fishing land of Eko. It was when the Ijebus now joined into the Yoruba that Eko also needed to become a civilization of its own. And thus, the closest title that they had used before was the one that they had copied from the Oba of Benin, and thus they started using that same name within Eko itself. Now, every other person who use an Oba in their name, they will actually always have their core title. So you can hear, maybe I'm just saying, we'll just use that as an example. You can hear maybe the Oba of Abeokuta. They will now hear Alake or something. So in terms of the title Oba, they will always have their definitive Bale origin or something that clearly distincts them. So you can have Oba of Jega. The real title will now come from. But a proper Oba does not have Oba and still have another thing entirely. The same way you can have a Kabiyesi and something else entirely. So every Oba or every Bale would have something, and their real title will come in. But that Oba bit itself was something that because of the title that the Benin had used, it was easy for because that was also ordained on that island. It was easy for the Ijebus to go ahead to use it. But when the Ijebus became part of Yoruba, then that was when the Awujale and co started, taking over. So that's when they had their own Awujale, which is actually a much more stronger Yoruba name. So Yoruba's name based off of, and if you look at the name, those names are always very, very intricate into how the Yoruba pantheon named all their monarchs.
Paddy, please, Paddy, sorry, my issue with Kolata is this. Maybe I might say my history because every history is biased, which is well-known fact. But I will not rewrite your history. That's one thing I will not do, and I will not allow you to write my history. True or false?
Okay, so here's the thing.
Hold on. I'm asking a question. Then we'll go to. I just want a simple question, the leading question. True or false?
Agreeable. It's agreeable.
Okay, now my point with Kolata.
Look at this idea. What are people? True or false? It's agreeable.
Why will you have problems?
Hold on. You wear a cravat. I bet you wear a cravat. You wear a cravat. You sound like you wear a cravat.
Okay, now, Paddy, the problem I have with Kolata is this. People are trying to rewrite history of the Eko himself and what they bring up. Why I did not really stay on that Eko issue, because his narration have defeated his purpose, because he said Obarogba was ambushed. It never happened.
He got ambushed. He died when he got back.
Yes, I didn't say C now. I never said listen. Yeah, I never said C. I said he got ambushed. In that alone, defeat the purpose of your history, because it never happened. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I dropped it. That's why I didn't emphasize on it. But now let me see. Hold on now, please. Now. I agree. Wait, hold on. Paddy, a found land and a conquered land, please tell me two different. The word.
This is so found can always be used even continuous tense. So you can found a land that people already live there, but within your own space of people, you are the first to found that land. And I'll give a clear example. Mongo Park did say it was the first to found or discover.
That was the example in my head.
Exactly. It was the first to found and discover, but that's in his own journal to his own fellow, Scottish people, right? Or however it is. But it didn't change the fact that people are dead. The same way, when I found the one-man show, it didn't mean that the show wasn't existing. It just meant that in my own circle of friends, I was the first person to found the show. Now, I can found somewhere and also decide to conquer that place. That's a totally different thing entirely. But to your bid itself, the Benin's never at any point itself did they conquer Lagos. Right, the discovery was for a settlement that they clearly took, which is a very small island where they settled. And then when they started conflicting with the people who were there, they were hampering off on their trade, like you, Whoopi also agreed, there was indeed a battle and a fight for it.
Yes.
And then when the Jebus couldn't win, they used the Portuguese and then they chased away the Benin.
Hold on, please, Paddy, can you hold on there, please? Now the problem is this: people always bring the Italian history added to the island. I said when Benin started moving out from the island, used Nouveau expansion, clearing the seaweed that allowed them to sail to the mainland at the other scheme area. That when they encountered people on the land, right? And our history, written, documented from Urugba, the people who fought are the Jebu Riverine people who resisted. You understand? And it's documented in our history. Who win, who did not win, that is another history to talk about. But Eko, as we stand, when it was founded, even it's too block, is too distinct. There was nobody, that's the kind of contention. There was nobody. You could agree, everybody could agree, but I don't know why people still go back and revisit and say, no, people was in Eko and they were sending
But there's no way
there.
you will have known though, because if you get
because we documented what we wrote, what we met.
Do you know why? If you get to a seashore of a beach, you meet sand, but you can't tell people who are on the other side of that island. And that's where the conflict came from. So where you guys
I made a reference. I made a reference. If you're on a bad beach, I said if you were listening for the beginning, if you're in a bad beach, if you know the old bad beach now, they call Atlantic. If you are standing on the bad beach, can you see it beyond?
No, we know you can't now.
So tell me how the people in the island can we sail that wave and go beyond where Benin discovered as a coast today? You take your own mighty ships from outside Eko to enter Eko at then. And like you were saying, that when they were coming back looking for a way, because Benin was looking for how to get to the mouth of that Mago groove. They couldn't for years. Then one day they were able to say, in the Portuguese journal in Lisbon, accredited to Oparogboa. I don't know why we come here and start celebrating history here, because we just want to add this thing to it.
Are you happy for us to move on? I think we've been an hour and a half on this.
Yeah, you can move on, one man. But people should advise Kulata to learn and relearn his history.
No, there's nothing I'm learning. Sorry, one piece. There's nothing I'm learning. You know, I'm an Egyptian guy now. We know the.
How can you be telling me a Russian man wrote history that you are reading?
To one man.
The Russian even came to Nigeria, Africa.
Okay, we don't hear.
Can you imagine where you get your source from?
So there's an academic book, one man, that reassesses the all this historicity of Benin. And it brings up documentation from Portuguese documents, British sources, Nigerian sources, and analyzes all this story. And then what I like about it, it talks about migration pattern. I mean, you know, when Sahara was drying, the migration pattern of these people, what influenced them, the exchange of art, and the linkage between Ife and Benin, it trashes everything out properly. The best part of it that I like, the famous story that one piece comes to talk about, Ekaladera. It talks about that, and it talked about it being a 1970s invention, a respin of history. So if you have time, one man, it's not long. It's just 24 pages. Is in your Gmail.
Sorry, I'm baby like you now. Sorry, I'm baby like you. Sorry, I'm baby like you now. Sorry, I'm baby like you. No, sorry, I'm baby like you. No, sorry, I'm baby like you.
Continue.
You said in your book.
Continue now.
I know. You said in your research.
One man is in your inbox.
Oh wait, I know. You said in your research, the man said the cardinal spinning came in 70s. Even your William Jones, the first person to produce book in 1922, I've wrote about the cardinal and Benin. Even this guy that later described himself, what is it called? This Benin Ondo guy that wrote his own in 1932. I didn't mean that wrote in 1940s. And now you are saying a Russian man. Wait, hold on now. Sorry, I know. I know you sent to watch my man. So this kind of book,
send it. Let's not stop. I mean,
no.
You know, when you need to shoot, don't talk. When you have the book,
no. Kulata, I can write anything. I can bring people and write anything. I'm making a hardcover. I'm making a hardcover and send it to you. Now, I will send you. I will give you a little bit of assignment. If you want to know about Benin history, go to the Portuguese, go to the Dutch, go to the Germans, and a little bit of France.
All of them are
four people. Hold on, no. Those are the people.
It's an academic.
No, now, hold on now. These are from 14th century to 17th century. Go get your facts from there, then come back and talk to me. Not all these Russian people that never even came to Nigeria. Not people that wrote Bible after Jesus Christ have died 2,000 years. That's the kind of thing you are saying. It's funny. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right,
Obaship, I disagree. There's Oba of Jeba, there's Oba all over the place. They're nowhere nearby what we're talking about. So I totally disagree. There's a lot of shared culture and history, but we'll end it there.
All right. Prince Daddy, are you still there?
Yeah. I'm here, one man.
All right. See what you started, though. See you see all the while like. But there it is. I'm going to clip that off and put it up as a standalone video. Therefore, yes, that should clip off. But do you still want to continue on that space, or do you want me to just move you away completely?
Oh no, I have nothing else to add.
Yes, that's been thoroughly trashed out with academic papers and passion. So go to Nnamdi Kanu. Ohanaeze Ndigbo begs Tinubu to release Nnamdi Kanu as Christmas gifts to Christians. So yes, release Nnamdi Kanu, yes, of course. But how is it a Christmas Christ to create? What has the Christian bit got to do with it?
Why not? Anytime they can use an opportunity to try to release Nnamdi Kanu, why not? It's a Christmas. If it doesn't work for this Christmas, we wait for Easter gift, So we keep kicking it down there.
Are you a release Nnamdi Kanu proponent, or are you is too much of a security risk, let him rot in jail proponent?
So, well, what is the court saying, or the courts? I mean, as long as the government is not trampling on the court's ruling, that's what matters. Are they breaking the law and holding Nnamdi Kanu in prison against his will, or what the law says? That's what it boils down to, quite frankly. I heard somebody earlier say the tribunal, is that what it said? Or the appeal courts granted him bail, and the government is still holding on to him. So
there's a stay on execution on that judgment. So they're not holding him outside of the law.
Is that right? Okay. Yeah. Well, they have to, at the end of the day, it would be nice to release the man. And was he ever charged on terrorism?
Yes, that was one of the first charges, yes.
Okay, so that's a big one. That's a big one. Now, yeah, if there's a way they can come to an agreement, right, whereby, it stops the agitation and if things can go back to normal. But I think you suggested earlier, and I think Emeka agreed to it, that look, it has become an enterprise, a venture in the Southeast and perhaps around the country, that even if Nnamdi Kanu is released, the business side of it will continue, because it appears that a lot of people are making a lot of money. It is profitable. So that's what it comes down to. But to Canada, if we improve the security in the country, that'd be great. If they can get a consensus from Nnamdi Kanu, right, to stop the agitation and become a normal citizen of the country, and even promote the country one way or another, then that'd be fine. So really, again, to me, it boils down to whatever the court says. If it's released officially, it should be released and let go. But they just don't, not in a frivolous way, Christmas present to whomever. And no. But
there's a bit of a sense of deja vu to that headline, by the way, Prince Daddy. Back to this time last year, it was the same headline. So Biafra, let Nnamdi Kanu's release be your Christmas gift. HURIWA charges Buhari. So maybe next Christmas it will be the same headline again. So there it is. There's a sense of deja vu to all that.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought it's something they've used before, and again, yeah, it should continue. It should continue. I mean, I don't want the man to rot in jail for sure. I mean, Um, yeah, it's a little bit convoluted for me when it comes to Nnamdi Kanu. I don't want him to rot in jail or not pie in jail, but I think he is a smart man. He knows perhaps the offer it can give the government that they can refuse. They'll allow him to leave the prison. Yeah, I think he knows. So they should they should work something out. If Ohanaeze can help them, that is great. But they should work something out. Um, there's a reason why Buhari did not release him, right? And so there comes Tinubu thinking, oh, if he does it now, it appease the southeasterners or the leaders or the people there, and stop the stay at home um, protests and all this sort of stuff. I don't know. I really don't know. If it helps, great. But again, it may be far too long with the enterprise that's going on with this Nnamdi Kanu thing. Of course, right now, I think we already have his replacement, right? In Samuel Ekpa, right? It is the new guy. So
Why are they releasing him for Christmas anyway? I thought Nnamdi Kanu was a Jew. Did he not turn to Judaism? So what's Christmas got to do with that?
oh man.
Remember when he was wearing that Jewish I don't want to butcher it, what they wear on their head, and then he went to
Yamaka.
Jerusalem, to start banging his head on the wall and all of that sort of, and he declared himself a Jew.
Yeah, it can be a Jew, a Muslim, or whatever it chooses to be. That is fine. Nobody's against him. But yeah, it needs to know. It was nice they took the case seriously. Quite frankly, the government. I mean, so, but how long has it been in jail now? About
It's
4
going on
years.
3 years, for 4 years. Yes.
Yeah,
Do you think they would have broken his will by now?
It depends on what condition they have him in jail. I mean, if every day or every other day they torture him, yeah. But if they just put him in jail and just let him be there in a really bad condition, right? Over time, he may get used to it, becomes his lifestyle. But if they go in there and break his back and legs and do all kind of stuff to him, like they did waterboarding in Guantanamo Bay against the terrorist Al Qaeda, right?
No, they could break his spirit by just keeping him in solitary confinement. Then it will just be contending with his mind.
Yeah. I mean, that's part of it. I mean, they know how to do it. They know how to torture people. So I don't think they really torture him. Actually, I just think he's just in a really tough condition in jail, right? But trust me, either way, like really torturing him, um, harshly, right? I think his lawyer would have come out. They would have, instead of him coming out being, pouncing up and down, he probably would have be more serious about getting him out of jail at any condition or agreement. So, yeah.
All right, brilliant. And to the next headline, INEC needs to be unbundled. So this is at Hiro Jiga speaking to the converted, as far as I'm concerned, because I'm on board with that. What says you, Prince?
Unbundled and give I don't know the entirety of the narrative, right? But if they do that and give the power to whom, the judiciary to be the one to select the INEC chairman. I was responding earlier to Dr. Nan, I think that is called on the comments section, and I give him an example of in the state of Arizona, right? In this past election for the governorship election, right? The person in charge of the electoral what do you call it? The election in the state, the person in charge of it, Katie Obbs, also ran as the governor for the Democrat against her opponent, of course. And before the election, the challenger, what's the name? Um, Carrier, that's another thing. Yeah, the Republican was trying to get her to relinquish her position as the head of the election in the state because of the conflict of interest and all this other stuff. I think they, maybe I don't can't remember if they went to courts, but anyway, Katie Up did not. She did not relinquish her position. She stayed on, and when she was fully in charge, the electoral commission goes by what she says. She's the final authority. Imagine that one man in America. Yeah, just passed the election a few months ago. She was in charge of the election that she was running under. Guess what? She won. They played a shenanigans, and she won. On the day of election, it was magic. On the day of the election, um, miraculously, it would say the machine, the voting machines, the paper that the right size paper that was supposed to go into the machines were the wrong size. Guess what? Where were they? They were mostly concentrated in areas mapped out to be MAGA or Republican favorite areas. And it's so and they came out after the election, even during the election. So it's about 6% or 10% of the votes will be affected. After the election was documented, like over I think close to 50% of the votes were affected in that area. And guess what? They still went ahead and certified the votes, and she became the governor, and she's still the sitting governor here in America. So, it's nothing strange. I mean, in every state in America, it's localized. The election is localized on the state level and on the federal level. Okay, we all don't have the same ballots. It's not like centralized as it is in Nigeria, right? By ANEC, it's all different ballots and all kind of rules guiding the election. And if you have and that's when this past election, Trump was crying foul, rightfully so, because if you have a democratic state or city, guess what? Um, it's tough to penetrate. Now they can do all kinds of shenanigans and do their magic, and nothing's going to happen. The federal government can't do nothing about it. The power lies in the hands of the states, mainly the legislators in those states. They are the one that can actually uh, make amendments to the laws that guide election in that state. But guess what? These institutions of the people in charge, just like federal bureaucracy, the people in charge of actually planning the election and executing the election, they become so powerful that they have more power than the legislators in those states. It happened this past election, especially in Pennsylvania. So, my point here is that it would be nice to have separation of what we call power between the voting of the election and the presidency, sure. But the point here is that it's nothing new. It happens, at least in America, that I know.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space. The I always want to call him the home office guy, but because that's the equivalent in this country. Tunji Ojo, automation of passport applications 99% done. International airports to get e-gates by February the 2024. So that this is now Nigeria finally being frog marched into the 21st century.
Yeah, I saw that guy. It was a month or so ago on the Rice television, and it looks like a man, not just the CEO that sits in his office and has no clue about what goes on the shop floor or on the manufacturing in the manufacturing plants. He actually knows what is going on. He's a hands-on kind of a leader. So I saw the way he explained what was going on. You can tell that this guy knows is abreast of every move going on in his ministry. So he's doing a wonderful job. I think I heard earlier when you played the video, somebody said, "Oh yeah, it was him that was recounting an event," and they said, "Look, the reason why there's a delay for 2 weeks was because you didn't want to compromise, I guess, security and expediency, which is great." So the guy is, well, I mean, the way he sound like a pretty young guy, right? It sound like your what do you call it, modern day, you know,
He
leader.
looks relatively young, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, in government. I mean, the guy sounds like, it sounds like somebody that has a solid.
It sounds like from abroad, sort of a guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
his approach is like more like a business approach, like a private person, like a CEO, not like a government bureaucrat. It's like it sounds like a CEO that sees a problem and is using all the tools and resources to address the problem and get solution. That's what we need. We need more of this guy that think like that. I mean, that's where I see him approaching it, and it's along the way. It's all about deliverables, and he's taking responsibility along the way, being abreast of the challenges that he faces. I think it's a great plus, a great selection by Tinubu or whomever suggested this guy to him.
All right, brilliant. This next headline shocked me. Nigerian youths paid 5.1 billion. That's not a million or billion dollars to move to the UK. That's not over a course of a decade, but in just 1 year. So, what are you then making of the expense of this Japan narrative?
Yeah, he said, yeah, just to UK. What about to Canada? What about
Yes.
to America? And mind you, other places around the world, perhaps Russia, Ukraine. Well, maybe not Ukraine right now. What about Cyprus? Yeah, they have that, and we can easily double that amount. So yes, why not? $10 billion really for education.
That's capital flight out of the economy, by the way. That money leaves Nigeria into other economies.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, really. It's just an outflow of funds, money from the country capital to other economies. And these people, this especially the British people, I think they know the value of the students coming from Africa, especially Nigerian, that they bring a lot of money into the economy. And they find ways, to promote and continue to, siphon the money from the country. What do we do? It's yeah, it's a shame. I mean, I don't have problems with people going overseas, of course, to learn new things. Guess what? The Chinese do it. The Chinese do it. The Japanese did it for many years before they became great. They learning is not in isolation. It's you learn from everywhere and from every culture and in different countries. And so it's not really unique to Nigeria. Our problem is that we don't have a return plan for these people, nor they don't want to go back. Because most of these people, it's money they cough out from their own pocket, their own, personal fund.
What's the incentive to go back? I mean, you get that education, and then you go that gives you an entry into sort of like a middle class experience in a first world country. Why would you give that up to go and live in Nigeria? Waiting you carry, open your boots.
Yeah, we just there's so much. I mean, trust me, there's waste everywhere, even America and around the world. There's so much waste. But there's one thing to waste and another thing to waste, and you don't have it. We don't have it in Nigeria. I mean, we're not really poor, but as a country, right, we're not poor, but we don't really have that luxury to be wasting money and resources in that country. Yeah, we treat everything like raw material. Our thinking is raw material. Our behavior is raw material. Everything we do is raw material. We don't think.
I can interject. Prince Daddy, how are you? How you doing, man?
Prince. Oh, did he drop? Oh no, he dropped. Yeah, carry on his back, but carry on. He can hear you. Yeah, Prince.
Oh, Prince, are you there?
Yeah, it's back now.
Oh, okay. No, I just wanted to check. You were saying that raw materials, which is interesting, and you're right. A lot of focus on raw materials, but these individuals that Woman is referring to, they're actually the finished product. They're the value added product. You look at this platform, the one man's, yourself, the man with the data, World Peace. These are professional individuals with experiences, skills. Listen, I'm not trying to boost the one man platform. Trust me, my natural inclination would be to take away from it. But a lot of the people on this platform could do what this minister did if they're put in that position. If they just dig their heels in, roll their sleeves up, and get to work, they'll do it. So the point I'm trying to make is that, and this guy, don't correct me if I'm wrong, was abroad as well. The salvation to Nigeria is in our diaspora. And I think, Woman, you're asking, what gives them the incentive to want to come back? Well, that onus is on the government. They're the ones that have to create the environment. They have to create the economic empowerment opportunity for people like you and me to say, you know what? This new thing just popped off in Nigeria. I'm going back to put my time and my effort into it. And when they realize that their strength and the true salvation of this country is in its finished products that have gone abroad, I think we're going to wake up. Exactly.
But you are banking on the nationalistic fervor of the average person, because no matter what the Nigerian state does, they would not still be able to insulate enough, sufficient enough to the level of life. And I was just citing the example.
Woman,
if I stop now, I can drive to France and hop on the Euro. Nothing, no concerns outside of petrol.
Woman, I'm banking on pure and simple human greed. We all want to make money. We don't want to keep giving the Queen 50% of our income, or Uncle Sam, or in Canada, the CRA, right? We want to be able to make money in a developing country where we can get a driver, a maid, and we're sitting back and our children are being taken care of, and we don't have to worry about them being kidnapped. But at the same time, we have an investment giving us real returns in our country of birth. That is what I'm talking about. Greed, pure and simple. It has nothing to do with nationalistic fervor. It has to do with ability to make money. And Nigerians, if there's anything I know about them, they're greedy. They want to make money. So if our government creates that window for them to say, we are going to go back because here's a real economic opportunity for not even necessarily go and live, but just to invest based on all the things we have. We're not, the central point of what I'm trying to say is we're not harnessing the true potential we have. You know what I mean? Like Prince talked about the Japanese and the Chinese. Yeah, they all went abroad. But guess what? They all went back. They went back to Mother China and started the boom. Or the Japanese went back to Japan, and their governments actually, in some cases like the Chinese, I know for a fact their governments actually recruited them and brought them back. And they still do it till today, So, I mean, it's something that, I heard Tinubu talk to people in diaspora when he went to the United States, and he was like, "Oh, you guys should come back." That's not good enough, man. I heard OBJ one time talk to when he was president, came to US, and he was bragging about how there were over 5,000 Nigerian doctors trained in Nigeria, but they were working in the United States. That's not something to be proud of. And the next question I was asking is, why aren't you meeting with those people? Why aren't you having a conference with them and finding out from them how you can create the environment for them to change our health sector? I don't get it, man. I really, truly do not get it. But it just seems like there's a disconnect between these people that happen to fall into power and the reality on ground and what needs to be done. But this guy who's fixing this stuff at the airport, this guy you're talking about, he's the real deal, though. He is.
Yes, thank you. There's actually, Prince Daddy, there's a data that speaks to that space. In 2014, the recorded JAPA ran about that period. 2014 was about 8,000 young Nigerians. In 2022, it was 66,000. So at that rate, there'll be the last person to leave Nigeria. Please turn off the lights.
Well, yeah, a lot of people, see, every time we talk on the show about whose responsibility should it be, the people or the government, it is true that the people are just like, they are as bad as the government, the people in governments and governance. But I tell you that sometimes, if you give a child to a monkey to raise, if that is possible, I actually heard that before, the child will grow up like a monkey, doing everything like a monkey. Wouldn't know that he's a human being. The child would not know. So the people, the Nigerian people, the Africans in general, they've been abused for such a long time that the way they're behaving is almost expected. It is a responsibility of the leadership, of the leaders in that country, to structure, to design, to plan, and bring about genuine change to the country. So it's easy to blame the people because the people are terrible because they do it to themselves every day. All this corruption going on, 419, and all this embezzlement also. People do it to themselves, but that's the way they've been trained. Why should we expect them to do any differently when the governments, the people in government, they're not doing any better? They're not doing any better. So, there has to be, our orientation has to change greatly. We have to become a different people. And I'm telling you, it all starts from the school, from the kindergarten, primary school. That's where it starts. That's where it starts. That's when the real teaching starts for this, for the citizens. But I don't think.
I've often thought that the one ministry that we're missing in Nigeria is a ministry of civics. So like a civics sort of to explain to people what being a Nigerian means, to teach patriotism, to teach ownership of your environment, all these things around cleanliness.
Very important, very extremely important. That's the foundation you're talking about here. Teach them about the value of paying taxes. What is the purpose of taxes? What is the purpose of the policeman in society? All these things are really important, extremely important. That's how, that's how we relate to one another, and that's how they're gonna perceive the country to be. Yeah, it's important, but we don't think that far. Our leaders are so short term in everything that when even someone like Tinubu, of course, not because an angel, but because he knows better. He's been around the block, and when he tries to do, implement or bring about changes to the country, he has a lot of pushback from people. You see, for those that know, change. We talk about all these countries. America, Great Britain, Germany, if you know what these nations, their people went through, then you truly understand that it takes time, dedication, and commitment, selflessness to build a nation, But we don't have that as Africans, as Nigerians. We don't have that. We're so selfish, and I think Remy always says it on this platform. African Black people were extremely selfish, But guess what? When something happens, it's us that die quickly, or we become the victim. Um, in the West, people take pride in who they are. Many people do, and the love for country. The love for country. Every day here, a lot of people bashing Nigeria, this and that, and who want the country to go into chaos and war and all these things. But the reason why a lot of people, they make fun of this people they call the rednecks or the MAGA people. I mean, I don't know what is wrong in loving your own.
What's the equivalent of a MAGA within the Nigerian? At the obedience, our MAGA, so sort of the deplorables, as Hillary Clinton calls the deplorables.
No, see, to the contrary, actually, the obedience, the anti-MAGA, because MAGA actually is like, hey, no matter what, I want to save my country. They don't want the country to burn. They want to save America. They don't care. They want to save America. I mean, Yeah, I mean, a few months ago, so this I think it was an MMA fighter from one of these small cities in America was talking about if he, I can't remember what the question that was posed to him. It was like, you know what, he doesn't care. All he cares about is defending America. Defending America. He said, "We'll put down everything, his money or whatever he has, and carry a gun and go defend America at all costs." That kind of mentality. And there are plenty of people like that person, that guy in this country. They love their country and they would do whatever. So this people have this perception about this MAGA people or people that love their country in a negative way. It's kind of comical. And these same people that are mocking them, they themselves will not fight for their own country. They won't do nothing for Nigeria. They're going to talk about it. They won't do nothing. They won't do nothing for the country. So we're so far behind the love for country, sacrifice. We don't have that. It's a long way. Sometimes I wonder how things work in Nigeria. Really, it baffles me. It really does how things work, because the way things are, you're like, how do we get things done? How do we do anything at all? But somehow, some way, we survive. People still make it.
Prince Daddy, I want to challenge one comment. You're talking about MAGA people and their patriotism. I differ on obedience. I think obedience are very patriotic. And if you look at the cross section of obedience on this platform alone, right? I consider myself obedient. Was it Russian? Well, Russian I may not be obedient, but Ekene, Morris, Joel of Nashville, were not
you forgot
unreasonable. Well, he's an outlier, but we're not we're not unreasonable. People that want to just watch Nigeria burn. No, we want the best for Nigeria, and there's frustration and anger that's manifesting itself in what you guys see, right? I'm not even on X, so I don't participate in all that stuff. But
have you surrendered to calling it X as well? It's not Twitter anymore.
Oh man, everything I go do now.
Yeah, we know.
that Boa has taken over and he has manipulated the thing, so I might as well call it X. But obedience have frustrated Nigerians, angry, rightfully so, if you ask me. I don't think you should be insulting anyone on social media. It's not how we were raised. But end of the day, that's what's exhibiting itself. They're like, listen, we're sick and tired of being sick and tired. That's what you're seeing.
But eyes on, if I may ask,
yeah.
You said obedience are frustrated and tired. How come they did not go to the streets?
That's a question I bring up as well, right? I listen to people on some obedient platforms and I hear, this satanic government, this and that, and I'm like, okay, like what are we going to do? Long story short, why don't we mobilize 20,000, whatever, 1,000, and let's go and camp in front of House of Assembly? If we're upset about them buying vehicles with our money, right? Why don't we go to INEC's office and not leave until there's a change? We need to be able to do those things. Did you guys know that 40 days or so before October 7th, they were protesting the government of Israel? They were calling for Netanyahu's removal. I saw today that people surrounded his home, asking him to step down. Like, these are the kind of things that, if we want to hold these clowns accountable, like, we need to actually do. Like, civil protest, peaceful civil protest is allowed. But what happens with us is, because of, I think, what happened to NSAR's Kulata, there's some fear about the state's reaction. And I think that possible reality of state's reaction is because of the disorganization of the protest. If the protest is implemented properly, we get people that actually have experience doing these things, it will be flawless. There's no way the state can infiltrate and take over and make it bring in thugs and supposedly all the things we heard that they did during NSAS. But honestly, Obedience are highly patriotic. They're just tired. Wouldn't you? I mean, Coletta, honestly, look at what these guys just did. And I understand Tinubu is letting it slide because it's a form of unsanctioned bribery to the legislature that go ahead and buy yourself cars. But when I want to pass a law, I don't want to hear any story. So he's letting them get away with this. But it's not, the optics are terrible.
You know better than that, is all.
That what? I mean, he didn't say anything
It's not within his powers to stop them, is it?
Yeah, but he didn't speak out against it, one man.
But why would he do?
That's my point, though, right? Is the politics of it. Like okay, let me say this to you. If he really stood on that principle, right, he would say something about it. He would say something. I mean, look at the optics of it. I just saw that he's asking to borrow money to spend so his budget can be implemented. We're borrowing money, I don't want to think about the conditions attached to that money that they're giving us because we're clearly desperate. We have zero leverage, none.
Well, we have leverage now. We're cash fluid.
How are we cash fluid?
But from the removal of the fuel subsidy.
Come on, one man. I mean, the money we're borrowing, we don't have leverage for the money we're borrowing. We're not borrowing from a position of strength. We're very vulnerable. When we ask investors to come in, the conditions they may give us for them to come into Nigeria will be so prohibitive, we might have to just turn them down. That's the situation we're in. So given that that's the situation we're facing, for our legislature to say they're allocating this amount of money to themselves to buy vehicles, it's madness. Absolute madness. And I mean, it's not a matter of watching. They did it. They did it. They went on TV and said they were going to do it. So to Colada's point, yes, outside of being on social media and venting, something else needs to happen. Civil disobedience.
But it's just the people that live abroad. I don't know. I mean, I've tried to pay attention to, okay, if all the 6 million voters came out and voted for Peter Obi, right? People should be pissed off enough. I mean, especially with all these sudden economic challenges that they're facing, oil price and all that stuff, to come and vent out. But when you see the people that are making noise, you find out there's someone in London, someone in Germany, like someone in America, like nobody on ground are willing to do anything. So I don't know if the struggle is too much, they're exhausted, or they were just never into all this in the first place.
No, Kolata, it's disorganization. So you're hearing random voices venting all over the place. You're even hearing people saying, "Oh no, we need to do something," but that's where the conversation ends. Because to really do something means you need to mobilize people, you need to mobilize resources, right? We know people are struggling in Nigeria, so if you get enough resources, you can organize a protest, right? Governors and politicians do it all the time. They don't like something, they pay people and they get them on the street. We can organize a protest if we want to. Abroad, we have the means to do it. We need to come together. And that's the classic Nigerian flaw, right? We don't come together. We don't come together to make things happen. And we can, if we wanted to, we can mobilize ourselves. And that's what it's going to take. And I listen to all these platforms. Sometimes I stop listening because I'm just like, all right, it's becoming a broken record. You're just hearing the same thing over and over again. But it's that kind of effort. But, to the central point, though, is that Obedience are not, they don't want to see Nigeria burn. Someone that wants to be king can't burn down the kingdom he wants to rule over. You need the kingdom to be there so you can be king. They want their guy, Peter Gregory Obi, to be in office. But, they're expressing frustration. And the downside to it, the disadvantage to it is they have to be objective to have credibility. If Tinubu does something good, the Obedience I know, a lot of them can't bring themselves around to do that. And I think that's a flaw.
Well, that's the point here. Sorry, that's the point I was saying, that they don't love Nigeria to that point. See, they want Nigeria to do good under Peter Obi, right? but maybe you might be an ally also in the opposite direction than Pansat, for example. But some of these people want the country burned down. They want riot. I mean, I've heard all these talks. They want riot. They want war. They went to the. You guys went to the military. You forgot. Right after the election, they went to the military barracks, begging the military to take over. It shows the level of their discontent with everything about Nigeria except with the Mampitobi. That's the problem.
Yeah, well, yeah, Prince, that was all rhetoric. They were saying it because they wanted
It
the
wasn't
military.
rhetoric. They were physically at the defense headquarters. They doing that, kneeling down something and waiting and gnashing that the military. They were lucky that they didn't get, ensarsed.
No, man, listen. The real obedience, when you listen to them speak. Okay, now the memo that has gone out to obedience is we're going to be an opposition party, right? Obedience. I'm not talking about Labour Party. But no one really knows what that means, right? What does it translate into being an opposition party? There's no direction at this moment. No one has said, here's what we're going to do. Here's how I'm going to mobilize. There's no obedient in action group on ground. You know, some people may not like Serap, but I have a lot of respect for those guys. They don't mess around. Something comes out they don't like, they put it out. They take people to court. Those guys work. You know, Serap works. And that's what we need to get to as obedience, you know. And when we start to do things like that, we can actually become the conscience of the government in a constructive way. Not that we want to see the country burn, but if they do these ridiculous things, like, we can't just let it slide. I mean, look at Keyamu. I heard today is spending $3.2 million to buy scanners for airports that don't have good bathrooms. You know, a plane was supposed to go to Abuja. I went to Asaba.
Yes, I saw that. That was yesterday.
Guys, now that happens abroad too. Now,
where, Kulata? Where?
It happened in America too.
Where?
It got the wrong flight plan, I suspect.
Yeah,
Where?
wrong flight plan. Let me see. I read it somewhere. Happened.
Please, Kulata, tell me where and which airline, so I know not to fly that airline. It has never happened to me in my entire time in North America ever.
You can be rerouted to a different destination, but not just fly and arrive in a different destination and claim that and say it happened.
Why is it when the mistake is made, it's always worse? Why did the flight plane not take them to London or New York?
Thank you, one man. Why did they didn't get to London? No, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, just landed there.
Hey, one man cooled down Asaba is in Delta State. It's not that bad now.
No, the funniest thing. The funniest thing.
Asaba had airport.
They have.
No, airfield now. Airfield.
Nice airport too. Kulata, nice airport too. Nice airport.
But it's on. This is the funniest thing. Lagos to Asaba is just 20-minute flight. Lagos to Abuja is about an hour, 10 minutes flight. So how would the pilot not know that this cannot be possible? As he already arrived is it flying jets? F-16?
But you guys don't be hard on yourself. Look, I found it. British Airways flight lands in Edinburgh instead of Dusseldorf by mistake. British Airways. One man.
Dusseldorf and Edinburgh. How different? What was the difference? How was the different? What's the difference?
In Germany, one is
in Germany, one is in Scotland. Different countries.
He flew from where? That could be understandable. That is international flight.
How is that understandable?
No, hold on. What I'm trying to say, that is far. What about local? Is this local? Abuja to Lagos to Abuja is 1 hour. At least minimum is 1 hour. For crying out loud, landing Asaba is 20 minutes. How can you not say the person supposed to understand like no, this manifest is not correct. He cannot just be in Abuja in 20 minutes. The flight will tear apart in the sky.
Wait, Kulata, are you trying to give soft landing to this? I don't understand.
It's a common thing now. I mean,
no, Kulata, no. There's no common here. Come on, man.
So if British Airways can do it,
come on, man.
Why can't we?
That's international. It's coming from another space to another space. But this is local.
Worse. But look, War Peace International is worse because you need more clearance. You need all this whatever they do, flight control, blah blah blah, and you find the exact opposite. Scotland is like north. Dusseldorf is somewhere south, the path of the flight. No, we if these
See,
British
Clotter,
Airways can do this.
Clotter, I could agree with you on one thing. Probably the distance and the mileage are playing the part of check and the geographical latitude. If my friend is already in Germany, which is understandable. But Lagos to Abuja is a different route. You go to Asaba.
Within the same
You
country.
go for Benin to Lagos now. You just turn around the air. When you go up,
Clotter, this is what I'll say.
Clotter, sorry, Clotter,
Even
listen. Hold on. Do you know when you depart Lagos, you go to the 20, when they climb to 20,000 feet, you're staying in Lagos. Actually, you'll be seeing Benin Delta. Kogi, you know that?
Okay.
They just only circle round.
No,
they just circle round and land in Benin.
You guys, Nigerians, you should stop abusing yourself. I've just landed on another one. Landing at the wrong airport, like what almost happened in Florida recently, isn't that uncommon. That's from Forbes magazine. And they're talking about different American Airlines is guilty. Delta is guilty. Let's calm down.
Okay, Kulada, let me say this to you. I don't care where it happens.
This is what Prince Daddy was saying. No, you people, you hate the country.
I don't care where it happens. I don't care where it happens. It can happen in Florida. It can happen instead of landing in Edinburgh, they land in Dusseldorf. Listen, I don't care. End of the day, it is jacked up. It should not happen, period. You know, we try to give screw-ups in Nigeria soft landing by calling a developed country and saying something happens. So what? But end of the day, our standards should be our standards. We shouldn't condone
our
something.
standards should be higher than theirs.
Yes, exactly. We should set standards. So you hear people say stuff like, "Oh, there's corruption in America," and yes, there is. So therefore, what does that mean? That we should condone corruption in our society? It's not an argument to make. End of the day, we're flying from.
Is this the first time that is happening
in Nigeria?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay, because I've not heard about it. I haven't
heard about it before.
And it seems to be commonplace internationally.
So if it's the first time, there's always let's not badmouth our country.
Yeah, but in the grand scheme of things, when you look at our aviation industry, right, it's in shambles. The fundamentals, right, is like you have a car, the wheels are bad, right? But you're spending the value of the car on tinted windows. No, that's what he's doing now. I listened to his press conference today. He was saying how people have been telling him how uncomfortable it is that they're searching inside their bag. So he's going to spend $3.2 million on scanners. And I think the thing is this, our people in government, they don't necessarily have a revenue generating mentality from what I've seen. It's really about spending. If I was to ask any of these people, I'll be like, what's your plan to help the agencies under you generate revenue? Like, what are you going to do? Because governments generate revenue across the world. A government actually should be generating revenue. That should be its focus. But if you look at most of these guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't seen it. Right? I haven't seen them say, here's our plan for how we're going to work with the Nigerian populace to make sure that we're bringing in funds.
Hey, to that point, real quickly, I think it was a woman I read yesterday, an agency that gets 100% funding from the government could not report any profit or revenue, and they make
that was
billions.
The lottery fund. Yeah,
that was what?
The National Lottery Commission.
And they made billions of naira, right? And they did not report, and that's amazing.
They recorded the deficit without remitting. They made 2-point-something billion in. Of course, who doesn't make money on a lottery commission? Yeah. They made 2-point-something billion. They remitted zero amount to the national coffers and recorded a deficit of 200 and something million in their books.
And they are fully funded, if I'm not mistaken.
They are fully funded, yes.
It's crazy.
How do those three spaces come together? You are fully funded, so that means your expenses are covered. You generated income, it disappears into thin air, and then you recorded a deficit. How can you marry those three spaces together? Only in Nigeria.
I swear to you, if I was to ever sit down with any of these ministers, that's the question I'll ask them. Like, seriously, I just want to know. This is the financial condition of your ministry now. If you leave in 4 years, what will be the financial condition of your ministry? And I want to hear what the answers will be. if they even know what that should be. I don't know.
You touched on something that it's very important. No, all these ministries and parastatals, there's no strong drive for revenue collection because when you look around you in America, you know they have quota, police has quota they need to meet. So at some point in time during the month, just make sure you don't drive nonsense because they're eager to give you a ticket. Parking space, they have quota, tax collector, everybody has quota, and their performance is based on a lot of their performance is based on the revenue or the fees they can charge you. In Nigeria, we don't have such mentality. The mentality we have is if they put kulata in this, I mean, in this agency, it means I'm just supposed to go and eat it to death. Like whatever they make, I'll pocket it, I'll share it amongst the directors that work for me, and that's it. And the president, nobody talks, nobody demands. It's well, I never even thought about it this way, even though it's glaringly is obvious. Well, it's a culture that needs to change.
Yeah. Let me give you an example, Plata. There was just because I pay attention to like sports industry and stuff, right? I did a comparison of the U.S. Soccer Federation and the Nigerian Football Association or Football Federation, as they're called now. And I went in and because US Soccer, you can actually go on their website and pull up their statements from the last 5, 6, 7 years, right? You pull it up, you see exactly how much they made, where their money came from, everything. These guys don't get a dime from government, not a single dime. Every dollar they get, they work for it. And they make millions, right? Because the way FIFA is organized, these entities have to be independent. They can't have any government interference. Nigeria, on the other hand, gets all its money from government. Majority of its money. It gets some money from like sponsorship, but it's very minimal. And at the end of the day, when you look at it, the way the money comes from in the US Federation, for instance, all the coaches in the country have to be licensed. All their licenses have to come from the federation. And guess what? They pay a fee to go through the course to get the licenses. So that alone brings them, 8 figures alone. And then you come look at Nigeria, you have all these people running around the country saying they're coaches. They're not licensed. The Football Federation does not create a process, does not have a course that it can use to generate money to make itself self-sustainable. And when you look around the country, same thing. You look at the Ministry of Sport. Our national stadium is called what's it called? Is it called Moshood Abiola? What's it called in Abuja?
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah, Moshood Abiola, right? If you look at the US or any other sports business entity, the way sports businesses run around the world, they have a presenting sponsor or a naming rights sponsor, which gives that entity 8 to 9 figures, right? But these guys don't do that.
Not for a national edifice, not for the
Oh
national
yeah, one man, yeah. Go to US. Go to US. Like in Atlanta, they
don't have national sporting edifices.
Oh yeah, they do. It's owned by the county or it's owned by the state. For instance, I'll give you an example. In Atlanta, it used to be called Phillips Arena, it's State Farm now. That's not owned by an individual. It's owned by the government. But they give the operating rights to a particular company that goes in and then they sell the naming rights to a company. The company comes in and pays them, 7, 8 figures. That's revenue they generate, right? But in a place like Nigeria, where our national stadium is organized and operated by the National Sports Commission under the ministry, they can do the same thing. And they'll generate 8 figures that they don't have to turn to the government to get. But I listened to our sports minister, I think 3 weeks ago. Poor guy doesn't know what to do. It's a shame. He doesn't know. They were asking him about why the Super Eagles have a poor record. And he was trying to explain it. The minute he did that, I was like, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. It's unfortunate, man. But that's what we're dealing with. And they don't think about making money with government. And it's not just the ministers. I don't want to harp on them. It's the governors, it's the commissioners, it's the local government chairman, it's all those people. They just sit down and wait for charity. they're like, charity cases that get food stamps every month. It's
All
unfortunate.
right, back to you, Prince.
Yeah, we're not trying to serve the people. It is the other way around. This, every time the government does something for the people, it's like they do them a favor. That's what we see. So it's easy to oppress the people, and the people don't know their rights. It's interesting you brought about sports. Sports, it's a every time I go to Nigeria, it's always shameful, and when I see people wearing all this Manchester, Chelsea jersey with passion, you guys support their teams, passion, and you spend. I mean, I know people that spend a lot of money buying their jerseys, okay, but the sports industry in Nigeria is nothing. And the reason why, that I, to me, a successful country is a country that has a sports culture like America. Left to the government, the American government, to they mess up big time. They're so wasteful. But the sports industry in America is so huge. We talk about trillions of dollars. Trillions of dollars. I mean, the last time they purchased a basketball team, the Los Angeles Clippers, the guy that bought it was a former Microsoft guy, Ballmer, for $2 billion. And many of this, just like I think it was Eisen talking right now, many of these facilities that it build is usually a partnership between the city or the county and the sports private sports company. There's been many times the city they cough out like $500 billion to build facilities. Yeah, because they know the revenue that the city is going to generate from these sports, and they're going to make their money back over time. So that partnership, we don't have that. I mean, it's so shameful and painful that we've not developed our sports industry. If they just try with soccer, football, that'd be okay. But every time talking about Manchester United and all this other sport, it's just like, wow. As much as we love sports, we can't develop ours. Again, it goes back to what? That raw material mentality. The way we think we do things, so raw material like. Everything we do. I mean, by now, Nigeria should have like a robust premiership or whatever you want to call it, a sports league, a football league, that other countries, other people from Africa come to play. That best players come to our country to play. We should have been at that level by this time. By this time, we should have, but we have a zero sports industry, and that's one of the reasons also that there's a lot of challenges financially in that country, because it's opportunities to build. If you see the kind of sports this white people just put out that they create in that country, it will baffle you, and they make so much money. Kids, different ages, beats skating or whatever X sports, they make a lot of money, and we're missing out big time. And we have the talent, the raw talent. We have them plentiful, but we can't do nothing with it. Anyway, what's next? Or next person?
All right. Let me take you to this space, and then after that, we'll see if Zeta is still with us. Izon certainly still with us. Patoski is here, so we'll continue to have the conversations. I almost lost faith in women over ex petroleum ministers on beating corruption record. So this is Danjuma at an event speaking on Alison Madueke designing, should I say Madueke. So what are you then making of Danjuma's commentary, both the speaker and the subject? Is he even in a position to be talking about corruption?
Yeah, I think I heard you give an account of somebody did earlier. But to me, that I'm not a feminist. I don't believe that stuff. But that's a sexist statement to have made. Why are women any different to than men when it comes to being a human being? We are the same. Why should we expect women to steal less than men? Why? So I don't understand that comment or that statement he made. It doesn't make sense to me. We're all human beings. People will always.
But do you not feel overall that women are more reliable in terms of handling money, those sort of narratives, and doing things in the proper way?
No, because again, women just like men we all human beings equally. The only reason why it appears to be so because they have less opportunity than men, especially in the African setting of society, and that's the reason why. But it has proven right now. No, I don't think anybody twisted Maduke's hands to steal the funds, the money she stole. Nobody did. It's human nature. Greed is not a man's attribute only. No, it's a human nature. So I'm not surprised that she did. I don't know why we should expect more from women to be more decent than men. It should be the other way around. If you believe
Men should be more decent than women. Are you joking?
that, what?
That men should be more decent than women.
Why not?
Or what do you mean by the other way around?
Well, men carry more responsibility in society than men.
But they are more dubious by
women,
nature,
rather.
though. Are they not more dubious by nature?
Men?
Yes.
I agree. Absolutely. I agree. And
if you go into the prisons, most of the women in prison are there for crimes of passion. But most men are there for criminality.
Yeah, well, I don't disagree. But again, if more women were exposed to the same level of exposure that men have in different industry, in life and things, they would behave the same way. I don't know if you heard about this young lady. I can't remember her name, but she founded a company called Theranos. I think maybe Kulata would know, or somebody else. Theranos. It was supposed to be about biomedical company.
Yeah, I know her, 419er.
That 419 woman.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Holmes or something like that.
Yeah. HBO did a special on that whole thing. It's crazy, man.
Yeah. She was a young woman. Do we question why she did it? No. She listen, we are all, when it comes to in life, when we are put in a certain condition, situation, we all, men or women, are likely to behave the same way. In fact, we behave the same way. That lady, the reason why she did what she did was because she was trying to prop up a company and present a false image about what she stands for, what the company can do. So, and she was embezzling money, lying to the investors, and doing all kind of shenanigans. And she's not new to it. Men have done it numerous times. And so this is what it tells me, that if you have more women in such position, they will behave equally as bad. That's where I see it. I don't make the distinction. So what this Danjuma guy said, is sexist as far as I'm concerned. You shouldn't hold her to a higher level than men. No, that's silly.
All right, brilliant. Stay where you are, Prince Daddy. Let's hear from Hizon. Let's hear from Hizon. Sorry, let's hear from Zita, just to break up the testosterone or however that word is. But I suspect Zita is probably built on us mentally, if not physically. Zita. Yes, I knew it. All right, so Zeta is in the land of the nod, as it nodded off. Izon, you can speak to the topics, or you can just flow through it. I think we've exhausted round and round the topics, but let's hear from you, Izon.
Yeah, woman. I think. Yeah, yes, sir. Nice, nice one.
The Marquis of wherever you are in Canada.
Oh man, Canada is too cold, man. These are the times we want to go home. It's just
even this, but as your body not I like it when it's a bit chilly. I don't know why, but
no, man.
Has your body not adapted to the weather there?
It's just, here's my issue with this is that during winter you have to take vitamin D pills, right? Because you're not, we're built to get sun because of the melanin in our skin. And the longer we stay here, if we're not getting sun, the impact is going to be higher on us, on Black people, because we have melanin to help protect us from the excess sun because we were raised in an environment where we're supposed to get excess. So now you're in a place where you're not getting any at all, and you're covered up 9 times out of 10. So you can actually
How
start to
many
get.
how many IUI do you take?
I don't take vitamins
I
B,
take.
so
I have this.
wonder if I should
I
take
have this
it.
thing where it's just one a day. I've forgotten exact. I can't remember the IUIs, but
I take 10,000 IUI a day. Summer, winter, anytime. Because I don't go out, and I work from home. So
yeah.
when I travel, I'm in airports or something. So I take vitamin D daily.
So Kulata, don't you just sometimes when you're working from home, don't you just say, you know what?
I'm going to go out and buy that tomorrow. I didn't know I was meant to be
But
taking
when you
it.
buy, just don't buy the D. Make sure it has K2 in it.
Yeah.
Vitamin K2.
Yeah, Walmart, you need to take it, man, because it affects. Listen, and it's crazy. It affects your immune system, your mood, your bone density, your level of testosterone. Like it really impacts everything. As a matter of fact, during
Everything.
during COVID, they said
it's a steroid actually.
Yeah, they said during COVID that they found out that a lot of the black people, and this was in the US, that were getting COVID were all vitamin D deficient. So their immune systems are not working at this optimal level. And then for people like us that live in this, at least Kulata is not as bad. He stays in Atlanta, I used to be in Atlanta. Atlanta is nothing. If you Kulata, if you want, you can walk away from your desk and go for a walk in the sun. And you get your vitamin.
But the timing, it has to be morning sun.
Yeah,
if
morning
it's
sun.
afternoon sun, is useless. And
It's not the
I have
same,
to
yeah.
take I need to take my shirt off. You want me to scare my neighbors?
You want to excite all the babes. Look at that. They'll come running.
No, man, but one man is needed and badly because especially black people because
Nobody told me this though. How come I'm not aware of this?
Oh man, you should have. As black people, this is not our natural habitat. One man
at
we're
all.
supposed to be living in a tropical place in Africa that we will never lack vitamin D. So we've been removed from it. If you check your vitamin D right now, I will not be surprised if it's like 20 something or less than that. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, next time you do your physical, just ask them to check, and they will tell you. It's so that's one of the downsides.
Do you find that you sweat a lot when you go to Nigeria?
Yeah, I like it though. When I go to Nigeria, I'm outside, man. I love it.
You don't. Yeah, I hate, especially if you go to Lagos. It's just you just sweat like a
you feel like taking a shower like 3 times a day.
Yes, which you do eventually, because it's just coming out of that airport, you'll be drenched.
Yeah, Lagos is very humid, very humid. The weather in Abuja is a little different. I like Abuja a lot because one, you don't deal with the same level of traffic. 2, you can go to nice spots. It's not overcrowded. It's not crazy. 3, during the Harmattan season, it's a different type of heat. And then in the evening, it's cool. It gets cool. It's not as Lagos is still humid in the evening. It's just humid all day long. So Abuja actually, when I go to Abuja, I actually like it a lot. I enjoy myself more. My issue with Lagos is that I can't just get up and go somewhere. I have to plan. I have to say, if I want to go visit someone, maybe a childhood friend or something, I have to plan like my entire day. If I'm on the island and the person lives in Maryland or something, I have to just plan, okay, I'm going to go to Maryland in the morning, and then I have to come back before a certain time. If not, I'll get stuck in traffic here. It's just crazy. That's the downside to being in Lagos. You just can't move. I don't even know how people live there, to be honest with you. How do you even do these days you don't have to do appointments or anything, meet people, because you can just chat with social media or whatever. But
I don't know why the motorbike culture has not taken off in a place like Lagos, because everybody, if you go to all these Asian countries, all they do is ride motorbikes. They barely ever go on. Lagos is not for motor vehicle; it's for motorbikes.
Yeah, In Lagos, if you can ride a motorbike, even motorbikes, you have to be very careful, man. Because think about it, he would know we deal with those crazy drivers or bus drivers or other Okada crazy people, the way those ones drive. Can you just imagine how dangerous it would be for you to be riding a motorbike in Lagos? It's so crazy, man. But yeah, well, man, I think for me, the one thing that has been jumping out on me, just looking at Tinubu's budget, and everyone has budget, and all these crazy things. Like, who's talking about creating something that's going to bring in money? It really baffles me. I don't see or try to understand. That's the one thing I will give them in Lagos that they did. They made government generate revenue. Right? I can't take that away from them.
Who did?
Oh God, I know you want me to say it. Okay, but they made, but he's not doing it now. I know it's different. This is federal. It's more difficult, right? Government has to generate money. Look, I'll give them that in Lagos. They generated ridiculous money with taxes. Ridiculous. And they're actually almost at a point where they can implement any development project they want. But the projects they're implementing are it's like they're building things on a weak foundation. That's the way I see it. I think they're doing things, but the fundamentals, as they say in American football, the basic blocking and tackling needs to be done. So that way, when you add all these things, it'll be strong. And I just feel the level of, and let me not lie, I don't even have a solution for how they would do it, right? I will need to understand more about the problem, but the sewage system, the trash disposal system, it has to be done at the local government level in Lagos across the board, but that has to be fixed. And they need to create more options for transportation. The waterways, they have to. I know people use it right now, but not enough.
You mean they should introduce something like a metro system in Lagos, like trains, like is that what you're talking about?
Well, they already have.
There you are.
They already. But I'm saying, even the waterways, but even the trains, that hasn't been enough, though, right? I know they're introducing it. I don't know where they are right now because
they're building the whole structure from everything is being built from ground zero. So. But that waterway, I've always thought that I'm not quite sure why they've not explored that sufficiently enough, just to have jetties all over the space, so you can just ferry hop around the,
Yeah, I know there's someone I know who was telling me, one of his bosses, an expert, came in, some white guy that comes, and the guy rides his boat to work every day in Lagos. So yeah, it's there. They can use it, and if you use it, you don't have to hop on the road. You just take your car to a certain place, park, hop on the boat, boom, you're on the island. The only downside is when you get to the island, you don't have a car, or like what they do in Jan.
They can even have ferries that can take your vehicle.
Yeah, they can. So it's that's an option.
And these are low hanging fruits. It's just,
Yeah, but
it's not anything.
No, it's not heavy lifting, but I will give them the credit though that they did find a way to generate money from government, right? They did create a system, not perfect, but it was able to bring them a lot of revenue. And I think that's what needs to be explored across the board. And if you look at it, a lot of these other states, you hear the people say, oh, well, our populace don't have the money enough to pay tax. If you don't start at a highly taxed populace, you start somewhere, but at least you have revenue coming in from people. You're controlling the transactions within your space. You create a system where every transaction you're getting money from it, and then that money can be used to pay government workers, and you're not using the allocation money to pay government workers. You can create a system where you're not solely dependent on money coming from Abuja. The money that comes from Abuja should be a surplus, right? And use that money to kind of do other things. But I don't know, what gets me is looking at it, and the more I listen to people and I try to find documents to read, the entitlement and charity mentality, within government structures is what's disturbing, right? That's what's disturbing, is that a lot of these people just, okay, I'm in government, I'm going to spend money. And that's what's really, really bothering me. I think the Tinubu thing, as I mentioned before, he has a unique opportunity as someone that was in the United States to really try to leverage his diaspora. I honestly believe that's where. But you can't do it if you're not meeting with people. If it's meetings, these white people are not going to save us. I was listening to woman, I think I sent you the link, John Mersheimer. You know who he is?
No, it's only from your link that I was educating myself on that space.
Yeah, he's a foreign relations expert from US. He's very well respected. And in this interview he was talking about the competitive nature between countries. And the one thing he said is like, look, no other country has your best interest. In fact, countries want to make other countries weaker so they can have an advantage and extend their influence over that nation. He said it's been true before the First World War, Second World War, and it's true today, right? So based on what he was saying, and he's been an expert for decades, Tinubu going to all these countries, cap in hand, is pretty much exposing yourself. And these guys will look at that situation as any other predator does and think to themselves, how am I going to exploit this situation to our benefit? They don't have our best interest. And I think for us, those countries or those companies coming in, they're not necessarily going to develop our space. It's all about what they can get. And if they don't get it, they just pull out, like the way all these companies have recently pulled out. And it doesn't seem like we learned any lessons from these companies pulling out. There are people and there are individuals around the world that are experts. I'll give you an example. So if, for instance, let's say, I'll use Kulata from Osun State, Osun Gold, right? If we say, if a determination is made that, okay, we want to mine the gold in Osun State. Okay, we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the experts, we don't have the money, but we have people, Nigerians, who are wealthy enough who can get access to the capital. Those are the people the president needs to be sitting down with and having conversations with them about how they'll be the major shareholders in this company, and they will generate the capital. They will hire the experts around the world that understand how to mine gold, and they'll build the infrastructure and get it done. You don't have to bring a company that's going to take the money out. You create a Nigerian company and you hire foreign experts if you have to, but that money stays in. So that's always the thing I struggle with, is I don't understand why any project that comes up, instead of thinking about hiring the experts, they think about hiring the companies. You want to build a road? Oh, let's get a Chinese company that's going to bring Chinese workers, and they take the money back to China. Why not just create a Nigerian company and hire foreign experts that know how to build roads, and they'll tell you the machinery to get and get it done? I don't understand that.
That's the one space that I've never really. In fact, who knows the topography of Nigerian land better than a Nigerian? All of these are universities that we boast of. University of Ibadan, University of Lagos, Anzoka, all of these spaces. Is it beyond the width of their engineering, whatever it is, for them to be able to build roads in Nigeria? Anytime you see Seyi Makinde, the governor of Anambra, anywhere, there's always some Kora guy. Anytime they're inspecting some road project, it's either some Arab guy or some Eastern European or a China man that is always that ornates the picture. What's all this nonsense? We can't even build roads. What? And we prance around the world, patting ourselves on the back. Look how clever we are. We are educated. We speak English. Ridiculous.
Well, man, I know it's weird. If we look I can almost promise you there are Nigerians out there somewhere working in companies abroad that build roads every day. In every field, we have them. The Nigerian top-notch architects in the United States and builders. I'm serious, man. In every field. So, in essence, if you wanted to, if the focus was, okay, I'm going to keep this money in-house. Okay, because if you think about it, okay, I borrow 300 billion from the World Bank, and I take all that money and give it to the Chinese government. Isn't that madness? Like, why would I take a loan that we have to pay back, and I want to build what? A power plant and a road. And I turn around and give that money to the Chinese government. And I pay the loan back. And the Chinese government hires Chinese workers, and that 300 billion, essentially you just borrow 300 billion and put it into the Chinese economy. That's what you just did. Where, on the other hand, if you say, fine, we're going to establish whomever, a Nigerian company, hire the best experts, technical experts that know how to build a road. They'll tell you what you need to get to build it. And you build it, but that money stays inside. It circulates within the borders of that country. And it makes you hire Nigerians, you hire people that could come in. It gets, the money stays with the Nigerian company. It kills me. I don't understand it, man. I don't know, Kulata, maybe you can explain it to me, because when I look at this situation, I think it's just pure madness.
What situation? Sorry.
Situation of people, of us getting cash or wanting to implement a project, and we turn around and give the money to a foreign company who then takes that money, puts it in their economy, gives jobs to their workers, and comes to our country to implement the project. Why don't we figure out a way to get our wealthy people or whomever to hire the best minds around the world to come into the country to implement the project? It's still your company. I'll give you an example. So, Kulata, if I have a company and I say, I don't know what your field of expertise is, and I say, okay, I want to, I don't know, create a small power plant in Osun State. Kulata, you're an electrical engineer. You've done it before abroad. I don't need to know anything about it. I'll hire you. You get it done. But guess what? You're still working for me. That money still stays with my company. And if my company is Nigerian, that money stays in Nigeria.
We don't think like that. We don't think that way.
Why not, though? I don't understand. It's not like I'm not. Listen, I sat down and I thought about it. Like, listen, I'm not that smart. So I know these guys know these things. There's no way they don't know it.
It's not like they don't know it. Like, when you think, look at them, a mind of a normal Nigerian, right? First things first is they want that money. They want it quick. They want to spend. That we have a disease of instant gratification, number one. There's also the issue of, okay, all my money, keeping it in Nigeria with all the the basketballs going on. Is it safe? So there's also that safety aspect, because it's almost like self-indictment. You know you're stealing the money. So why will I keep the money in this kind of environment that allows me to steal money? Why don't I keep it in a sane environment where I know nobody's going to steal the money? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I get where you're coming from.
We create a terrible environment for ourselves, so we don't even feel secure in it. So we steal out of it and we take it to safety. And then we want now floss. We now want to ball. It's a mentality that only God knows. It's God that created us.
Because, if you turn the tables, right? Let's say in the UK, the British government finds a new whatever of gold ore in the Midlands or something. They find this huge stash of gold ore. What do you think they would do? Let's just turn those tables around for a second. And with all the complaints from the British populace about jobs, about opportunities, about leaving the EU, do you think they would turn around and bring some Chinese company to make money off that opportunity?
No way.
No way. That's how ridiculous it is. Like, we have all these things under our feet, and you hear Nigerians say this, like, you hear like Nigerians that have been in government, oh, just get a Chinese company to come in and they'll just do the thing for you. And I'm like, you're joking, right? But they're not. They're serious. But that's the problem. You're essentially just not creating any economic empowerment or opportunity for your people.
Could it be also the fact that um, because we don't feel like we feel like we're not in one country? It's almost like a unconscious feeling that this is artificial. It may fall apart. So there's no sense of ownership of the country, like a detached feeling. It's just there for the taking. Take yours, take mine. It's your turn, take yours, take mine. And then there's no patriotism, no sense of responsibility, trying to do the right thing, trying to keep, nobody thinks like that in Nigeria. I mean, let me not say nobody. Few people think like that in Nigeria. That could also
Yeah.
be it because it doesn't feel, well, it feels like a country when we're watching soccer, right? When you're up Nigeria, or when you're teaching your kid that you are from Nigeria, or you are Yoruba, you are Kineko, you are from Osun and Delta State. When you do, but outside of that, for a normal Nigerian guy, it's like the environment. The environment doesn't look safe. It doesn't look like a place. You have to almost intentionally do something unnatural to say that I want to keep money here. This is where it belongs. This is where it's going to grow. Let's not lie to ourselves. It feels it doesn't feel normal.
Yeah, no,
Wow.
it doesn't. It doesn't, and I think that's the thing. It's like I've always,
And that was quite pronounced under the last administration. There was a sense that Nigeria has never really felt pulled together, just like Kolata was saying. There was a sense that, okay, it's that, and you see it in the governance as well. You come in, you pack the government with your ethnic tribes, with your ethnic tribe, you bleed and you bleed and you bleed, and then you hand it over to the next person who will come in, pack it with their ethnic stock, and they bleed again. It's just for the taking, like Kolata said.
yeah, woman. Have you? I heard during the same Kulata. I mean, I said Kulata, Keyamo's interview.
You're back. Yeah, carry on.
Okay. During the Keyamo interview, I heard him what do you call it? Talk about this Ethiopian deal that they had with the Nigerian Air. Do you know this guy, the last aviation minister, gave them a deal and said they weren't going to pay taxes, right? When they are charging the Nigerian airlines taxes, they were going to give this Ethiopian airline zero taxes. The Ethiopian airline was then going to come into Nigeria, drop its prices really low. So Nigerians would then fly with them. They'll put the Nigerian airlines out of business, right? And then when they're the only show in town and they have a monopoly, then they'll jack up the prices. And he was explaining, what he was saying was that it's crazy. He said he's received a report on it and he sent it to Tinubu, and he's not going to say anything about it because he can't, I guess, go against his president. So he's going to wait for the president to talk about it. But this was the situation that this guy essentially gave this Ethiopian company. Can you imagine?
Does Keyamo strike you as somebody that is looking for a fight to take on? It looks like somebody that is looking for some sort of big fight.
Keyamo is always looking for a fight. When has he not looked for a fight? The thing, that's the one thing I would give him. He's not scared to get into a fight. So in this situation, if Tinubu gives him the green light, from what I was listening to about this, if he give him the green light, he would trash this whole thing. I think, because what he said was, I really don't want to talk about it too much because I don't want to, speak ahead of the president. So I'm just going to leave it for him for now to come back. But this is the situation. And essentially, it's self-sabotage. Why would your minister of aviation, whose primary responsibility is to your aviation industry, make a deal like this? I don't understand it. That is his primary job, is to protect the aviation industry in your country, make sure it's functioning at a high level. And you turn around and make a deal like this. it boggles the mind. It doesn't make any sense. It defies any kind of logic. Was he not thinking? Why would you do that? Are you trying to put all your local airlines out of business? You know,
it was just after his own money grab.
he was trying to just make money. So he essentially sold out the country to make money, right?
It goes back to not having that sense of ownership of that sense of kinship, that sense of oneness. We lack that, as patriotic as we like to imagine we are. I don't know. It's a very complex country.
Okay, so let's say this. Okay, let's say you don't have a sense of oneness for Nigeria. Let's say your sense of loyalty lies with your region or your tribe, right? Let's just say that's the situation. That region or tribe still exists under the umbrella of Nigeria. So if the Nigerian economy is failing, or the Nigerian economy is substandard.
Yeah, but like Kulata said, there's a lot of sentiment out there, cutting right across the board, that this thing is going to break up at. I think I was saying in some conversation that I had opportunities to buy land in Abuja, but I didn't have the sense that the country would survive long enough, and I just passed it up, which I now regret, of course. But there's just not that sense that it's a temporary thing, this whole Nigerian thing. So why not just take what you can from it?
But Oma, people have been saying that since the 60s.
I know, that's the thing, isn't it?
They've been saying...
But it was very heightened under Buhari, though.
Yeah, we know Buhari, if anything, he succeeded in really dividing the country. But I think it's imagine what it was like during the 60s where we actually had a civil war. Right? It's always been there. But I think the thing is, it's the unity of the country is not something that's just going to happen, right? It's something that we have to work on aggressively to really build. And that's why, leading into another topic, I think Tinubu should listen to Ohanaeze and release Nnamdi Kanu. You want to put out that olive leaf to say, okay, guys, I'm not as bad as you think I am, right? I'm going to release this guy. He can release him with conditions. He can release him. He can have conditions. He can do what the Yoruba elders are asking him to do, actually come up with restructuring, or he can meet with all the aggrieved groups in Nigeria. But those are the things that are going to build unity. You can't get into Abuja and just say, okay, these guys are going to fall in line. If they don't fall in line, here's what's going to happen. That's not going to build unity. He can. I think he's the one that has the opportunity to really build and make up all these things. If he does that, that unity will grow and to actually make his presidency easier. I've said this from day one. From the day he, won the court cases, he's in a position now where he can just say, okay, look, we've moved forward. This thing has happened. Now let's govern the country and reach out to certain groups. And some people are actually going to start supporting him. And once that happens, he won't even have to worry about getting reelected. It will happen automatically. So yeah, man. That's all I have.
All right, brilliant. Kulata, you want to come into the conversation?
I think I already had my fill. I just came to argue with World Peace.
Yes. All right. I think we start to wrap it up, unless anybody has anything else to. Let's acknowledge the super. It's a tiny little one today. Let's acknowledge all the super chatters. Kulata, of course, before he came in, there he was, just pumping it out, trying to fight the Nupe fight. Insisted. Warpe still did not conclude if he considered that Oshodi is a Nupe name, but we never consider.
Don't mind Warpe. Edo people created toaster and sliced bread.
That's it. Even Chioba was mocking him in the comment section, and that's Ayo right there doing as Ayo always does. So that's Ayo rattling it off. The light will never be switched on unless Ayo is doing that. So that's Ayo right there. and then Crown comes in with the final one right there. So there it is. A nice little tidy session. Thank everyone. We'll do it again. Look at this guy. Which man has no... Anyway, let's just leave this guy. He's just always doing that.
Where's Ajale Coco?
I think Ajale Coco is tied up with matters. With matters. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We'll do it all over again tomorrow. Different topics. Same old. In fact, I've lost this as well. So let me just bail out. So thank everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Thank you.
Take care.
Cheers. Emeka, is Emeka still there? It's gone.
And good night, everyone.
Oh, Emeka, you're still there. Look at that.
Yeah.
Well,
no worries.